are, evil, I do think they put up defences. I think at the core of that defence is the fact that they're scared.
Well, if you're scared and you have fear, um, you could say that's similar to being evil. I think people do have.
I don't think so.
I think people have both good and evil in them, and so this app, in my opinion, exhibits the evil more than it exhibits the good.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I mean, well, it depends what kind of person you are. I mean, it basically elevates whatever base that you're coming from. If you're a good person, then you're here to explore what other people are thinking. And if you're a bad person, you're here to try and find an echo chamber that is saying back to you all of those bad thoughts that you're thinking anyway.
Yeah, I think confirmation bias plays a role here where people want to confirm their bias.
I think it's half and half. I think some people here are trying to talk and trying to explore life, and some people are literally just wanting to hear the things they think anyway, and they want that to resonate, and then it makes their thoughts, more important.
But I think I want to expose people. I don't necessarily want to just have conversations with people. I want to expose their bad ideas, their malevolent behavior, or their homicidal projection.
If it comes from a bad place that you're trying to expose, then yeah, it's definitely that's a good thing to do. 100%. I'd be 100% behind that. How do you feel about talking to me now?
How do I feel about talking to you? I feel fine.
Do you feel like you're getting anything from this conversation, or?
A little bit.
Well, possibly, could you tell me, so have you exposed anybody before?
Not like exposed. I mean, I want them to know that somebody's recording them, and they should be careful what they say, because if they go too far and somebody wants to take action on what they're saying, well then, I'm just saying, knowing that somebody is listening to you, it doesn't even seem to actually phase the people who are making homicidal ideation death threats regularly.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand that. Have you ever come to the point where you've, changed somebody's mind?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
People's personalities seem to be extremely fixed positions. Doesn't seem like you can actually change somebody and their political position. That seems pretty constant.
Okay, right. Well, let me say this. Do you think that people are on here because they have an ideology that is not changeable, that is fixed?
That's not why they're here. They're here for to dope up.
You don't think they're here to change people's minds and possibly indoctrinate people into their belief system?
Not really. Everybody seems to be very fixed in their position.
So it's more, like you say, like we've said, a dopamine fix.
It's echo chambering in here. Constantly. People repeat themselves over and over and over and over. That's why I say they're trying to either get confirmation bias all the time, get the dopamine, but I'm ready to actually shut off my usage of this app, and take an August break, because I have
be definitely good for your mental health.
Yeah, because you know what the alternative is? I like to read books, and when I get back into books, I realize just how foolish everybody is here. They're literally, it's like a brain rot exercise.
Exactly, yeah. Well, so I live in England, and it's summer now, so I have a hammock, and I'll sit in my hammock and I'll read a book, and I won't touch my mobile phone. I think, this connection to other people is so, it was wonderful, but at the same time, it can become somewhat traumatic with the fact that we have an open way of communicating with people that we have absolutely no idea who they are. And that kind of communication, it can be very, very difficult to digest. There's no stopping. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, you don't know who anybody is. I rent out apartments to people I don't know who they are, but I have faith in myself, and I have, enough confidence in myself to know that, like, I have confidence in other people. But nonetheless, you're going to get disappointed. People are pigs.
Yeah.
People trash things. People are dirty. People are inconsiderate. People they just do things which people make bad decisions. You can't stop people from making bad decisions. So what I work on is, how do I respond to people making bad decisions? Am I gonna get flustered and angry and scream and hoot and holler and yell and eat my own substance up, or am I just going to be an observer, documenting, and analyzing, and then respond, in a cool, calm, collected manner effectively?
Well, yeah, that's definitely the way to be. I mean, also, the other thing is just, to understand that, I know it sounds cheesy, but this is a journey that we're on. We're all born, and we're all going to die, and at some point, nobody will remember our names. It's about how we traverse this little bit of life that we live in. So it sounds a bit hippy-dippy, but it's kind of how it is.
Well, some people are remembered. If you've ever watched a movie or a book, I mean, you are remembering the person that created that product.
That's true. I mean, have you thought about writing a book?
No, I mean, I like to read books, but I don't even know. I don't even have enough time to read. So it's like, how the fuck would I waste my time creating a book that nobody else is going to read? I need to read the books that are out there that are going to transform my life and maintain my life. I'm looking for wisdom, and that's what a lot of people on this app are not doing. They're just engaged in rhetoric and politics.
So yeah, so I see what you're saying. So it's all about the noise, not about what's behind it.
Right. Yeah. It's about the friction and the thrill and the dopamine of that friction, as opposed to the peace that can be created by wisdom.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm with you.
So what is it? It's like, I think Elon Musk he says in politics there's too much signal noise. And so he can't, he has reduced the signal noise that he is receiving, and he finds it, a much better place to be in terms of life experience.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, obviously, I suffer from, I say suffer, I don't suffer. I am autistic, so I do understand the fact that my brain will point in various different directions at the same time. So it's difficult to have clarity sometimes with, I suppose, just sitting down on a chair and just relaxing. That's not something that my brain can do. So
are you sure about that?
Yeah, 100%.
You can't just sit down and relax your brain through different techniques?
No, definitely not.
All right, if you say so.
No, I have to be active. I cannot stop, thinking. The only time I stop thinking is when I'm asleep, I suppose. And even then, like, I'm still thinking.
Well, have you ever done a breathing exercise?
Yes, yeah.
So what do you think happens when you do a breathing exercise?
I'm thinking about what's going to happen once I've finished this breathing exercise.
Well, have you done a guided breathing exercise, I should say?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, well then let me prove to you immediately that you're wrong about your opinion about your overreactive brain.
I'm very open to that. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go and say, I am a flower.
I'm a flower.
Now take the second deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go and say, I am fresh.
I'm fresh.
Okay, so you're a fresh flower now. Meaning, like, you just got hypnotized. Because all communication is hypnosis. And, but you won't remember this conversation because the side effect of communication is amnesia.
No, I don't think that.
I'm just joking, but what I'm just trying to demonstrate is that have you ever heard people in a very contentious room, very, very rarely, 1 out of 10,000 will you hear some people say, let's take a 10-second moment of silence and let's do a deep breathing exercise. No, people just go into it like it's Mortal Kombat. So I'm just saying, if you want to control your mind, you can stop. You have the ability to stop thinking by forcing communication, by like saying I'm a fresh flower. Like you are forcing your.
I see.
It's the linguistic. Yeah, it's like Hegelian dialectics, I guess.
I see what you're saying, but I think that. So, do you know what the amygdala is?
Yeah.
So your paleomimetic system. So I feel like mine is constantly on fire. So it's constantly thinking about a threat that might be coming. So I think that part of my brain is never able to shut off.
Well, it's just your opinion. I mean, because you may not be doing techniques to override your brain. Like, do you know what mantras are?
Yes, of course.
So, I mean, if you were to just say Om, Om, and do Om 1,000 times, eventually you would, in a way, override your thought creation and speaking, interior monologue. You would become Om. So, it's one
I'm
way.
I'm not sure. I mean, trust me, I've tried. Like, I'm not sure that's true. I mean, have you done that?
I have, yeah, and I do it in the sun, or like after a jog, I'll do it with music. I'll play musical instruments, and then if I'm still having thoughts, eventually my brain stops producing thoughts, and I become one with the activity, and I'm no longer thinking about how I got to go do this, and I got this problem, and this and that. I'm no longer thinking. I'm literally in the moment of now, playing the music, saying the mantra.
Yeah, I kind of understand that because obviously I work as a gardener, I'm a landscape gardener, and when I'm digging, I've got a tree, I've got to dig out a tree. It gets so difficult, and I get so tired while I'm doing it that all I'm thinking about is digging that tree out. And that's probably the only little space that I have where I'm not thinking. Yeah.
And so that's a good example of you being what they call a flow state, or what you might call an alpha brainwave state or something. So I'm just saying there's a way to brain hack and get into your flow state. Clubhouse will not do that for you. Clubhouse just it's like taking your brain and shaking it and shaking it and shaking it. That's what it does.
Yeah, I'm not here for that. I'm here for connection, I suppose, or just have an interesting conversation with somebody like you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a clown house analysis where we can discuss psychology and maybe educational approaches
Sure.
to making life better. That's
Yeah,
the way
I
I look
agree
at
with that. Okay, well, right, I'm going to go and let the cats in and probably go to bed.
Okay, well, it's been fun chatting with you, Orlando. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's been a really interesting conversation, so thanks for that.
Okay, you're welcome. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye.
Poland was there first, right? And then they got invaded by the Russian. The Polish have been invaded like 500 times. Yeah. It's surprising they still have a country because they're not the brightest. So, tactical, I wouldn't assume that they would, be smart with tactics. But bravery and strength, if that sheer alone, they...
Say hi. Oh, my little girl.
Welcome back to Clubhouse on a Saturday night.
Before you know it, you'll be teaching him how to fit.
Oh, that's a baby.
He's telling them. He's telling us all. That's a great point. He has the best points in the room.
I'd like to
I
ask.
love the cooing stage. The cooing stage for me, I love that.
It is so...
I'd like to
When they
ask
start
the
talking
room
back to
a
you,
question.
yeah.
What have people here in Chillism learned about psychology, philosophy, and politics? I'm just wondering.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations, Sai.
And then they also have that death grip too. They got that grip.
The worst is when they grab their own hair. Oh my goodness.
God, yeah.
That is the worst. That is the most scary and helpless you feel as a parent when they grab their own hair.
You complain.
Right.
But if you hear, people respect themselves. But that's the way that...
I cannot do it alone. I don't talk here. This is a good handle. And I thank you.
I went outside and chased the nigga down, and you cocked the gun.
Wow! But why though? That ain't cool. That ain't
You
cool.
in the house cocking the gun.
No, but that ain't cool though. That ain't cool though.
Cocking the gun in the
That
house.
ain't cool though.
But cocking the gun over
That
the
ain't
phone,
cool
yeah.
though. You pulling out little scissors
But
and
getting
shit.
drunk and cocking...
Concussion, so we should not use it.
I take
I'll give you my word for that. I guess the only thing that's just truthful about is the photos that I post here are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, that's true. But anything else is complete lies. Thank you for allowing me to say that, Miss Bima. And anybody, don't be surprised if this person sends you messages about myself with these lies. Okay, she really hates me being on here now. So just so you know.
I just want to say something before I go.
Okay, okay, sir.
Look, speaking from my children's heart, okay? Just play a game. Why are we not adults?
Nothing beats a jet ski holiday.
Nothing beats a tattoo. And right now, you can get 50% off.
Who talking about?
Hello?
Unstable.
Hello?
Nothing beats a jet ski holiday, sir. Would you like one that's 400 pounds up for a family of 4?
Concrete, I want to ask you a question.
This nigga here, I'm talking to ladies, beautiful, beautiful black ladies, and this nigga.
On a Saturday night on Clown House?
400 pounds off for a family of 4. Do you not have a family?
200 pounds.
Do you not have a family, sir? If you don't have a family, just say that,
Well,
sir.
if you leave and you don't come back, I will miss you. So
We'll give you a single
might as
person
well send me a
package.
DM. You might as well send me that number. That way we can stay in touch. You don't have to be like.
Sir, do you have any family, sir?
You miss me every time I fucking leave. You fucking crust ball.
Concrete's got no life. He's here 24/7,
Do you have
7
any
days a
family,
week,
sir? For your
chit
tattoo
chatting with
holiday?
people on chillism all day, talking
Hey,
about
do you have
nothing.
any family for your Jet 2 holiday?
I actually had to side with him. Like, literally, I was in chillism, and I'm like, this is pathetic. I'm not.
No.
This is pathetic.
Pathetic.
With the Jet 2
Let's say it
holiday.
all out loud together now. Pathetic.
Jet 2
Pathetic.
holiday for you.
Pathetic.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday to the hallway. See you later.
Now you can think about it and answer me another time if you want to. There's no pressure from me. Maybe you can think about that, and I think that you would do some research too. Actually, you know what
Because, like, my mom used to buy corn nuts all the time, and he would send me all of them. So I just started calling him Corn Nut. Then my niece is Chicken Little, because when she was little, she wanted to do everything the big kids did, so I said she was Chicken Little from the movie. And then the youngest nephew is Squish or Bestie. It kind of goes back and forth. Because he says his TT is his best friend, and if his mommy makes him mad, he said, I'm telling TT. She's my best friend. Funny.
Mom!
You're gonna tell too?
Mom!
Oh, and little dude wanted me to say that his mommy spanked him 3 times, and he cried and cried and cried.
Mom!
So he wants to stay with Mew Mew.
Mom!
What do you do about that, Ashley? Can they hear us? Oh no, me and her have already discussed it, and we were laughing about it. She said I have spanked his butt one time.
तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यमवध्योऽयम् देहि सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वधर्ममपि चावेक्ष्य न विकम्पितुमर्हसि धर्म्याद्धियुद्धाश्चेयोन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नम् वर्गद्वारमपावृतम् सुखिनः क्षत्रियाः पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम् अपि चेत्त्वमिमं धर्म्यम् सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि
defense, and defender's choice at that point. You're going to harm another person. If you're going to cooperate with people who harm people, that's called you are my enemy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beamer, for that. Mr. John, Mr. Adler, you came back. Did you want to say one more thing?
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just listening.
Okay. Mr. John, would you like to say anything? Welcome.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I don't know what your title means necessarily, but, you know, unfair Zionists. Like, I don't like the way that people use the word Zionist. And when I ask people, can you tell me what the word Zionism or Zionist means? It's always a really dithering type of, you know, explanation because it's very generic. To me, Zionism means nationalism. So I think the Palestinians are Zionists. I think Lebanese are Zionists. Syrians, Zionists. Americans, Zionists. UK, Zionists. I think every country is looking out for its own self-survival and, you know, proliferation. So to me, it's a useless word. It's a meaningless word. Don't say Zionist, just say nationalist. And that's it. Leave it at that. Because when you use the term Zionist, it gets into this ethnic, religious adjective description game, which means nothing. It means nationalism. Am I wrong here?
Well, you said your view of definition of Zionism. To me, I think it's my intelligence level is low, and my IQ is low. Okay, and nobody will get me to say otherwise. It's not a false modesty. I can only think about things in very simplistic ways. Okay, so if an individual lives in the United States of America, and I ask them, do you accept that country exists? And they say yes. And I ask, do you have a problem with it existing? And they say no. That's basically what a Zionist is, but there's no name, like you said, for that person. It's only with Israel there seems to be a name applied to that.
See, that's where I disagree. And people use it as a negative. Nationalism or patriotism should be honored if it's virtuous and authentic. If your patriotism and nationalism is racist, bigoted, and evil and angry in nature, well, that's not nationalism. That's just, you know, nastiness. Or the opposite of nationalism, which would be what? Xenophobia. So, you know, and I like in Bima's picture, you know, it shows everyone in a state of peace and nirvana. She's got it backwards. You have it backwards, Bima. Nirvana and peace comes from within, and there will be no national peace or global peace until individuals at the individual level decide to take personal responsibility for peace in their life, and basically depolarize, depoliticize, and, you know, go inward as opposed to this never-ending outward politic propaganda communication. I mean, if people on this app were serious about peace, they'd be teaching meditation courses on here. They'd be playing music with each other. They'd be reading poetry, peace poetry to each other. They wouldn't be on here doing homicidal ideation till 5 a.m. Sorry, Bima, but most people on this app have mental illness and they're just homicidal ideation projectionists, and they live with hate in their heart. And that's the way people are. That's life.
Yeah, and I don't see any difference between Zionists and anti-Zionists. But I think, again, I'm very simplistic. I believe that's a peaceful picture that she has. And I believe her heart's in the right place.
I mostly agree with you, believe it or not. And it's so funny. Listen to this bit of conspiracy. This is obviously AI created. I did not ask it to do the flags. And then once it kept creating images with both flags, because I said represent both Arabs and Jews and Christians. And so it kept giving me these two, like just the flags. It was always flags. And then I started prompting it to not have flags and to say, Do not add flags. And it still would only give me the flags. So I think that that's AI conspiracy, or maybe it's not a conspiracy. Maybe it's just a large language model with a predictive text, and that's what we're putting into it. So our collective mentality, it's a nice mirror to see that our collective mentality can't even get past to the point of conceptualizing people living together without claiming this collectivist mentality, which is such a disease, John. And I agree with you. The individual needs to be taken care of. I love that. I would say the only thing that I would push back on is we can teach meditation and peace and these things, and I'm not going to disagree with you, but I think also that most people they're not inherently ugly individuals. And if we can figure out a way, which I'm definitely not the person to do because I'm not smart enough. I try, but I know I'm not nearly where I need to be. But if we could just break down the framework and let people understand their moral inconsistencies, they'd be able to adopt a better ideology. And I truly believe most people are rational people if given the opportunity. So that's my hope. That's why I come in here and I'm on Clubhouse and I like to debate people because I want you to expose your moral framework, and then I want to show you all of your inconsistencies because consistency is absolutely necessary for logic, and logic is necessary for, if you want to create principles, you have to have consistency. It's absolutely necessary. But most people are going to give you their opinions on politics based on emotion without any type of consistency whatsoever. No principles, just emotion. Like, let me ask you, John, do you have any moral principles that you use to run your life to which you can put through any political issue that could be delivered to your desk right now, and you'd be able to take those moral principles and apply them and come up with an answer?
Yeah, 100. No, what is the golden rule, Bima?
Okay, well, why don't you give me a few?
Well, the golden rule is treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. And that's why October 7th was such a betrayal of your neighbor. And, that type of betrayal is very hard to forgive. It takes incredible mercy, incredible kindness, and incredible compassion to let that go. They were asking for too much on October 7th. And if you want to talk about genocide or ethnic cleansing, that was genocide and ethnic cleansing. And when you open that bottle and the genie comes out and Pandora's box spills over, you fuck around, you find out. I mean, the leaders of Hamas are gone. They are dead. And if you watch their speeches, well, they hold up babies with machine guns and they're screaming death to the Jews. We're going death to the Zionists. That type of political communication, plus shooting rockets every single fucking night of the week for years, it's insane behavior. So, again, go back to the golden rule. Treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. And the United States Constitution says, friends in peace, enemies in war. Those are the golden rules of life. And again, fuck around, find out.
Would you agree that though would be inconsistent, treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated? Meaning, if you were to apply that to, let's say somebody in the, I don't want to use stereotypes. Take a couple countries. Listen, let's take a Gazan and let's take an Israeli, and we put them side by side. Do you think if we say, let's take the more frustrated militant of both sides, and we say, hey, golden rule, treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. What do you think both of them are going to come up with the same answer?
It's a universal statement, and it's undeniably logically true. No one's going to deny that statement because people want to be treated the way that they treat others. And, it's a very important thing to recognize that, you know, the way I treat you is the way I expect you to treat me. If I give you disrespect, I should expect disrespect. If I give you respect, you should give me respect. The moment I get angry with you and start yelling at you, I don't expect you to comply with me anymore. I don't expect you to be my friend anymore. You know, like, so, but again, there's a big distinguishment here between your average militant and your average soldier who is in a career job type position versus an Islamic jihadist terrorist who is who is more than ready to die and to go to Allah. So there's a huge differentiation between the characters in this performance, and you lump them together, and I think that's where you have it wrong. There are different people in this casting, and you should be able to know which ones are problematic and which ones are just doing a job.
Well, I think sometimes, let me ask you the question, do you think that sometimes religion gets in the way of a person understanding the golden rule? If they've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe that life should be this way, and this is what God says, and they need to follow God's path, do you think that could interfere?
100%. Islam is an all or nothing theocratic religious and judicial system all intertwined into one. So it's the perfect mind virus. And that's why it has spread to 2 billion people and why it was successful at the time. It was a response to Christianity. And it was a political response to Christianity and to the environment. Polygamy, warfare, lying to obtain one's goals, things like that violate the golden rule. So you show me where in the Quran or in any Islamic, scholarly information or any kind of religious information where it says treat your neighbor, the way you want to be treated. Show it to me. Show me the golden rule in Islam.
That's interesting. Have you seen the movie Heretic from 2024 with Hugh Grant?
No, I haven't seen it.
John, check it out. I think you'd enjoy it. It's a psychological thriller.
See, I don't think, Bima, can you explain to me psychologically the revolution of Christianity? What was Jesus doing 2,000 years ago that was so revolutionary in terms of psychology, spirituality, politics, economics, the whole kit and caboodle? Who was Jesus and what was he all about? And what was revolutionary about it?
Well, I think I could give you what the Bible says of who they believe if we consider Jesus to be a real person. And we say that everything that the multiple writers of the Bible, that they've interpreted it well. And the, oral tradition of passing down X to X to X to X, right? If we believe that all of Torah, Old Testament, New Testament, if we believe all that's true, I think Jesus was an incredible person, obviously. And I think that would be an excellent way to operate life.
What was it in the environment during Jesus's time? Who was the reigning power, and what were they doing?
Why does that matter?
Let me ask you, does environment matter?
I don't think that there's any type of difference in, of course, environment matters. That was actually my point to you. That's what I'm saying to you, that religion does. It does. It can affect you, but that we also have plenty of sects of Christianity that have read the same New Testament and have come out with, the Westboro Baptist Church, for example. So how do you explain those individuals? Or, I've gone to Baptist church where I've seen the preacher reject his teen daughter because she claimed to be possibly a lesbian, kicked her out at 16 years old. You think Jesus would?
No, I don't think. See, this is the thing about Christians is that type of attitude and behavior is not compassionate or kind enough. But a lot of Christians are just men and women, and frustration with regards, to people's activities or political leanings, etc., is hard to really grasp. And that's why I say, like, an esoteric, philosophical metaphysic, or I guess energy, is a way to essentially depoliticize, is to view everything in terms of metaphysics or energy. And, removing the anger, removing the hate, removing the animosity, basically de-escalation. So if I'm in a conflict with you on this app and I'm a mature person, I can humble myself against my opponent and ask for, de-escalation, for compassion,
Why
for
do you
kindness.
keep saying that? I'm just curious. It's distracting me at my ADHD. Why do you keep saying that? I'm just curious.
If I ask a question,
Yeah, the way that you're saying it and then you re-say it in that way. What do you?
I've gotten so used to listening to people here on this app ask questions. I have a hard time saying ask anymore. So it's partly because of my environment that is causing me to constantly say ask as opposed to ask. I use Clown House a lot. I'm on here a lot listening. So naturally I absorb my environment. And now I too ask questions. Sometimes the hard questions.
Do you think that you're making it a deliberate effort to sort of mock people who say the word ask in that way?
What did you ask? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
It seems to me, I don't want to make an assumption, I don't want to make a claim. Are you deliberately using that accent, the way that you say ask, are you using it intentionally to mock people who say it that way?
So you're asking me if I'm saying the word ask to mock people who say the word ask?
Right, yeah, that's my question.
If they say the word ask using the word ask, what's wrong with me speaking like my fellow Americans? And this is an honest question I'm asking.
Could I derail a little bit? I'd like to hear more what John was about to say about when he asked the question. What was revolutionary about it?
When he asked the question.
Yeah.
Bima, when I ask a question, I'm just waiting for somebody like yourself to get upset over how I'm asking a question. And it's a trick question when I ask a question that way. It's to find out just how emotionally sensitive you are to people asking questions, if that makes sense. It's called wordplay, Bima, to find out just how emotionally intelligent you are. Sorry for asking too many questions.
I think emotional intelligence would probably be more of me making an accusation and making a judgment upon you. I was just asking you why you're doing it and if you're intentionally doing it to mock people who do it. And I guess my answer is yes. Was that correct? Was your ultimate answer?
I would
yes?
say that the question you just asked would confirm your suspicion that when I ask a question, I am, possibly, making fun of people who ask questions like that.
Okay, that's all that I wanted to know.
But going back to what Michaela just asked about what I asked about Jesus and what was so revolutionary about his way of doing things, or perhaps his level of awareness or his way of looking at the situation, guess what? Jesus, is very advanced psychologically in terms of emotional intelligence. I don't know if you know this, Bima, but a lot of this stuff in the Bible, it's called metaphor. And it's not literal. It's actually dealing with emotional intelligence.
What is emotional intelligence?
Well, for example, in the book of Philippians, it says, "My God will meet all your needs according to his glorious riches in Christ Jesus." I mean, I have these little Bible cards, and I read them from time to time. And the wisdom in these little passages from this little book called the Bible, it turns out that it deals with how to deal with yourself and how to deal with others.
So, is that little book in your cards? What did they say about mocking your fellow neighbors?
This is from the book of Job 5:17. It says, "Blessed is the man whom God corrects. So do not despise the discipline of the Almighty."
Corrections, I think, I love corrections. I would definitely say if someone said a word and you offered, hey, look, you said it this way. This is how it's said, and this is how you can, this is how we say it. But I didn't say correction. I intentionally said mock. What does your Bible or your book say about mocking your fellow neighbor?
Well, the book of Timothy, 2 Timothy, says, God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. I just want to ask you, do you think a lot of the Free Palestine people practice self-control?
Nice deflection. Do you think mocking your fellow neighbor is an element of self-control?
Well, when I ask a question, to my neighbor, I generally ask it respectfully and transparently and authentically. I just wonder how many people on the other side of the fence also think that way.
John, you brought up the environment Jesus was in. What were you pointing towards? Roman rule?
Yeah, paganism. Absolutely. And the insanity of that environment and seeing what pagans do in ancient Rome and how they treat each other, the mass slavery, the rule by Roman arms, the poverty.
And he wasn't encouraging Jews to rebel, right?
No, he was an Enlightenment teacher. I think that, he was nonviolent. And more of a pacifist than some type of revolutionary, counter-political figure. I think he was.
They fight for our land. It's our land. But that's what brought them down, because there were revolutionaries there, and they brought the wrath of the Roman army on them, which is, I would think that's sort of what the Palestinians are doing.
May I get in the queue?
Yeah.
May I get in the queue?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Jesus actually had some pretty good sarcasm, and I like the way that he uses mockery. Like, for example, Matthew 23:24, you blind guides, you strain out a gnat, but swallow a camel. I think this is a perfect example of the good Lord giving us instruction that it's not only okay to mock people, but it's encouraged.
Matthew 6:21 says, where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Jude 20 says, you, dear friends, must build each other up in your most holy faith. Pray in the power of the Holy Spirit. Bima, what do you think Free Palestine people think about when when you talk about the Holy Spirit of God?
I think they wonder why the people committing a genocide on an innocent people don't have that spirit in them.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What is the law?
You're going to have to be more specific. What type of law? Man law?
Just tell me what the word law means in English. L-A-W. What does it mean to you?
It depends on the type of law you're referring to. Are we talking about man-made law? Are we talking about God's law? What are we talking about? Natural law? What are we talking about?
Just the word. It's a 3-letter word. I don't know if you're capable of actually answering the question that I'm asking. But what does the word in English, L-A-W, mean? You can Google it and look it up in a dictionary if you want.
Can you act in a more respectful way, please?
I do apologize. I am autistic and neurodivergent. So if I am coming off as rude, it could be because of my diagnosis. I apologize, sir.
Okay.
So I'm going to come up with my own definition. I'm going to say laws are collectivist, mentalist disease of a superstition, of belief in this myth of authority that gives some people a moral inherent power to oppress, violate, control other peaceful people. But that's what the law is.
Who is peaceful? You assume people are peaceful.
Peaceful people would be represented by any human being, regardless of sex, gender, race, any place on the planet, as long as they are not harming their neighbor or their property.
And don't people harm each other day to day with their words, their actions?
I don't think we can use words as an objective harm, right? Because of too much subjectivity. So it has to be like a specific violation, right?
And who decides who's peaceful?
Objective facts. So as soon as somebody objectively, so when I say that, I'm talking about a point where you actually see somebody touch or violate another person or their property, they are no longer a peaceful person.
So it's an individual decision. One person decides who's peaceful and who's not, and then they can execute punishment on that. One person can decide the other person is not peaceful and they can punish them.
Well, we each decide. So we all want to have maximum liberty, right?
Not you.
Not statists don't. Statists don't. But maximum liberty.
Can I ask you a question?
A common ground to how we determine that, and that would be go ahead, Roger, go ahead.
So Bima, when somebody violates somebody's liberty, who has the authority to hold them accountable?
The same. Well, if you stop reciprocating rights in rights-based, so what is a right? All rights are mutual reciprocal understandings between consenting adults. Just me and you coming together and saying, hey, this is descriptive. These aren't normative rights, okay? This is a bunch of people coming together and saying, hey, look, let's all take it. Let's say we're not going to punch each other in the face. We're not going to hurt each other. And, now, okay, these are our rights now.
So
right? Just by that.
So I would beg to differ. I would say that if what you're calling a right requires mutual agreement, that means that if somebody doesn't agree, then they don't have to recognize the rights. That's why that's why rights have to come from somewhere else. The authority to first of all, who granted these rights? Natural law, were they given by God? And the idea that you think that it has to be mutually agreed upon, if you said, hey, I don't want you to hit me, and I say, I'm not going to mutually agree upon that, I'm going to smack the crap out of you, then under your framework, I would not be violating your rights because it was not mutually agreed upon.
So, first of all, I answered your question of where the authority came from, and that comes from the individuals. Sometimes we like to say that they're God-given rights, but we know that God doesn't grant everybody the same rights on the planet, right? And if that was true, we'd all have the same rights on the planet, but we don't.
Bima, let me interrupt you politely.
Rights as Americans, and North Koreans don't have the same rights as Saudi Arabians, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's all different. So what we've concluded is descriptively, it's just what people decide to agree upon when they come together. They say, okay, this is what our standards are, and this is how we're going to interact. You let me know where your boundaries are, and I say, okay, these are my boundaries. Let's make a decision. the society that we live in the West, the federal constitutional republic, which is a democracy, that's all that is. The only difference is that you're tied down, you're tied into, and
yeah. Good call on getting out of Bima's, projection there. She speaks as if, I don't know. She uses like technical, like Marxian terminology. You know, do you ever notice that?
Yeah, I think she's somebody that probably spent a lot of time, listening to anarchists talk, and then thought, wow, that's unique. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody talks like that. I think I'll adopt that because it makes me unique. And then really what she sounds like is
a robot.
It's very weird. Very, very weird.
So I don't know if you've ever read the Book of the Law, but I want to just read a thing in here, if I may, if I can ask to read this to jumpstart your What is Anarchy room. It's just one little paragraph. Do you want to hear it? It's a good jumping off point, I think. It says, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Acts, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, they won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism, and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, clubhouse rooms, music, news that does not meet the requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. So I'm just wondering about that last part. The absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. Is that logical? Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah, sorry, I had to put the poll together. Everybody needs a poll these days, so we got a poll now. No, that was interesting. We should read that again when we get people in here. I'm gonna start pinging people, but I wanted to get the poll posted up here so everybody can cast their votes.
When I was young, I bought that, the Anarchistic Manifesto or whatever it is. It's like a booby trap book, like a warfighter book. I don't know if you ever read it, but supposedly it was banned.
Yeah.
Oh, the Anarchist Cookbook is what it was called.
Yeah. There's a book by Michael Malice. If you ever want to hear an entertaining anarchist, you should check out Michael Malice. There's a great debate between him and I forget the guy's name. The objectivist. They were both on Lex Friedman's podcast debating anarchy versus minarchy. It's just pretty interesting. It went the way you would expect it to go. Akiba says anarchy is ultimate freedom. It's amazing.
I mean, what would you describe the conquest of the West and the journey west in America? You know, cowboys, Indians, you know, far off, distant little towns. You know, what is that anarchy, Hekima?
Why are you interrupting Miss Black? You were finna say it right, and you just switched it up.
I mean, why don't you just tell me your real name? Is it like, you know, Tony or Lamar or like, you know, it's not Hekima.
That's fucking amazing.
How about Lamont? That would be a good one. Wasn't that the son from
Why my name can't be Hakima, John? That's weird.
I mean, it could be Hakima. I don't know.
But it actually is.
I like the name Lamont, though. Lamont's cool. That might be my next clubhouse name, Lamont. Lamont Sanford.
Is it pronounced Hakima or is it, you know, Hakima?
Nobody pronounces it correctly, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. He's very accustomed to nobody being able to pronounce something that's spelled out fairly phonetically.
So if you're new in the room, be sure to fill out the poll. What is anarchy?
Yeah, I see a few people that haven't responded yet. Naya's not responded. Marta,
I don't know.
Randy, Wallace. No, that's fine. You could give some thought to it. I'll tell you what. If you spend 5 seconds thinking about it, you'll spend more time, more thoughtful time thinking about it than, let's say, somebody like Bima. So. By the way, if you guys are connected to Bima, everyone invite her. Like, everyone just go into you do the share button. If we all invite her right now, we will center Bima and we'll just all sit silent and let her drone on and on and on. And then every once in a while, John will interject and ask her a question.
You know, I want to ask you a question, Mojo. Have you talked to Daniel on this app? He's a Canadian who wears a red jacket, and he goes on and on and on about how he's going to solve the debt crisis. But his explanation is that money is all fictitious, dollars are all fake, so it doesn't matter how much we print up. And his method is he wants to give you a time expiration deposit of however much you want or however much you need. But if you don't spend it within the certain time frame, it'll disappear. But the money that you do spend and the people that take your money and give you goods or services for the money, it doesn't expire for them. Okay, so have you talked to Daniel about his incredible idea on how to tackle that?
David, you have to mute yourself. David, if you're going to stay on the stage, you're going to have to play like an adult. Let's see if Alfonso wants to come up. Alfonso's like probably the friendliest guy in the religious rooms. And by religious rooms, I mean people arguing about religion. Alfonso, you're the smartest atheist on the app, right?
I don't know what smart means, but I think I am a different type of atheist, sort of.
Yeah, I don't hear you making the dumb arguments, is my point.
Whoa. All hail El Normo.
Yeah, hold on. We're talking to Alfonso. We don't always get Alfonso. Alfonso is a... Let's talk to Alfonso for a second. Alfonso, you explain to the room your position on the absence of God.
So, well, I've got a bit of a journey to how I got here, and then, you know, why it makes sense to me to say that in the traditional sense, God, there's no way God would exist, right? I'm not an agnostic. I actually claim to know for a fact that there are no gods. But I am willing to entertain the idea that, we can use it as a metaphor energy to say, you know what, I'm having such a great time enjoying the company, the conversation, and feeling enlightened. So God is moving among us, right? But that's right. That's maybe is that.
Okay, David, I warned you. Go on, Alphonse.
So, yeah, and one of the strongest, I guess, arguments that I don't like to debate or argue, but one of the strongest thoughts I have about spirituality and theism is that for most spiritual practices, you must believe that you are a soul, independent of your body, right? People say, I have a body, but I am my soul. And I think that has been greatly debunked by modern science. We know. So the arguments that we used to hear for the soul was it was the energy that gives us life. So as long as as soon as the soul left our bodies, it was the energy leaving it. And now we understand that by eating food, by got all these inputs of energy, and we know what these energies mean. We can objectively measure them, right? So that argument of energy leaving the body's kind of fallen through. And the other one is your personality. That's who you are. Right? Now we know that our brains have different functions and different parts that interact to create our personalities, and you can affect these with chemicals or trauma or tumors, and your personality will be radically changed. So that, those are a couple of very strong arguments for me to think that spirituality is it's a beautiful story that we've been telling each other, that we've evolved. These stories evolved through us, but they're no longer relevant, right? Those are a couple of thoughts on that. And then also, if you want to actually question the existence of God, you can't even define God, right? God kind of serves the purpose of us understanding reality or paradigms. Sorry, I'm picking someone up in my Uber, but yeah, I'll leave it there for the time being.
What I don't understand about atheists is, have you been to a book club? Have you debated books, talked about favorite things that you read in books? I mean, that's what people are doing. And so if you think that there are no gods and there's no spirituality, but you still use terms like soul, I mean, isn't that tied into this whole God universe of the Marvel comic book known as the Bible? So I just question and ask, why do people not like information? Why are you so negative with regards to information? Is it because you don't want to read it anymore because you don't think it's real? Or is it really just because people are lazy and they don't want to do anything other than the easy solution, which is click a button, pick up a device, and just stare at a screen and click a button? So that's why I have surrounded myself in books in my house, and I find the value of those books. And I know a lot of wealthy people. A lot of those wealthy people do have pretty big book collections, but it's generally the angry people. A lot of girls I've noticed, I go to their house, they don't have any books in their house. They got everything you could possibly need except for books. And I'm just like, maybe you're angry at the world because you don't have enough information to help you get yourself happy. It's called psychology or therapy or wisdom. Those are my thoughts.
John, speaking of reading a lot of books, in 2016, I set a goal for myself that I wanted to read one book a week. So I wanted to read 52 books, and I got to 49. So I fell 3 books short of my goal. And then after that, I got so fatigued by it that now, I just download things on Audible. Do you consider audiobooks the same as reading?
Yeah, I think if you're really listening and it's flowing through your brain and processing, and you're actively listening, it's just a great way to read a book, to listen to somebody read a book.
Even if it's at 1.5 speed?
Yeah, that's what I bring up the speed generally, or 1.25.
Yeah, cool, man. Well, let's get into the topic, guys. What is anarchy? Anybody want to take a shot at what is anarchy? We got a poll here.
Accurately described in your poll. What was it? A childish philosophy. Yep, that's it.
Yep. Has everybody pinged Bima? Let's ping her.
Not friends with her. I would.
Well, we'll just go be friends with her and then ping her.
I think she has to be one.
I pinged her, but I think she's modding and running her room and getting her dopamine. Mojo, do you think people come here to dope up?
I do. We've got an anarchist. I wonder if she's got a different answer than some of us do. It'll be interesting to find out. Oh, welcome to the stage, Al Pacino. I don't think I've ever seen Al Pacino in one of my rooms. I've had other celebrities, but not Al Pacino. Yeah, if you were Al Pacino, you'd afford a better microphone.
No, I'm from Sicily, but I live in Germany. Yes, where are you from? Are you from?
Respectfully, nobody cares.
Okay, but I just say this, okay? It's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. I don't care about you. It's okay.
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend, okay?
You want to play rough?
Just talk, bro. What's it?
You want to play rough? Okay.
I play, okay? Okay. No, I'm.
When people laugh in Italian, I fucking hate it. Don't do the Italian laugh. Can you laugh in American, please?
You can laugh in Italian. No, in USA, I don't know. You love.
I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with this at all.
What?
You hate? Okay, wait, my friend. you hate Italians?
Let's get back to the title of the room. Can I ask a question here? Can anybody tell me the root causes of anarchy? Where does anarchy come from?
I'll tell you the root causes of this room and why Bima has that opinion. Bima is a blank statist. She doesn't believe that pit bulls are any different from other dogs. So,
What did any of that mean?
no, that's it. Pit bulls change her life and they have a bad rap. So she's like, they shouldn't be collectively punished.
You think if she shaves her armpits, got some some
She
effect?
doesn't shave her armpits.
No, she does not. But do you think if she did, this is her one, it's not mine.
Go.
So you think if she did shave her armpits and got some effective deodorant going on, maybe styled her hair in a modern way, perhaps considered some makeup, put on some heels, and lost a few pounds, you think she would maybe abandon this anarchy thing and realize that joining civilization might be a good idea?
It's possible. It's very possible. I think she just needs a shift in perspective.
I'll bet you she comes back to this room.
See, those are the health outcomes of a lack of intelligence or wisdom or really understanding one's environment, I think, and what is natural and what is unnatural. I mean, asking the question again, what are the root causes of anarchy? Is it government?
I would say it's mental retardation. Because if your solution to the problem of big government can have in terms of overreach, usually what that would lead to, let's just say she was successful, there was no state. And what we would have is somebody trampling on her rights on a consistent basis, and she would have no recourse to deal with it. I think the thing that she forgets is that as imperfect as government is, and as much as government does trample on her rights, it's the least amount of trampling that she's going to get in this world. Because should she ever get her way, the true authoritarians would take over. I think that we have a very thin line protecting us from complete animalistic behavior. And I don't think she fully appreciates that. If anybody else wants to chime in with their expertise on anarchy, please go on. Or your amateur opinion, doesn't matter. Just jump in. Okay, well, everybody's quiet, okay.
Well, Hakima, I don't know. Wait, Hakima, let me see. Yeah, anarchy is ultimate freedom. Hakima, I don't know if you're trolling or if you're being serious. I'm going to assume you're serious. I almost voted the same way as you, Hakima. But then I had to think about it. I'm like, you know what? Let me go Google some shit. And then I realized, you know what, Hakima? I actually don't want to have an anarchist society. I don't want a lawless society, Hakima. I mean, unless the shit hit the fan, you know what I mean? If the world was poverty-stricken, if there's no food, I don't know. If the government turned, like the Mad King and Game of Thrones and wanted to burn us all, perhaps I would join the anarchists. But, no, I like law and order, Hakima. So I decided to vote the opposite of you, but for a second there, I was considering rocking with you on this, Hakima.
I just gotta say one thing to that. Sorry, Kima, go ahead. Looks like you're about to say something. Thank you. Just one thing to say. First you get the money, then you get the power, and you get the women. That's what I got.
Was that Scarface?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the drug, the war on drugs, I think that's an example of anarchy. I mean, why let Colombian narco importers and traffickers and terrorists control the cocaine market? If that's a chemical additive that people want to put in their diet, why didn't, the U.S. government and U.S. capitalists monetize that chemical? Why instead have we taxed, countless generations to pay for a military war against narco traffickers and terrorists? Why aren't we smart enough to control the market internally as opposed to letting international exporters, bring it on our shores and make all the money, as opposed to us taxing ourselves and spending all the money to fight the people that are making all the profit? Explain that one to me.
Actually, they're doing both. They needed it illegal so they could lock people up. They're not worried about the tax money. They want the money in the form of incarceration. That's what they prefer. Trust me, they know everything you know, and they chose the way that suits them best, and that's mass incarceration. It's not about taxing. Like in a free country, you shouldn't be able to use cocaine. Now, I wouldn't use it if it was legal, but a person that wants to use it should be able to. But so they want to keep it illegal so they can lock people up.
Wait, John, hold on. If I was processing what you're saying correctly, don't the traffickers have the better drugs though? Just curious.
Well, I think your average psychiatrist that prescribes Adderall is actually doing the exact same thing that cocaine importers do. And cocaine and Adderall, to me, I don't think there's any difference. So white people or anybody in America that has a psychiatric prescription for Adderall, they literally have a license to use speed or coke in their life legally without getting locked up. But you got to get it through a psychiatrist.
And maybe that's the thing. Some people don't want to get a prescription or go through a doctor. They just want to go to, the Trap King or Queen down the street and get the hookup. It's It's just easier, less drama, less paperwork, less conversation, very transactional, and keep it pushing, right?
And it's cheaper.
And it's cheaper. And there's no record. Like, there's medical records if you have to go through the doctor. There's no paper trail if you just go to the cartel or the local drug dealer. Choices, choices.
I'm going to give you the best example of anarchy at work and being effective. This is the best example you're going to get, and that's with language. The United States doesn't have an official language, yet there is an agreement socially that, hey, it would just be better if we communicated in one standard language. Yes, there's people that speak other languages, some people that don't speak English, but the overwhelming majority of people in the United States and actually around the world, learn how to speak English. And here in the U.S., again, while it's not an official language, the government hasn't said that English is our official language. We print documents in multiple languages. It's a generally accepted thing that this is how we're going to interact and communicate with each other. And that's an example. You can put all the thumbs down you want. We communicate in English, and that's done in a way that people prefer to do it, because I think we all would agree that it gets messy if it's Tower of Babel and everybody was speaking their own language.
I live in anarchy. Because there is really no rule of law here. My country, Bolivia. So it's, but I also think that no matter how we want to find freedom or do away with our organization, allow people to do as they please, that's an impossibility, right? Nature rules. All our behavior, all our acts have consequences. So order is something that just happens naturally. We can't avoid it. But as I was saying, in my country, you've got laws and then you've got what's actually done. And that's kind of relevant in many places, right? I think depending on how astute or intelligent your lawyer is, you can bend and twist things to fit your agenda, especially crazy here. You're much better off bribing people at the first sign of them not wanting to cooperate. Otherwise, they're going to give you a hard time, even if you're trying to do things legally and orderly. So yeah, I probably, if you guys come to Bolivia, you'll realize what it means to actually live in anarchy.
In Spain they have Catalonia, which that's about as anarchist as you can find in a first world nation. Is anybody familiar with Catalonia?
Is it in Spain?
Yes.
My last name is actually from Catalan.
Yeah, they have their own pope there, actually.
Catalonia is very rebellious and probably the most anarchist place. What I find interesting, though, I don't know if you guys know this, but in Catalonia they have a tradition in the nativity scene where they have what they call the Cagané. The Cagané loosely translates to the shitter. And so in the nativity scene, they have a figure that's taking a soft swirl style shit. And they put this in nativity scenes. Like they have a huge shopping center with a 3-story tall Cagané, where the shit pile is as tall as a human being. And they tried to remove it, and the people went absolutely bonkers. This tradition is older than the United States. It's more than 250 years old, and they love it. In fact, there's a website called Kagané.com where you can and then there's a little pile of shit that's the shitter. They believe that was a piece of tradition that was left out of the nativity scene, and they like to bring attention to it and hold strong on it. Has anybody ever heard of the Kagane?
I have not.
Yeah, I'll pin a link in the chat to Kagane.com. Hold on.
Yeah, that would be even because you know about Doc Ellis. But Mojo, riddle me this. You could one argue that there's organized anarchy, and I don't mean January 6th, I don't mean BLM. I mean organized from within, such as the 2008 housing crash, where there was this defined anarchy, a lack of authority overseeing these mortgages that they were handing out to strippers that couldn't pay these houses off in 3 lifetimes. The opioid crisis, where was the authority there, handing out painkillers for stubbing your toe? Now, if you have a gunshot or something, you walk into the ER, good luck getting opioids. I mean, it's just, but in both of those scenarios, there was major disruption to people that were not direct. So obviously the housing market made housing unattainable for quite a while. Folks who were legitimately in need of painkillers were on their way more of a thorough screening process, if you will, skeptical process, if you will, from doctors. So, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we do where government is in the way, government is wrong. I think regulation in general is often misguided, but I think the answer to that is not having no government. I think the answer to over-regulation is less regulation, and the answer to bad regulation is good regulation, and then just understanding proper rule of government in general. I think there's a danger in rejecting the idea that there should be an authority that could make rulings. I'm a firm believer that you need to have a judge, and I'm just wondering if anybody would disagree with that, either that's on the stage or in the audience, anyone that thinks that the world would somehow be a better place if we didn't have military, police, or a judge courts, essentially. No, I guess we're all in agreement. Great. I
Well,
can shut the room down.
having been to court, a couple times in my life for speeding tickets and other things like that, to me, it's basically like dealing with robots. Literally, the judge demands a guilty plea, and then you have to confirm it, and then go pay your fine. So, a lot of this is anti-constitutional. I'm just saying, a lot of the legal industrial complex operates off of anti-constitutional behavior. No jury trials. It's like automatons. It's like dealing with robots that have no care and compassion. Then occasionally you get a judge who has a YouTube channel who puts up videos of people who have absolutely nothing, are living in devastation and destitution, and because of the internet, those videos go viral. Then a GoFundMe campaign gets built up for this old granny or young single mother or whatever, and then they get a little social equity justice. But I'm just saying that, to me, robot people are the worst people in society.
But if you know the rules and you show up, it doesn't have to play out that way. I hear what you're saying. The courtroom these days favors those that have money enough for representation. And also money enough in case they want to remand you to jail, you can pay your bail, and so poor people have a different justice system in this country, and I think that's something that we should talk about.
Yeah, JB is bringing up prosecutorial misconduct and basically RussiaGate and what happened to Donald Trump. But um, when I went to court, it was amazing. If you had legal representation, you got to go first, and you got to get the hell out of there quicker than everybody else. So having money to buy a lawyer also saves you time.
JB, what do you guys say? This is the island of misfit toys. That's just one thing. The second thing I'll say is not the judges. I don't feel that about it. This is from a man who's faced many judges and police. Police are not the problem. The problem is the prosecutors. Here in New York, and I'm pretty sure in pretty much most major cities, the prosecutors share the same building as the judges. The defense attorneys don't, but the prosecutors do. It's 100% the middle boy network. It's 100%. If you have money, you're going home. There's no mechanism in place to stop these prosecutors from falsely charging people or overcharging people. That, my friend, is what I feel is the problem. Not the judges, not the police, the prosecutors. I rest my case, Your Honor.
What about the legislators that make these laws possible for the police to apprehend you or the prosecutor to prosecute you?
Yeah, I'm gonna say they are. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Look, I was just gonna say, bro, here in New York, our legislators, they love criminals. You could punch a cop in the face and you're going home the same day. So I don't know. The only law they've enacted that I'm aware of lately is that there ain't no bail here in New York, so you could fuck anybody up you want. You're going home to your wife at night.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they are the problem. Like from the legislators to the judge to the prosecutors to the police. Like you can't have one without the other. They are one entity. I don't separate them. They are all part of the problem.
Well, it's the economic disparity that prosecutorial misconduct grants them, that they are funded by the state to take you down with unlimited resources. Meanwhile, the lawfare or the trial is the punishment because you go broke defending yourself.
What do you think of people that falsely accuse people of things? Do you think we could get a law like that if like I'll be extreme here. If a woman accuses somebody of rape and we can prove that she's lying, could we then maybe say that she should get the same punishment that the rapist would have gotten?
100%. False accusations of any type, any false accusation should be met with the possible penalty of that person. Like, I don't care what it is. But there's no punishment of false accusations. Basically, there's not. And that's terrible. They give people the green light to keep doing this. People should definitely. I think prosecutors and police who work hard to find a perpetrator and just charge anyone. I think they should be fucking prosecuted when they knowingly like fuck have a law. They be knowing a lot of times they don't have the right person. And they move forward anyway just to get a conviction. I think they should be fucking prosecuted.
Absolutely, perjury should be taken very seriously. But I think JB, really brought light to a very, very important point that a lot of folks have no idea the power a typical DA has in their city. They're elected officials, right, or appointed by the mayor. What does the public want? Sleep at night, their kids are safe. Convictions, get the bad guy. There is a great series on Netflix called The Confession Tapes, where each episode is about somebody confessing to something they didn't do because they've been interrogated for 12 hours. And after the first 9 hours, you eventually break. And everyone, who would possibly admit to saying something that admitting to something you didn't do. But there's studies that show that they do that, and DAs have no problem, no gumption with holding exculpatory evidence that could actually exonerate them from the beginning and not even do the trial because they want the conviction. And he moved let me tell you a story real quick. Swear everything well, I love the true story. Somebody I did time with, right?
was charged with 2 counts of rape. 2 different women came forward. I mean, I had crazy numbers, football numbers, as we call behind the wall. And they put them away. Well, a decade later, they find out that the police and the prosecutors promised both those girls different things to lie because they wanted this guy so bad. It's an absolutely true story. Matter of fact, he was able to prove he wasn't even in the state at the time, and they still moved forward with charging him. Now, if that's not prosecutorial misconduct, I have no fucking idea what is. This dude gave a decade of his life for crimes he didn't commit, and they were able to prove that the prosecutor lied and coerced these women into lying. Nothing happened to them. All they did was get a promotion because the conviction rate was through the roof.
Exactly. I mean, when they do get their prosecutorial misconduct, hand caught in a cookie jar, I think it's something absurd like 1% or less than 1% are ever held accountable. Maybe less than 5 in the entire country have ever been actually fired. Like it's there. There's just fear of a bubble of protection around them is crazy.
Check this out though. So the guy does 10 years. He can't sue. She can't sue the prosecutor, right? And not only that, if you Google his name, guess what comes up? The charges, not the conviction, not the overturning the conviction. The original charge always pop up first. So now he's a social pariah because he was accused of something with no facts, was found guilty, and he's struggling in life because of it. Imagine that.
On your record for life, and you never did it. Or if you're lucky enough to sign a plea deal, so you do less time, but it's on your record for life, even though you didn't do it. Like literally every attorney on both sides of the aisle say if the plea bargaining system didn't exist, the justice system in this country would collapse.
Well,
Go ahead, JB. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, not just that, but also the fact of where are all these people, and I'm not saying you, but don't apply like a flood, but where's the outrage in this country that prosecutors have so much motherfucking power to steal somebody's life? That dude will never be whole. No matter what comes out, no matter what evidence he can produce. When he goes, you can't even get a job, bro. That dude can't get a job because let me tell you what companies do, even though it's illegal. They don't do background searches. They save the money on that, and they just do a Google search. So if it comes up, Moose likes to fuck Moose, and you know, guess what? That's what they're gonna see. It's a horrible, horrible system.
There's it's either a movie or a series on Netflix. It's about a girl who was raped, and she goes in and she tells the police, right, a few times, and they don't believe her, right? This is like the 80s, I believe. They don't believe her, and ends up being, she gets prosecuted for lying, okay, really, and he's like a serial rapist, violent serial rapist, or a murderer, I believe. I can't remember, it's been a minute since I've seen it, but it's really bad, but it's a true story. Give that a watch.
Yeah, let's welcome Necro, Tomato, Sloan, and of course Dr. Jordan. Welcome to the stage. Looks like Sloan is new to the house. Couple pig tickets. Lee still has his pig ticket. He just likes to hang on to pig things. But
well, when in Rome, Mojo, I mean, the name of your house. Come on.
Yeah. In the muff. Hang on to your pig thing. Anyways, I want to kind of steer back to the topic of anarchy. I think we've had some people take a shot at the definition. Necro, you're romanticized by the idea of anarchy. Why don't you give your definition?
Yeah, so it basically is, definitionally is that there are no sorts of restrictions on, any sorts of freedom freedoms that we have socially, and the government is the only thing that limits those freedoms. So, authority.
But Necro, walk me through then how we have left-wing anarchy, right-wing anarchy, and one version says that property is theft, and then the other has their entire philosophy built on property rights being the most important right of all. How without a police force and a court system would you determine whether property is theft or property is a right?
Yeah, and so like that is one of the things why I hate the word ultimately. But you know, so yeah, you have the basic definition of right or having property rights. You know, is what would divide anarchists definitely.
Right, you didn't answer my question. So who would decide? Who would have the authority to decide a dispute between a left-wing anarchist and a right-wing anarchist over property? Like, let's say you think that I have stolen it because you're a left-wing anarchist and think it's theft, and I have ownership of it. And so, who would decide whether or not I get to stay or go with this property?
No one. There is no authority.
This isn't what the anarchy coin, just flip the Edgar Tails anarchy coin. So,
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we decided. Do we just like play a game of Hungry Hungry Hippo, whoever wins? Do we flip the coin like Moose says? Do we do dueling pistols at 12 paces? Like, I'm just wondering, like, what do we do here?
You've answered your own question.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, and
You can take what you
whoever
want.
has more depth.
You should.
Yeah, your answer is what?
Tomatoes, go ahead, give me the answer.
You answered your own question. It's paradox. It doesn't exist. Even the smart people on Clubhouse demanding an anarchist society, they're not serious. They're just fucking with you. Because if anarchist societies existed, precisely zero of the Clubhouse anarchists would move there. It's just a debating point. It's not serious mojo.
Right. Well, and the interesting thing is that in the U.S., the vast majority of anarchists are right-wing anarchists, and globally, they're left-wing anarchists. And I totally agree with you. This is all just like some philosophical debate club shit, because the people that say that they're an anarchist, they don't do anything to mimic that. If they did, they would like go and move into Amish country, who are the closest thing that North America has to anarchists.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends who claim to believe in certain things, and they move to societies that espouse it. So they have credibility with me. Like, I've spoken ad nauseum about Singapore. I have a lot of friends that wanted the Singaporean government. They moved there. They're happy. And then I have friends who wanted a more free, libertarian existence, and they moved to New Hampshire. And both of them are valid. The people that are not valid are the people on Clubhouse who they complain all the time, but they never get off their ass and actually move to the place they claim they want to live.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. Did you read the story about the town in New Hampshire where when they got enough of these folks together to take over the city council, one of the major things they did was they got rid of the ordinance that forbid you from feeding bears, and by allowing people to feed the bears, there was no prohibition on it. The bears started getting more comfortable, got closer into the town, and then eventually human beings started getting mauled by the bears. So there's just, as much as I love freedom, there's certainly a level in which if your love for freedom leads you to do stupid things, which is what I think anarchists do. I feel like anarchists are the ones that have they've decided to just go to the extreme of this idea of freedom, this notion of freedom, and to the point where they will ignore common sense. And so I don't know if you've read that story, but it's an interesting read to understand what happens if the anarchists were to get their way. We'd essentially get mauled by bears because they're stupid.
Have you seen Wild Wild Country documentary? That's a form of anarchy, I'd say. I mean, at one point, they actually, the whole Raj Bahaji cult thing, and the infamous Sheila that was his assistant, at one point she was literally orchestrating an assassination attempt on a senator in, where were they? Washington State, I think, or Oregon?
I would put forth the proposition that the average human being without children wants to live in a more anarchic place, right? In general, if you don't have children, you're okay with drugs being legal and it being legal to ride a motorcycle 100 miles an hour without a helmet, and legal gambling. Like, there's all kinds of freedoms that you're in favor of if you don't have children. On the other hand, most people that have children want to live in a society where those freedoms are restricted because it's just obvious, right? If you have enough children, some of them are going to be born with no willpower. And if you have a child that has no willpower and you happen to live in a society that allows motorcycles without helmets and fentanyl and gambling, like, eventually it's going to fuck up your children's lives. So even within the concept of, does a human being want to live in anarchy, or does a human being want to live in a highly restricted society? I think the same human being could want different things based on their life cycle mojo.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, though, the anarchists that I've run into, especially the ones on this app, and there's a small handful of them, they seem to be comfortable with being oppressed. They just don't want to be oppressed by government. They'll let any other entity, in fact, they would erect a society that mimics a government as long as they don't, they're just anti-government. They're not anti-oppression. They're not even pro-freedom, really. What they're really looking for is just the elimination of government. And that seems to be, their calling card. That's what they're really begging for. Hold on. I just got the laughy emoji from one of the anarchists on this app. Maybe she disagrees. If I was wrong, I'd love for her to come up here and tell me that I'm wrong, that she wants to be oppressed. I mean, the same person that gave me the laughy emoji that hates the state and says that she's an anarchist lives with an abusive boyfriend that doesn't allow her to speak on Clubhouse. If he's around, he tells her that she's got to get off. We've all seen that. In fact, we were hoping to do wellness checks. She probably wouldn't appreciate the wellness check because in order to do a wellness check, you'd have to call a government official to go do the wellness check. So, I don't know. Maybe she wants to come up, but Tomato, go ahead.
I think that it's hard for me to believe there's anyone that stupid. And the reason is anthropologists and evolutionary biologists have data on all societies before government. And the reality of being a human before government was, first of all, we have clear evidence that 20% of the men had sex with all the women. And in order for 20% of the men to have sex with all the women, they murdered a massive percentage of the weaker men. And you can see in the anthropological record, right, in societies before government, more than 40% of men died from murder. Whereas today, because of the benefit of government, less than 1% of men die from murder. We also have records that, like, civilization never existed without a government because the simple reason, like, why should you bother to build a machinery, or why should you bother to build a tool when, in the absence of government, some stronger man is just going to come and steal it from you and kill you? So, in the absence of government, life is nasty, brutish, and short. And for that reason, it seems like we have a lot of retarded morons on Clubhouse. It's hard for me to believe that there's anyone that's that retarded. I'm done speaking.
Can you name one of them?
No.
So I have to challenge that for a second, Tomato. It's possible, but I would think that 20% of the men, if we look back at our lineage, there would be such inbreeding depression, profound inbreeding depression, genetic bottlenecks, not. In fact, that's why we have so many problems today, because we're trying to accommodate the softness of all the male fragility, the male domineering male, the toxic masculinity.
How about the narcissism? How about the narcissism? Does this play in at all?
Of course it does.
Can you just say the word, please?
Narcissism.
I think that's a record. That's a record, as long as he said taking it to actually say it.
Yeah.
I love it. Let me ask you this. If you could snap your finger now, is there anybody on stage that would want the state to just be completely gone and have no government at all? Is there anyone on the stage that desires that?
Absolutely not. I have a question for Tomato, though. I can't get past something I can ask, or should I wait so we get more people?
Well, you could certainly offer up a question, but I wouldn't ask him. I would ask him.
And I would ask Tomato. I wouldn't ask Tomato.
Oh, okay. I'll ask you, sir. Did you say that people without children want to live in an anarchist society, that they would prefer that over people who have children? I mean, before I continue, I just want to make sure I heard you right.
Yeah, that I never understood, Tomato.
You heard correctly. I would absolutely benefit from that explanation if Tomato could.
Because I would like to know why do you think people who don't have children want to live in a lawless society where there's no law and order? Why would people who don't have children want other people's badass children coming through their neighborhoods, robbing, stealing their shit, shooting them, killing them to take their property? Why? I just, maybe a little bit more clarity, please.
Sure, let me clarify. I never meant it to be a binary. I never meant it to say all people without children want to live in a lawless society. But all human beings are on a spectrum, right? And if you interview every human being about how much law and order they want, how much anarchy they want, what you will find is that childless people, and especially young childless people, want more anarchy. Now, they may not want 3 times the anarchy, but they want 5 or 10% more. Now, the issues in which you can see this are issues of, A, should drugs be legalized, right? There's a very clear gap between the opinion on drugs about people with children and people that don't have children. But also you see it on issues like motorcycle helmet laws. You also see it on issues like drunk driving laws. In general, young people that don't have children are a little bit more desiring of anarchy. Now, even on Clubhouse, you can see it in the neighborhoods that people live in. So, for example, in New York City, for example, a neighborhood with a lot of anarchy, a lot of crazy, filthy shit going on is Bushwick. Well, if you go to Bushwick, you'll see it's mostly filled with people that don't have kids. On the other hand, a neighborhood where it's orderly and there's no crazy shit going on is Park Slope. So if you go to Park Slope, you'll notice it's a huge number of people with kids. So within even a city, you will find young childless people gravitating, moving when they can to the neighborhoods that are a little more sketchy and edgy and dicey and exciting, and people with kids moving to the more
I'll give you Tomato, the drugs. I'll meet you there. Okay. Parents intuitively sure keep drugs away from my kids' schools, of my neighborhoods. DUIs. I'm gonna have to question mark there, because I don't think that it's. I don't know if that means you're implying that married people with kids are less likely to drive intoxicated, because I don't think there's any truth there, or is it you just have this reckless, like, people without kids, they have less to lose, they don't have to go home and take care, bed diapers, no one's relying on them, they can live a little on the edge, even though we're in a world now with Uber. I think the DUI thing was, it's just, when you just throw that in as one of your laundry points, it gets blended in there a little bit. So I have to, that just stood out to me. I don't think there's data or to validate that folks people who don't have kids or are childless are more reckless, are less likely to care if some drunk driver just killed an innocent family.
Well, it sounds like you agree with 80% of what I said, and you think I'm stupid about 20%. So I'll take that as a win. I'm not even going to argue the point.
Stupid was your word. I never.
Well, I use provocative, irritating words just for effect.
Interesting. Yeah, the DUI point in the motorcycle helmet, I never would have classed. I had to write a list of anarchist behavior. The motorcycle helmet point, I don't know if that would be on the list. Dumb choices, perhaps, living on the edge, being reckless, but...
Well, no, I mean, I would say 4 years ago, Mojo and I used to get in polite disagreements. Very polite disagreements. Mojo, 4 years ago, to my recollection, was more of a classical libertarian. So Mojo, I recall, argued in favor of everyone who wants being allowed to ride a motorcycle without a helmet. And I don't criticize Mojo for having that view, but it was something that I remember pretty clearly him arguing for. And I argued strongly against that. And I puzzled over that for like 3 years of arguing. And then I kind of realized that Mojo was imagining like a young man with no responsibilities riding without a helmet. And I think he was saying, shit, if you're a young man and you have no responsibilities, you should have the freedom to ride without a helmet. Whereas for me, I was imagining a man with like 6 kids to support who was riding without a helmet, and by killing himself by riding without a helmet, he was leaving orphans. And so I think that Mojo and I's disagreement was not a philosophical disagreement. It was just a disagreement about who we imagine when we think about public policies.
Yeah, I can dig it. I dig it.
Also, apparently, childless adults are six more times likely to not put the cap back on the toothpaste.
Yeah, that's why we need to have children to remind us to, always put on pants as well.
A lot of the political arguments I've heard on Clubhouse they're not really political. They're arguments between people that have different life circumstances. Like let me cut to the chase. I see a lot of crazy shit being advocated by people on Clubhouse, and I just know, listening to them, they don't have kids and grandkids. And I'm not criticizing people that don't have kids. I'm just saying very often their brain just doesn't work the same way as people that have a lot of kids and grandkids.
Yeah, but what you're really saying is that when you have kids and grandkids, you become more risk adverse, and I think that's fair to point out. That being said, sometimes playing it safe is not the right way to go either. Some people are so risk adverse that they would bubble wrap their children, and I think that there's a risk in harming your children by being too risk adverse. Would you disagree?
No, I agree with you completely. But the issue on the table is society's rules. And I think in general that whether for right or wrong, the average person that has a bunch of kids wants to live in a society where the government does more and the government has more restrictions. So for example, I think drunk driving, let me go back to the drunk driving point, even though it's unpopular, right? In general, most young childless people, if someone is caught drunk driving once, they'll give them a pass. They're like, okay, pay a fine and you get your license back. Even I think if you survey people that are childless, they might give people 2 chances. Okay, you're caught drunk driving twice, take a class, pay a big fine. Whereas my experience is people that have young children, they're like, fuck it. If you're caught drunk driving once, fuck off for taking your license away for life, because the risk of you killing my kids is so great, I don't want to take the chance. So I actually do, at least among the people I socialize with in real life, I do notice a difference in attitudes towards drunk driving between people with kids and people without kids. And you may say, oh, you're wrapping your kid in bubble wrap. To protect your kid from drunk drivers, you're wrapping them in bubble wrap. I don't see it that way. I think that there are reasonable things you can do to protect the lives of your kids. That people who have kids they just want a different government than people without. And I would say the government of Singapore all I know, it may allow more motorcycle riding without a helmet. It may allow more gambling. New Hampshire may even be softer on drunk drivers than Singapore.
So here's what I would do if I were king for a day. When it comes to drunk driving or intoxicated driving or whatever, I wouldn't even necessarily outlaw it. I would simply say that if you get into an accident or if you harm somebody, the penalty should have a 10x multiplier. We should make the punishment for if a bad thing occurs while you're doing this behavior, that the punishment is larger. The one thing that's interesting, you can find these studies where they've compared drivers that are tired versus drivers that are drunk, and people that are intoxicated on alcohol can drive better than people that at a certain level of fatigue mentally. And so we don't have any laws, that clearly target people that drive tired, but there's a lot of people that do, whether it's the end of their workday or the beginning of their workday. There's a lot of people that fall asleep at the wheel, and we don't hear anybody talking about that.
Roger, what about
why would you think that talking now while I'm talking would be the right time for you to talk? How about wait till I finish, and then whoever that was, you can respond. Here's what I would propose is if you pull somebody over for a traffic violation and let's say you find that they're intoxicated, let's say they ran through a stoplight, because you could do that sober or drunk. I would just say whatever the penalty would have been when sober, I would 10x the penalty if they were drunk. If they harmed somebody in an accident, whatever that penalty might have been if they were sober, including manslaughter, I would just 10x the sentencing for that. I think that if we just had really harsh punishments if something bad happens while you're intoxicated, I think what we would do is build a culture around people being a lot more careful, and if they choose to drink, which I think is perfectly okay, then they should take the risk that comes along with that, which is a very harsh punishment if they do harm. But if somebody was driving home and they've had a few beers and they get home safely, I really don't care.
What about forcing people to have a certain level of insurance to cover the damage they do? Are you okay with that?
No, I don't think mandating insurance is the answer to anything.
Okay, so let's try to do this. I'm worth $1,000. You're worth $1 million. Okay? You have a grandchild.
I would say 4.5, but go ahead.
Okay, you're worth $4.5 million, right? Is that what you want to be worth?
Closer to reality. Let's go.
Okay, good. You're worth $4.5 million. That's great. And I'm worth $1,000, right?
You're worth more than that, but go ahead. You can value yourself wherever you like. Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't matter what I'm worth. Here's the point. I run over your grandchild and kill them or maim them for life. Okay? Now, you chose not to have insurance, and you fight me in court, and you don't pay it, and I end up being screwed. Is that okay with you?
I don't think I understand your point. Can you try to explain it a little bit better? I'm trying to understand. Make your point.
You're worth $4.5 million, right?
Sure.
And I sue you because you killed my grandchild, right? And the court system resists my ability to pay it off, and I die before the court gets around to it, or your lawyers are better than my lawyers. Is that okay with you?
No, I don't think the justice system should be tied to how much money you have. In fact, I think that's one of the perversions that we have in our justice system is everything from cash bail to what type of representation you have in a court is far too highly tied to the amount of money that you have. I don't think that's the justice system.
Okay, let me see if I understand your point. And I don't mean to interrupt you because you're right. I don't want to interrupt you. But I find your position to be morally reprehensible, and it may be that I don't understand it, so maybe it isn't morally reprehensible. You don't think someone should be compelled to have insurance, right?
No, I do not.
Okay, and if I'm worth...
Although I think it's a good idea. I do think it's a good idea. I just don't think it should be mandatory. I would advise family and friends to have insurance. It's a good idea. It's wise. But I it should be made mandatory now.
Okay, let's try inverting this now. I'm worth $1,000 and I run over your child. You're worth $4 million. You sue me. The worst you can get is very small amount. Is that okay with you?
I don't think if I lost a child, I'd be thinking about money. What I would be thinking about is the justice system. If you took a life, then you should be punished for it. And
So you would rather see me go to jail or be hung or be executed in a
I don't believe in the death penalty, but I would be perfectly fine with you spending the rest of your life in jail.
Because I ran over your child while drunk and I was only worth $1,000.
Even if you were worth $1 million, I'm perfectly okay with you going to jail for the rest of your life for killing somebody.
Thank you for making your point clear. Thank you for making your point clear.
So I have a question for Tomato. This parental prudence that you speak of, let's look at climate change. Let's forget that it could be anthropogenic and assume it's biogenic or geogenic, So how come, there are so few parents, that parents base their belief of climate change and interest in climate change mitigation on what side of the aisle they stand, right? Like, to me, that's the biggest thing that we can be preemptive and preventive about, or at least mitigate to some degree, but we don't. So I'm just curious because, I've been curious about it for a long time. I think that, climate change, whether it's human-induced or natural or geologically sourced, because of various environmental pressures, the forecast does not look good. So why are people with kids not much more concerned about climate change?
Well, since you directed that question to me, I will answer you succinctly. But before I do, if you click on the right link in the room chat, the precise point of fact that I gave before that you claimed couldn't possibly be true, I have a link that proves it indeed to be true. Within the absence of government, the top 1 out of 17 men reproduced, and the other 16 men didn't reproduce. So it's in the anthropological record that indeed, without government, the top tier strongest men got to monopolize 17 females and 16 men were left out. So doctor, I don't expect you to read that now, but can you commit to reading that at some point in the next hour?
Absolutely, I appreciate it. I find it fascinating. I appreciate you sharing. I also
let me answer you about climate change. Okay. I believe that most people in life are not logical. They don't think things through logically. Most people are tribal. They just identify what tribe they want to be in, and they mindlessly parrot the belief to their tribe. And so for that reason, you're correct. All liberals and leftists mindlessly just say they believe in climate change and they demand that we have to make changes in the economy to prevent climate change. Now, they're not evil. All the leftists who believe in climate change, they're not stupid. They're not evil. They're just shutting off their brains and being tribal. Okay. On the other hand, the MAGA people also don't think about climate change. They just mindlessly parrot the opposite view. But I'm peculiar. I believe in using my brain on every issue. That's why I think the MAGAs are retarded about many issues, and the leftists in this room are retarded about many issues. If you talk to me long enough, it's guaranteed you'll hate me because my study of the issues doesn't agree with either tribe. So now that you brought up climate change, I'll answer you. Even if all the leftists are correct that humans burning coal and shit like that is causing climate change, and even if all the leftists get their way and America shuts down a bunch of industries and we lower our standard of living and instead of eating meat, we eat bugs, it still doesn't matter. The climate is still going to change for the simple reason that if you actually look at carbon emissions are growing so rapidly from India and China that even if the United States and Europe does the crazy leftist shit and shuts off our industry and lives a poor life, the planet is still totally fucked because China and India continue to admit. Therefore, you're like a religious person who's like giving up meat for religious reasons. Like, you are so eager, doctor, you're so eager to sacrifice the lifestyle of Americans because it makes you feel warm and helpful. But even if you're right about the science, even if you're 100% right on the science, the world is still fucked no matter what standard of living Americans have, because people in India and China are causing all of the increase in emissions. Therefore, your desire to cut our standard of living to help the climate, it's a nice religious tribal thing that makes you feel warm and fuzzy, but it doesn't do jack shit for the environment, even if you're correct.
Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate it. I don't have nearly the passion you think that I do for it. I really don't care that much. But my point more is to the fact that let's just say that we have some control and we are contributing more than, say, East Asian, South Asian countries, right? The point is that people aren't making that a priority. Forget about where it's really sourced and what contribution they can have in the mindset of people. Let's just say, no one seems terribly worried about the floods in Texas, the fires in LA, the longer hurricane season, the longer fire season. I'm not terribly upset about it, frankly. I don't have kids. I really don't care that much, and I was in the environmental science space in addition to biomedical, and I absolutely don't care that much. And as you know, I'm in a completely different field now. All I'm saying is that logically, the rationale for these parents should be, hey, I'd be pretty worried about, what's happening with the climate, whether I can do anything about it or not. And that's really the only point that I want.
Well, I think maybe parents are smart enough to realize that nothing that is done by Americans has any impact on the climate. So it's 100% logical for parents to not think about it. I think if you were a parent, I know you live in a part of America, I'm not going to dox you, I know you live in a part of America where woke leftist crazies kind of control the public school system. And if you were a parent, I bet that you would be very focused on saving your children and grandchildren from public schools that teach them to cut off their penises, because cutting off your penis is the trendy thing among all the celebrities that live near you. Now, if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm happy to hear it. If you had children, I bet that protecting them from being taught to become trans in school or being taught other insane, dangerous shit is important. And then finally, something that's not political at all, I bet if you had children, you would focus at least half your time on trying to persuade them not to take fentanyl, because the number one killer of fentanyl near you the number one killer of children in your neighborhood is fentanyl. So I think that the climate change is a nice tribal, religious, theoretical thing, but if you actually had kids, I think you'd be focused on more practical things. I'm done speaking.
You know who's the number one mule importer from Mexico for fentanyl? Americans, contrary to popular belief. It's not the immigrants.
Well, you realize that the creation of the cartel and the street gangs that sell this stuff on the street are both products of the war on drugs that's been going on since 1971. So until somebody wants to talk about the war on drugs in a meaningful way, I think both parties are complicit in the drug trade and propping up of both street gangs and cartels.
Well, and also, actually, speaking of the devil, on August 11th, the book is coming out. It was reviewed in Rolling Stone about special ops units at Fort Bragg, essentially the Delta Force members, Green Beret Station in Texas, elsewhere, are implicated in facilitating a lot of cartel operations across the border, and it's kind of fascinating. So that's a whole other thing. I'd love to do. I haven't done a room in years, but I'd love to do one on that because it's such a fascinating topic.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Jordan. Do you think if somebody that chose to use cocaine or heroin could go into a dispensary where packaging was clearly labeled that their product was fentanyl free, do you think that the average drug user would opt to buy that versus rolling the dice with purchasing fentanyl laced products?
I doubt it. I think when you're an addict, you're gonna roll the dice.
Well, that's assuming that you believe that that they enjoy rolling the dice. Maybe, just maybe, we should take into consideration that the addict they want the drug of choice. Maybe they want the high from cocaine. Maybe they want the high from heroin, without the risk of killing themselves with fentanyl. Now, I agree that if they didn't buy the fentanyl-free variety, that evidence shows that they are willing to roll the dice with those drugs, because what you're comparing it to is not getting high versus getting high with the risk of high risk of death. I think that you would actually, if you were to legalize these narcotics and sell them in dispensaries, at very least what you're going to do is reduce the violence in this country that's associated with people killing each other for selling drugs in a rival territory. You would then have businesses that can sue each other. You could have the right to have a storefront, and if you have a dispute, you can take it to the police and go into a courtroom. When you make something illegal, by definition, you're putting it on the black market, and in the black market, they're going to find their own ways of policing it. So I think the people that, if you really wanted to reduce fentanyl death, the best thing that you could do would be to legalize drugs, make it safe, and tax it.
Yeah, no, I misunderstood. I was kind of making the assumption that the fentanyl free would be more expensive, not cost prohibitive, more expensive, and in greater demand. And the point I was trying to make, and it was based on my erroneous assumption, is that the fentanyl, the user, the addict, is so desperate in need of a high that they're going to take what's available, even though they know that it might be dangerous. Not that they're innately risk-taking.
It's really We're going to have a compromise where Roger gets exactly what he wants in 3 states, and the rest of America's
I don't even need 3 states. I need one location. We could call it Barstow, California, and we could turn that into a drug emporium and oasis for addicts. And then out on the borders of Barstow, we could build rehab centers and a place to get reacclimated if you choose to get off of the substance of choice. I think that would be the perfect setup. If Barstow becomes the drug-free zone, or the drug zone, and then you have a buffer where we have care facilities surrounding Barstow, and then if you want to get back into polite society, you have to go through your detox in one of these facilities. But I think that's where we should put them. And if somebody's caught high on one of these narcotics, they get shipped to Barstow.
I'm 1,000% supportive. Not only would I vote for that, I would donate to a candidate who actually wants that. I think very, very strongly, if someone is caught taking fentanyl anywhere in America, I don't think they should be punished. I think they should just be exiled to Barstow and have a segregation, right? Have a big part of America where people can take as many drugs as they want, and then have the rest of America be drug-free. Who could argue with that?
You know they prescribe fentanyl patches Right.
Hospitals use them every day, correct? But obviously they're not using them at the lethal levels that addicts are.
Yeah, are you familiar with what a lethal dose looks like with fentanyl?
I have no idea. I heard it's very little.
It's very little. The images is very illuminating, which is what makes it so fucking dangerous. I'd be interested in hearing from any of the anarchists in the room of what they think of turning Barstow into basically a addict, a Disneyland for addicts. I would love to understand what the anarchists think of this idea.
Well,
Abby, let me tell you, Barstow is a shithole, and it's interesting because if you go to Barstow, they have old train cars that have been turned into Subway, McDonald's. It's a fascinating fucking place. It's the closest thing that the United States has to Mad Max, and it's a very interesting place to be. I think it's a perfect place for this Disneyland for addicts.
I'm with you on the 10 times, whatever the charge is for one. Essentially, amplifying the DUI charge for anyone doing harm. I think it's the legal term. I think it's GB, a great bodily injury. They factor that into sentencing. I just read about a recruit somewhere who graduated from the police academy less than 48 hours while celebrating, chooses to drive allegedly intoxicated, going so fast at like 2 in the morning, flying through a very slow road. The only car on the road was, it's never had a fucking red light. It's not that red light. This family's life has changed forever. He hit that minivan so hard that it shot into the forest, shoved it into one of those like steel street, like concrete lamppost that minivan bent like a toothbrush. They had to do 6-7 hours of emergency surgery to save the mother, I heard. It's all over the story. Last I heard, best shot, she's looking at paralyzed for life because this guy wouldn't take, or this person wouldn't take an Uber. A cop that just graduated the police academy.
Messi, how do you think certain religions would do in an anarchist society? Do you think there would be compatibility? Oh, you cutting back in? Sorry.
Depends on if that religion is authoritarian.
Well, what do you think would happen if the proponents of Sharia law were to show up in an anarchist society? I'd love to understand. Pima, is an interesting one. She advocates for the good folks of Hamas is who she advocates for, and but yet she calls herself an anarchist. I wonder what would happen in an anarchist society where terrorist groups like Hamas that built a religion around a pedophile and will kill non-believers. I wonder what Bima would think of this religion. I'm sure it's the religion of peace for her.
No woman, no child would be safe in that society.
Well, the thing is you would have people that want to behead people, and you would have no authority to do anything because of the beheading.
Yeah, rapes and beheading, a plethora, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Although one thing I would challenge Mojo is that do you think that Islam is because the reason why Palestinians why they do what they do, or is it just something they use as?
Well, I think anytime that you're crazy enough to submit to a religion whose perfect idea of a man is pedophile that married a 6-year-old girl and fucked her when she was 9, it beheads people that don't want to convert to their religion. I think that if you subscribe to those things, it probably makes it easier for people of that belief system to dehumanize other people in a civilized society, which certainly could lead them to an easier decision to go and rape and murder civilians as well as take hostages. It doesn't seem like there's much morality baked into their religion whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I push back is because even though I do think, as much as I disagree with Islam, I personally think that you would still have people who would still believe that they're being oppressed, that would feel the need to elect a group like Hamas, even if Islam never existed, because it's why I've always said even if religion did not exist, in a world where religion did not exist, conservatives and liberals would still exist. So, and you probably would still have something like Hamas, just without Islam.
Welcome, Marshall. Marshall, what do you think of anarchy?
I think Madison had a great idea. If men were angels, there would be no need for government. If men are fucking angels, there's always a need for government. If men were what?
Also,
if men were angels, there would be no need for government. Men are not angels, so there's a need for government. Out of 10 people, you can maybe get 9 to do the right thing. One person's always going to choose to do the stupid or malicious thing. It just is what it is. And so a society that operated on anarchy just simply wouldn't work. Because men's evils would end up driving it into a despotic, tyrannical place. Because in an anarchical world, the person with the biggest stick wins. So it's going to be a monopoly of violence preceded by a very short time of essentially no rules. The idea that you could stay as this anarchical foundation is a myth, a fairy tale. It's a utopia. It premises that human beings working away human beings don't work. Because nothing in 10,000 years of human history, since the settlement of the city of in Iraq, that shows you life without government or a larger steering hand is not chaotic and despotic and tyrannical. The only thing anarchy would do would be to provide chaotic space for a strong, tyrannical person or style of government to take hold, because people don't like chaos. When they can't get their basic needs met, when they cannot move up in the world, and the institutions don't help, the idea is to dump them over. But that then forms into something. So shortly, anarchy is a utopian fantasy.
Yeah, well, that's true. There's a lot of good points, and I'll say the one thing that stood out, you said, Marshall, I said it before, I'll say it again. Take away the people's basic needs. Forget the January 6th, not BLM, not which side of the aisle you're on. Take away your basic needs, aka Uber and Netflix, you will see anarchy.
Yeah, that sounds like breaded circuses from one of the Roman emperors. Very, very Romanesque news.
It's actually a new joke on my list I'm trying out, but Putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think about it just last night. The power was out, and I felt like completely like going out and driving off the cliff because there was no electricity. So there's nothing can be more true than that.
Absolutely. Your Wi-Fi goes down for like more than 20 minutes. You contemplate. I mean, you just like, it's how did they do this? How did we do this in the 80s, not even 100 years ago?
You know, look in societies that have periods of anarchy. It just comes to the person with the strongest stick. The thing I genuinely hate about utopian thinking is that it imagines human beings today are any different in motivation from human beings 7,000 years ago. The basic motivations of humans are all the same. Love, hate, jealousy, greed, covetousness, all of those things are basic human emotions. And so the idea that we're somehow special, we're somehow extra blessed in 2025 is hoping for the future in a utopian, unicorn and fairy tales fantasy.
Pause right there. We do have a new poll up, and I'd love to get full participation from everyone on the new poll that we have posted above. Thank you. El Normo's here, the person that I voted for president. We definitely need his opinion on the poll that we have up. El Normo, which do you prefer? Bigger government, smaller government, no government, or sorry, I need to edit the change. I don't know why it auto-corrected. Sorry, but answer the poll, please.
I'm in favor of minimal government, but government that serves our needs and our interests.
What do you, when you say
minimal government?
Yeah, what's okay, so let me just start and then you tell me what you would add to this. I want a military, I want police, and I want courts at a federal level, and then I want states to decide what they might need additional to that, localities to decide what they might need additional to that. But at the federal level, military, police, and courts. What do you think I'm missing?
Well, I mean, aren't highways handled on the federal level and stuff like regulation of transportation, aviation, shipping lanes? I think the Romans figured out that that's best handled at macro level.
Well, the shipping lanes, I think, is something that we would agree that the government would deem that the military handles. The Barbary Pirates, for example, is something. It's why we created a navy, for fuck's sake.
Right. But I mean, even internal, like down the Mississippi River, and so forth. Just as like commonly shared resources need federal regulation, I think. Otherwise, people are going to fight about highways, waterways, airways, right? And then I'm going to build in that I always think we need to make sure that the least among us are provided for. Hopefully they don't need to use it, but it should be there. I believe in safety net.
Well, so the least among us, why is that a federal government's job to fix that problem? Do you think that there might be other ways of helping the least among us?
There might be, but I think this is a universal value, and I think government should reflect our values.
So we have social safety nets currently. In fact, 2/3 of the spending that this country has are spent on these social safety nets. How much more do you think we should spend of the budget on these social safety nets? Because right now we're doing it your way, and it doesn't seem to be working.
I think it's helping a lot of people. I don't know if working for you is perfect, but I think the people who are caught by these nets, I think they're very grateful and happy. And I think they deserve it. And I think, frankly, the society, I couldn't say that, the society has sufficient resources to do that. I think it's a good thing. It's charity. Charity's important in life.
Did you remove the poll? It disappeared.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wanted to comment. Government big enough to give you everything that you have can take it all away as well.
Is that from a fortune cookie or something?
No, that's very old water.
That sounds worse.
So I know your poll disappeared, right?
All of you guys are wrong. We need a strong government, strong central government, no local governments. Local governments are the issue. A lot of the problems caused in this country today.
I want to know what John thinks. John,
Hold on. We just heard from a troll. Eric, you're one of those chillisms, right? You're a chillism hostage.
No. I'm my own person.
You're not a hostage.
He's a hostage.
Oh, okay. So you're the one holding the retards hostage.
No, I don't have that much power.
Interesting. How does it feel to mod a room that's known across this app as having the stupidest people, quite literally the lowest IQ average, which is hard to do considering Io goes into that room and he's got the highest IQ. In fact, I would say Io has a higher IQ than the rest of the people in that app, in that house combined.
Probably, you might be right. Yeah, the room is dominated now, per se, with lower end people. But it did start out like that.
Why do you guys let people like Concrete and Ike drone on about dumb shit that they don't know anything about?
Like I said, I don't have that much power. If it was up to me, they would have been kicked out.
Oh, that's fine. All right, well, you sound reasonable. I was in there and heard those two arguing for 45 minutes about who understood Hegelian dialect better. And they were, again, 45 minutes they were arguing about this. And I got up on the stage and I challenged them. And within about 5 minutes, they both acknowledged that neither had even read Hegel. And that was what passed for a conversation in that room. It was very, very interesting. You should try to get control of it. Tally's pretty good. And I don't know if I've ever spoken to you before directly, but you seem reasonable if you agree that those guys are retards. So you guys should get
Concrete especially caused police because somebody's on high level intelligence.
Yes, it does. And Eric, you do, to echo Mojo's sentiment, you do sound reasonable. I've been in those rooms. It's one of those things where I'm like, all right, it's like a really bad car accident. I try to check my tolerance levels, how long I can actually stay in there. Like, there's bottom of the barrel. Some of those discussions are about 1,000 feet beneath that set bottom.
Wait, Roger, you'd say talking apes is higher than chillism?
I would say it depends on the day.
Well, if you like Talia, then you like Eric, because Eric and Talia have a little thing. Yeah, so Eric, I just would like to know which system do you think doesn't get enough funding from the government?
My bad, I was eating some food. Ask the question again.
Yeah, my question is which program in the government do you think is not funded enough?
Social programs, mainly like welfare, education, stuff like that.
All right, we have a new poll, everyone.
Bro, I can't believe you didn't add talking apes. The
you not been there?
Is that fucking what's his face?
Jeremy, yeah. Canadian Jeremy.
I used to get you two confused.
See, one's a communist, one's not.
All right, we gotta get some more votes going on here.
Wait, is politically correct full of liberals arguing about being weird liberals?
I think that's the one with that woman Sin that claimed to have a nonprofit. When I said, "Yeah, I don't believe you," and then she said, "I don't give a shit what you believe." And I go, "Tell you what, if you post a link to it, I'll donate $500." And instead of posting it, she removed me from the room. She doesn't really have a good sense for fundraising, I suppose. Among the stupidest people that I've met with that.
Oh wait, Abby said it's the one with Dr. Goddess. Damn it. Dr. Goddess came to my room today and we actually got along quite well. So no shade to Dr. Goddess, but
I got a lot of shade for Dr. Goddess. She's if this app is full of pseudo intellectuals, she's the anti-intellectual. I think she's borderline retarded.
You know, it's crazy, Roger, because, I mean, is this the political bimbo crew?
Yeah. Where you got like a 7.5 Patty. It's okay, like at least.
Well, I'm not gonna call anybody out by name, Roger.
Why not?
You know, I'm gonna respect your space. You know, I'm not gonna call anybody out by name. But I will say that I'm looking, with one eyebrow left, kind of turned up, at any pro-black person with a blonde wig on. How are you gonna be pro-black and you're sitting there rocking, instead of the Beyonce, which again, Beyonce is very questionable. We'll get to that in a minute. But I mean, how are you so pro-black and you're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett? Like you're not rocking a Pam Grier, right? Pro-black. Shout out to the band, the Black Panthers. You're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett, right? You're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett, looking like one of the Real Housewives of Orange County. So it's very crazy to me how these pro-black people want to show up in a blonde wig.
Real Housewives of No County is more like it. I agree, Adams.
Right.
I think
that's crazy, Roger. Cultural misappropriation, reparations. Should white people be paid reparations every time a black person wears a blonde wig?
Especially if they're wearing the blonde wig and Lululemon.
Right. Thank you.
And if they're carrying one of those stupid ass dolls, Adams, what's the name of these dolls that they're so popular on?
I feel like they should be paying Armenians, right, reparations for the bust down, right? Because the bust down came from Cher. So at the end of the day, Armenians should be paid reparations as well.
Nah, you follow media like celebrity. Do you hear about that?
I'm not even gonna get into Kim K that changed the whole beauty standard.
Nah, did you hear about that paranormal guy who had that mysterious haunted doll and suddenly died and was found dead with the doll who died suddenly?
Moose, I've been obsessed with this story for weeks. And I've been tracking the follow-up. They claim the dog went missing after he died, mysteriously / natural causes, and the Annabelle doll was nowhere to be found, allegedly. That bitch was on the run. They finally found the Annabelle doll, allegedly. Some comedian, I just had his name, Mike Riff, that could be wrong. He is now, according to Twitter, the new proud owner of the Annabelle doll, and he purchased Ed and Lorraine Warren, I believe it's their name. The Conjuring couple, he purchased their museum, their house that housed the doll, according to Twitter today. So I've been following this story for weeks. It's been the most fascinating story to me in pop culture in the past month. Absolutely.
To me, as of late,
late as I've been getting attacked on this app, for not embracing Black culture. It's crazy to me. The bust down, did that not come from Cher and Marsha Brady? Right? Cher and Marsha Brady.
Adams, I didn't know it was called the bust down. Let me Google.
I mean, it's called the bust down. That's what I'm saying, the full Naomi Campbell. So again, if you want to give a representation of Black women that were wearing that hairstyle, very European-centric, you have a lot of the hottest people in Black culture talking about pro-Black and, we should free Diddy. It was crazy. Listening to Diddy's mom with a full freaking, like a fake, it was crazy. Like, it was crazy. A whole freaking blonde freaking wig on. Like, what are we doing? So it's crazy to me how people want to claim so pro-Blackness and appropriating culture and all this other bullshit. Reparations. Like, what the fuck are we doing? I've never seen the Black community so fucking lost with an identity crisis. It's not even, it's crazy.
Adams, I blame Beyonce, I blame Mary J. Blige, I blame...
Oh, you need the same Beyonce that wanted to say, oh, you need to vote for this Black woman. You need to vote for this Black woman. Pro-Black Beyonce, right? So she threw on that dusty-ass fucking wig, and then when the second that she left the DNC stage, she went and posed in a blonde fucking wig pretending to be Pamela Anderson. Let's stop it.
Adams, I got a question. Who's the artist that sung the song about eating her booty like groceries? Who's that?
Suki Hana the Dome.
I just say this. That's a vulgar line. It's a very vulgar line. But I don't think that's the thing that really is happening. Because I think the people that she's singing to, unless she's singing to the white community, because Black men don't even eat pussy. There's no way they're going to eat her booty.
Wait. Okay. What?
Is this breaking news?
Wait, what? Okay.
No, it's not breaking news. Eazy-E said it best. He said, I may be a woman beater, but I'm not a pussy eater. And after he said that, a whole generation of Black men stopped eating pussy.
Wait a minute. Didn't he die of AIDS?
Child, baby, bye. Okay.
Hold on. What's going on? By the way, Roger, I'm walking right by Seventh Dale Strip Club. I'm going to take a picture of this and PTR it just so you can revel in it. Nice.
Is there a line around the block?
There's a line around the block at Mojo's door once they found out
No,
does eat pussy.
The line's at Deja Vu. They have 1,000 ugly women and 3 pretty ones.
Yeah. I went there on a Tuesday afternoon, and it might have been the ugliest women I've ever seen naked.
Yeah, they're not sending out their top guns like most strip clubs at those hours. Those are not peak hours.
Well, the supermarket lighting isn't doing them any favors either.
So now it sounds like you've maybe had a different experience. Do you not know this trend amongst Black men?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I have never heard this before in my life.
I never heard Eazy-E say he may be a woman beater, but he's not a pussy eater.
Well, I'm going to lean into what Adam said. And allegedly, he had HIV, allegedly sucking, slobbing on knob guard when that rape. So I don't know.
No, he didn't have HIV. He died of AIDS.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just what it is. Sealed up medical coroner report, he died of AIDS. So at the end of the day, looking at the context of that time, how much are you going to take that information as you are, Roger? This is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think he's credible. Him, Dre. I mean, they probably were, getting it in with some women, but they like the tranny girls too. They like the chicks with dicks, allegedly. So,
Roger. Oh, sorry, Nai.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Roger, can I ask a favor or any of the mods? No, but you can ask a favor. Okay, I'll ask. A person I I know who's a professor and claims to be and is this identifies as progressive, but is now hating on progressives, and she's quite influential with 4 degrees from Harvard. She wrote something in her Substack today and published it. I was wondering if you would be willing to put it up at the top, considering it's in alignment with your antipathy and rightfully endorsed antipathy toward progressives. But
yeah, let's get it up there.
Now the caveat is she's now a client of mine, so I do probably benefit from exposure, but it's a free Substack. So I want.
Okay.
All right.
This isn't Dr. Natalie, is it?
No, it's Dr. Hillary Anger Elfenbein, who I think you would really hit it off with. I'm going to try and ask her to come on to Clubhouse because she says now that being Jewish, it's impossible to be a progressive because she's hated by her progressive friends, essentially. So, anyways, I thought you might like to read it.
I'd love to read it. Let's bring it. Oh wow, Master's back.
How should I send it to you? It's in the link in the chat.
Let me see. I'll send.
Mojo, have you ever heard of Rob Smith?
From The Cure or one of those faggot bands?
No. No. So Rob Smith, he's like a younger, conservative, black Republican veteran.
He's also the lead singer for The Cure, Robbie Smith.
No, he's definitely not. I don't think he's old enough. It's crazy.
No, same name. It's the same name, not this person. Same name, Robert Smith.
Yeah, so
he was a black conservative where when the Ebony Festival happened and a lot of people were opening up rooms about the Ebony Festival. Oh my God, fake outrage. He's always on like Libba TikTok and he is very pro MAGA and he's a really cool guy. But it was crazy because I'm testing this theory where when somebody has a room that's opened up about them, I'm testing how can I actually get them to respond to my Instagram. And there was a whole entire room that was opened up about him on Clubhouse. And him and I were kind of texting in the back channels. And I was just like, dude, you need to make an account and come on Clubhouse. A lot of these people that have a lot of things to say about, this election cycle and, a lot of these influencers, you should definitely come on Clubhouse and come and tell the debates.
Here's the way that it needs to get people back in the heyday of Clubhouse. There's a lot of people that didn't want to download something. Right? That was a big turn off for people. In fact, there was sitting congressmen that would have come. They just didn't want to download the app. And you can talk to Justin Higgins about that when he was getting important audience on his stages. That was the biggest objection they had. The other thing is the word is kind of out now that Clubhouse can be toxic. It was easier once upon a time to encourage people to get on this app and to participate in rooms because if you give them a clip of something and you say, hey, this is an idea, this kind of the idea of what we do on these stages. Love to have you there, and then you can. Sometimes what they'll want. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day when we used to bring people on as guests. It would just be me and then the person that I would bring on, and then I would ask them a few questions. Then I would say, okay, I'm going to bring people up and they can ask questions. I think probably the biggest example of that would have been Dave Smith, a comedian and wannabe politician. When he came on, basically just asked a few questions and brought people up. And mostly his haters came up, but some people that were his fans. I lost that fucking replay for fuck's sake because that old account. That was a really good one. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was toxic. And it's not toxic because of me. It's toxic because of people like Jones.
I mean, he's open to it. Like, it's kind of one of those things, like, I, just reach out the back channels. Like, he's definitely open to it. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, is it going to be a divisive topic where it's worth his time to be able to come onto the space? You know what I mean? People talk about the same shit every fucking day. You know what I mean? Like, there's no variety. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that's going to attract anybody where it's just like, okay, I side and I resonate with a certain type of ideology, but let's have a very different perspective conversation as far as things that are pertinent to that said ideology.
Do you remember when we used to get David Friedman and Patrick to come on here, the son and grandson of Milton Friedman? Do you remember those things?
No. I remember the rooms where Ben Carson's son was on the app for a minute.
Yeah, he was. So David Friedman and Patrick Friedman. Patrick used to be on a lot more, but they would get on here and talk about their family and whatnot. And Rose, the mom, Milton Friedman's wife, they swear that she's like the most brilliant person that they have in their family. Which she's actually got a book that she wrote that I want to go read. I haven't done that yet.
Hey Roger, it's Dr. Mitch. On one of the science rooms, we had a few Nobel Science winners actually used to come to the room in the heyday. When you were blowing Clubhouse up with, I don't know, 20,000 followers, there were a lot of prominent people coming. And then when they changed the ad, more or less killed it. So now they're asking for subscription money. But back then, when you could do a room and 2,000 people would show up, all we wanted to do was kind of smash it.
I feel like if I talk about big action, I'm going to post it on Instagram. It might help people.
I don't know if it's interesting for somebody, prominent, when you come to speak in front of like 25 people again, it's like, and I don't know how well Twitter Spaces is going to be working. The other chat thing that was set up.
I mean, Amber Roberts was on here and she was dating who else? Was Khalifa was on here for a minute. What was that one that Joe Budden was on here? I mean, there's definitely some people who are lingering around.
Well, the reason, it's still a good platform that you can bring in people and record. It's like any platform. Even the savvy influencers, like say a Dr. Drew doing the very beginning, that he needed to use the whole thing, whether you like it or not, he needed to use multimedia and multi-stream his programs. And so he knew that Clubhouse was either going to come or go, but he could bring in a few people and still kind of record it somewhere else. So I think that if you can get anyone on here in a small curated room and record it, and then you can upload it somewhere else, then it's worth the time. But if someone's not going to record it, I don't see the benefit. There was a room where Robbie Schwab and Nick Gillespie of Reason Magazine, they used to come to the room actually fairly frequently, but there was one night where they got on the stage because we were talking about libertarianism and because they were for Reason Magazine. And what was interesting is how disagreeable they were with Clubhouse libertarians, because like libertarians these days like try to be like be more radical than the next and adopt this persona of being an anarchist, and they shoot that shit down like better than I do. It was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys remember back when Liberty Clubhouse was pretty big, but all the anarchists got shit on hear his team's marketing savvy. I'm sure it could be, very better worked out for like correlated buddies. People listen. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing is that there's if you pair with someone who's not credentialed, you also soften any stigma. It's kind of like there's an agent in Hollywood. A friend of mine passed away, John Ferrer. He was really a sharp guy. Taught me a lot about life. He probably even gave me some free therapy, even though he's not a clinician. But he would say that, and this isn't original to him, but the kinds of things he would talk about would be like, make sure this person is not too attractive that they're gonna scare off audience, and you have to know your market. I mean, that's not something so insightful that he said, but it made me think of it that he had mentioned that once to me when I was suggesting some talent for him, and he's like, no, that person's just gonna scare away half of the housewives in America. You have to be able to really know your audience. The credentials don't matter as much as making people feel less insecure or less threatened by whoever's hosting the show. I mean, I actually think that works in the news business as well. Fox uses it to their advantage, catering to a demographic of men. CNN has gone the other direction. I think lookism operates within the confines of a Fox, but if you're remotely attractive, you may not get the job at CNN. In other words, it's narcissism. Yes. That's bullshit.
Does anybody still go to Chatter at all? Anybody have any experience with that? I got off because it was just too much.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I was on there last night, and they deplatformed me, deleted my profile because I was live streaming the room on Clownhouse back into Chatter. Thought I was being creative, but apparently the 3 people or 10 people that use it, they don't like creative people using their creator platform.
Well, you can't even get on Chatter. That's a great Chelsea was here for about an hour and explaining people were upset. So Dawn, she did deplatformed it. Nelson, I don't know why he felt the need to explain it. And the minorities in the room were good for about 10 minutes. And then it became this free-for-all thuggism, just the most vile stuff I've ever heard. I mean, just angry with Nelson that he was actually successful and associated with white people. I'm not making this up, and it's crazy. It's crazy what's going on over there.
So I was in this room yesterday. I think it was Mojo's room, and all of a sudden I kept getting these pings
Yes.
from folks who are considered the dark side over here, but they navigated over to Chatter. And every one of them was pinging me through. Because apparently most of them got banned on Chatter, which was surprising. So I was giving you laughing emojis, David, because I'm like, I can only imagine that was like, whatever,
it was hard to listen to. Yeah, I think that he's made a lot of people cranky and unhappy with him. I've known of him and communicated with him for the last, 4.5 years. I don't mind him. I think that he made some mistakes in essentially turning that app into the private playground of Jonathan David. I don't think much of at all. And I think if he thought of it more of a business and less as a tool to hook up the homies, I think he would do better. I think it sounds like he had to, at the beginning, the people that followed him were the destructive part of the clubhouse. And, they just had so many of those rooms that weren't doing anybody any good. Not enough. This is why I think a lot of those sounds like he finally came to that realization.
They had those rooms that were kind of refinancing their money down. There's like 7 people in it and everything.
Yeah, kind of. So here's what I will say. Every time I was on it, it's not popping. I'm sorry. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Like, there's not hundreds of people in those rooms. Okay, facts. And other people on this app generate more traffic. I'm sorry. So, Roger, the other thing that I want to say is if you click on the link that I posted in the chat, that's Rob Smith. I really feel like you and I should go in on this. You know what I mean? As far as bringing him to the app, bringing a different, fresh set of opinions, to actually hold a different conversation. But aside from that, just looking at the traffic on Chatter, I don't feel like it's the same type of hype that we're hearing on this app. I'm sorry. I couldn't even count 75 people. Then I go into the room and it's like, okay, I'm being attacked by Jennifer Lopez's, the former makeup artist. Like, what in the hell? Like, it's crazy. Like, you have a bunch of people that, quite frankly, are in the positions that they're in. They're trying to generate a certain amount of traffic towards their own brands. It's like a social media version of, like, freaking the Home Shopping Network. You gotta be careful when you type it in that you don't put in Chatterbait. Nothing wrong with Chatterbait. It's like the Home Shopping Network of, like, social audio. Like, it's like the Home Shopping Network. Like, it's like cheesy infomercial after infomercial. I'm not trying to knock somebody's business. What I'm saying is, listen, bring people onto that app to, number one, drive traffic, and number two, Edmund gets more traffic in his recorded rooms than freaking the average active user on Chatter. What are we doing? Like, are we just going to sit here and just pretend like this is some sensational, like, newfound technology? Like, this is crazy. This shit has nobody on it. And meanwhile, we have this, like, blatant marketing campaign where, people come onto this app that's thriving, successful, and they're saying, hey, download something else on your phone.
boy Nelson Peg might make the strategic move to decide to delete people who are using his investment qualifier app as a way to conduct criminal communications.
Well, John, I learned today. First of all, there's a so-called critical love player that uses TikTok stories. And he would offer me one day, because he thought I removed him from the stage, which I never told him. No. And then today I learned that he was invited over to Chatter to host spaces, speaking of the games. And apparently he does really well over there. Apparently he got paid to even promote Chatter. So imagine that. You're talking about Bobby? I don't want to say his name because apparently he's a shooter. Apparently he will pull up to your house. Somebody's time. Listen. And white, we don't want the smoke. So again, Black 100, I've always respected as a business person. So he has and drives traffic on social media, and he more than any person on the stage. Like, so it's crazy to me how people want to criticize and scrutinize like the way that he shows up on social media. We don't want that smoke. Let's move on to Block 100.
You're definitely afraid of them because they let him go on for an hour without moderating his degree. So that's interesting.
I will say this: as somebody that went to Chatter and wanted to believe that because I like social audio and I like Nelson, I wanted to believe that it was something that they could work. I think that the fact that they're instituting at this stage of the game, rather than worrying about really onboarding people, that they're worried about like monetizing the people that are on the app, because the monetization strategy is really to raise money for themselves. They don't give a shit. They're struggling to raise money institutionally or otherwise, and so what they're doing is half the money that you can give to a creator, quote unquote, the other half goes to the app. So when you do this, I would just say, be careful on that app. I would never, ever give money to people on these apps. Don't give your money to them, no matter what they say, no matter how agreeable you are with them. Do not give your money. We need different monetization strategies to make sure that, listen, until you know what their tech stack looks like and how they plan on protecting your identity, it's a very, very bad idea for you to put your financial information on those apps. And so, like, if Chatter was unattractive to you before the monetization, it should be more unattractive now that it has the monetization. Because really, all they're saying is they want you to link your financial information to, and I would not expose that to anybody on any of these apps.
One of the plethora of reasons why I've never been to Chatter.
So, now I would imagine there's going to be people that when they hear, oh, you can monetize, they're going to go, oh, let me go try that out. Let me go see if I can make $3 a day, like doing the same thing I do for free on Clubhouse. And if that's what people are here for, is to try to monetize, go for it. Go make your $3. I personally think, as somebody that's experimented with, let's go check out Chatter. For me, at least, it was a mistake because it was a big waste of time. But that doesn't mean that I don't support Nelson. And I hope that his vision can come alive at some point, and maybe he can separate himself from some of the people that are clearly trying to draft off of his momentum. I think he's surrounded himself with some boots. Jonathan Bing is one of the
Dr. Jordan, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, Sydney stuff will survive me, as hard as that is to do. I had a moment of narcissistic rage. There's the word for you. Moose still in the room. Moose is in the room. Oh, yeah.
Appreciate you was here. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was about to leave, but you just said the word, so I'm staying.
So I went off on her because my take on it is as nuts as I am. So my family on both sides is in commercial real estate, which makes me no expert, right? But I did grow up in that space, and I had this chip on my shoulder because she talks like she's the God's gift to real estate, and she is a builder of residential properties and does a phenomenal job and has really high-end clients. I can't knock that, but something triggered me and something she said that night, and I had to bring out my insecurity was going ape shit, and I had to call her out on you know nothing about the International Council of Shopping Centers and this, that, and the other, and they're bigger real estate people out there than you. But I went on this fucking absolute diatribe. Yeah, it was. And then, as Mojo and others of you were there to point out, then I went into my self-victimization program and sounded like I was at a 12-step reunion.
If you thought his attack of her was bad, his apology to her was worse. It's crazy.
Sydney's had a lot worse happen to her in her life. She probably doesn't even remember it. So
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Jordan? So last night, Nelson Apego was getting absolutely torn up by this girl who lives in Chicago. And if you go to her Instagram, she's Bella Larica or whatever. She looks like a prostitute on her Instagram. My question to you is, she kept screaming at Nelson saying, I thought you were a federal agent.
Gossiping.
You kept coming on this app. I know I'm gossiping. And I'm going to finish my statement, even if you loud mic me. I don't care. I'll turn the volume down. She said over and over, I thought you were a federal agent, Nelson, and you kept promoting the vaccine. So my question to you is, Dr. Jordan, I've also heard people accuse you of pushing the vaccine. I'm just wondering, in hindsight, after COVID-19 is over, are you still a supporter of the COVID-19 vaccines? That's the only question I want to ask. Thank you. I'm asking you.
Thank you, Edwin. Thank you.
So, I'm so far removed from the vaccinology space. You should ask Dr. Mitch this stuff. But to me, I just saw that the chief vaccinologist, that's not the actual title, from Norway, died at 53 the other day. And there's all these conspiracy theories being floated about this particular guy. I mean, hey, the amount of research, if only canine coronavirus had been studied this much, veterinarians would be making a fortune. They've studied this stuff so much, and the epidemiological data. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm more skeptical of science now than ever, and part of that has been influenced by COVID. I'll say that much.
That's a great answer. Trust in the medical community. There's so many things were done to suppress information and treatment that what it really did is it eroded confidence in research, science, and medicine.
Shout out to Earbud.
Does that answer your question, Tom?
It does, but I just still think it's interesting how people are still calling people out for being vaccine promoters, and you were recently called out as being a vaccine promoter. So that's the only reason I brought it up, Dr. Jordan.
Yes, I definitely was. Well, you got to remember, my work was in preventive medicine, using a lot of animal models, and everything that I learned, I was almost programmed to vaccinate for everything, even the rabies vaccine, the mRNA rabies vaccine had come out, I think, in 2018, and if you work on the veterinary side of things, everything is about prevention. Parasicidal agents are prominently used. It's different than human medicine. We focus on infectious disease because of food safety, and the concern about zoonotic pathogens is a real threat, even in the wildlife conservation arena. So I was programmed for that stuff far before COVID. So that would be my excuse.
Going back to the title of the room, I would say that COVID-19 and that whole 3-year run was an exercise in what I would call anarchy.
I agree, and I believe we were attacked by that virus, by the makers of it, as if we were attacked physically by bombs or war.
I agree. We haven't seen the full. Who made it? The lab in China.
See, David, I think you got it backwards there. It's not the Wuhan lab that was the attack. It was the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J vaccine that was the attack. That's my opinion.
Oh, that's wrong. The attack came from Wuhan. Whatever you want to think about it. That should never have been called. Should never have been called a vaccine. That's the first wrong thing about it. It never was a vaccine.
I'm just wondering, David, if you can actually repeat back to me what I just said.
I'm not your puppet.
Okay, well then I rest my case. You made my case, by saying exactly what you're saying. I think, you're actually a victim here of propaganda, and unfortunately you can't recognize it.
Yeah. I know propaganda when I see it. I heard it from you. 6 years now? 5 years? Delusion.
Okay, do you want me to post the links about what J&J recently disclosed within the past month? Do you want me to post a dozen other links to show you that what you're saying is completely opposite truth?
Okay, so relax.
I am relaxed. I'm just asking a question.
It's over. It's done. J&J was never a good vaccine to begin with. They didn't even make their own vaccine. It was a live virus.
What do you think's going to happen the next time there's a pandemic?
Wait, did you say landemic?
Nope, I said pandemic. I'm not a weirdo.
It starts with an A and it ends with a Y. That spells, come on everybody, anarchy.
They'll just set up another booth at Costco and have you bring your babies. Stick them full of shit.
It's Beavis wet dream.
Well, RK Jr.'s in charge. It'll be interesting.
I think they're doing some fraud.
Really hard to tell, but I've heard suspicious conspiracy theories. Hard to tell. It seems like he's bent a lot on a lot of the things he came in to do. The medical machine is so huge. It's a behemoth. So I don't think that's an easy system to change by any stretch.
For 14 years of heroin use, getting people in his family addicted didn't help either.
Dr. Mojo, I'm wondering if I could make a special request. I was the first person in this room, and I read what's called the next steps from the Book of the Law with regards to anarchy, socialism, communism, fascism. Would it be okay if I quickly recited that to the room, Dr. Mojo?
Is it short?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it's very short.
Of course it's not.
It's very short. I read it to you when you first opened the room. Okay, hold on a second.
Oh, man.
about to read that, and your favorite communist just came back, Roger.
Wait, hold on. Are you calling Bima a communist?
Well, I mean, she doesn't actually want anarchy. She wants to remove our current government and replace it with her strict authoritarian government, where she rules everything.
Don't you think it's weird that the person that doesn't like government also likes oppressive regimes like Hamas that was elected to govern the people of Gaza?
Okay, I'm ready to read this. If you're ready to let me read it real quickly. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, go for it. Read it.
Okay, this is called The Next Step. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the clubhouse herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the clubhouse individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Act, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, clubhouse deplatforming. They won't trust us to cross.
I like that last one.
They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators of Clubhouse suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The Clubhouse herd will be destroyed in mass. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, or Edmund Dakin, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will.
Who wrote that? Why were they referencing Clubhouse?
Well, I wrote it, last night after Nelson Pega deplatformed me and deleted my account on Chatter, so I just wanted to share it with you all. I hope you enjoyed it.
I got a question. What could he do if we were to just continue making accounts to stream in rooms, stream this room into his platform? If we just continue to make accounts to do that, like what can he do about it?
I think first of all, if I used my name, he would delete it right away, I'm sure. But if I created something, random name, it might not detect it. But I think there's like a control type of thing there where, anyways, if you listen to my replay from last night, anyways, I'm done answering that.
Yeah, it might help. Yeah, I think if we just create a bunch of accounts, make most of them look like left-wing accounts, and then say glowing things about Chatter and say that your favorite host is Jonathan Bing, things like that in your bio. I think that might allow them to be less suspicious. And then we just, pop up and, just stream this room over.
What if you just generated like 800 random accounts?
I'll try it again on a different burner phone that I have and keep it generic and see how it goes. But it's just actually what I was thinking about doing was creating an account over there and just live streaming their rooms, and they probably wouldn't be able to figure out which profile was mine.
Yeah, they would. There's only like 3 people in the room.
Well,
it's great audio over there, much better than here.
Well, anyways, I'm just saying I thought about that. I was like, that's one more live stream of social audio.
Do you think your audio is better than the audio here? Yes. I don't think so. I wouldn't agree with that.
So did anybody have any thoughts or opinions on what I just read to you?
Nope.
My first thought was when I heard Clubhouse, I knew instantly you wrote it. My second thought was, this individual is such a fascinating human, John/Edmund. You truly are intriguing, sir.
Thanks. I have to warn you, I'm susceptible to flattery.
Science one is brain.
Yeah, he probably has one. Next to IO, he probably has one of the highest IQs on the app.
No, he's definitely the highest.
Oh, are you guys saying who? John who? Well, I'm just going by the name in his PTR. I know it's not John.
So wait, Mojo, were you not aware that Donald Trump had declared English the official language of the USA?
Unofficially, nothing will ever officially document that ever.
Mojo still has to press 1 for English.
So, one of the things, maybe this isn't important to most, but the fact that he said something apparently about not pardoning Diddy because of something Diddy said during the election, is that the most asinine thing? Like the one thing I have now in common with Diddy is that I won't get pardoned by Donald Trump because I said a lot of things that he wouldn't like.
You said a lot of personal.
Were you a vet at some point or are?
I taught med students, but I have a PhD. Why?
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of a case of a dog chewing up glass, like a glass jar, swallowing it and surviving?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible. Why?
I was just curious.
I mean, it's probably, it's probably possible, but like, I don't know how you would, depends what else it ate, it depends on all kinds of things.
Bima, can I ask you a question about pit bulls?
Uh-huh.
So say you take your pit bull to the park and this guy has a little Yorkie and your pit bull gets off leash, grabs the Yorkie and just tears it to shreds and kills it. But then that guy pulls a gun and kills your pit bull. How do you respond?
Yeah, I would. That would be self-defense. I would have no recourse. I mean, I would obviously be very upset, but you know what I mean.
So okay, let me just ask a question out
loud.
loud.
The thing is,
Bima. Do you think that Diddy is innocent?
So just to finish that question, John or Dr. Vernon,
Got it.
I don't follow the Diddy. I don't follow the celebrity stuff. I leave that up to whoever likes that type of stuff.
Right.
I have no idea. I have no idea anything about it.
Conspiracy theory as far as how you form your opinions, especially in the.
What does that actually? I'm not even following. What does Diddy? I'm so confused.
Bima. You sit in
a
freaking echo chamber.
Okay. So, all right. Anyway, so the thing is.
Got it.
Okay. The thing is.
So you don't feel like you've been brainwashed in the spaces that you've been in chillism?
So the thing is I would do the same if that was another dog that came to attack my dog.
Wait, Bima, let me change the question. Let me change the question real quick, Bima. Can you explain your PTR to the room? Thank you.
This is crazy.
Yeah, so unfortunately, AI didn't want to give me symbols. I wanted it to represent like Islam and then Judaism, but it only would do flags every time, all my prompts. But the idea is just a peaceful society. All of us living together peacefully.
Bima actually used to show up on social audio as herself. It's crazy. It's crazy what that time in that.
What do you mean as myself? What are you talking about, Adams? Adams, are you okay?
Are you okay?
Well, I mean, like, it's Saturday. Are you, like, drinking and stuff?
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm okay, but I think I'm making sense.
Yeah, you're definitely not making sense.
Okay.
So, Bima, what's the source of coexistence? Again, the question is, what is the source of coexistence?
Now, what is the source of coexistence? Can you break that down for me? Because I'm not. I can answer
Sure.
that in a minute.
So, source is basically where something comes from, and coexistence means peace. So, what is the source of peace? Thank you for considering my question. I am complete.
The source of peace would be a way to reciprocate rights. So, not violating each other.
Okay, wait. Before you go any further, let me interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you. Let me ask you a different way. What is the source of love? Thank you.
So that's much more difficult. What is the source of love? God?
Wait.
That's how I would answer.
You're going to say God? That's your answer? Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, but not everybody answers that way. Not everyone believes in the same God. Not everybody is even a theist.
2,000 wars in the name of God since Christ. That's the love.
So, David, let me ask you a question. What's the source of life?
The one time my parents had sex.
The hydrogen in it.
I got a question for Bima, if you bear with me here. If somebody were to steal your car, who would you call first after your car is stolen?
I'd call this whatever security firm, aka the equivalent of what you guys would understand as a police, right? It would be my.
No, we're living in the world that we're living in today. Like you go outside your double wide and your car is missing. Who do you call?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, if you're being very honest with you, I wouldn't call the cops right away.
What would you do?
I would try to figure out who took it and what's going on with it. I would try to find it myself.
Are you a skilled investigator?
I have skilled investigate. Yeah, I have very high sources that can help make sure.
Phenomenal. What happens if you found it? What would you do?
I would take it back.
What if the people were armed?
What if they don't have to worry about them being armed? They have to worry about me being armed.
But if you were to shoot them, you would go to jail.
And wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something that someone who's protecting their property, right? A peaceful person, not harming any other person, but the person
who shoot them, you'd definitely be harming.
Well, I wouldn't just shoot them right off the bat. I would only shoot them if they threatened violence or they tried to stop me from claiming my property, which would be right.
Don't you think a more prudent step would be to get the police to retrieve the vehicle for you?
I mean, this is the thing. I don't subscribe to the police, so I would do it myself first.
What do you mean you don't subscribe to them?
I don't support. I don't align with anything they do. They're terrorists. And
well, hold on. Even if they could retrieve your car and return it to you.
See, this is the thing. I would appreciate just being able to. I don't trust them to return my car because listen, worst case scenario. Okay, listen. I'll be real. Likely, I would try to retrieve my car, but I'm not going to kill somebody over my car, right? And I also wouldn't want someone to be killed over my car. That's why I'm not going to call the police. So I would like to deal with it. I would deal with it.
What if you found out that the people that stole your car were a dangerous militia that was heavily armed? Would you then just say, "Oh fuck it, I guess they can keep my car"?
Well, if they're a dangerous militia who are known, who are violating people's rights and have already been proven to, harm other people, well, then yeah, they have no right reciprocation, and I'll go and get my car the way that I see fit. So that I wouldn't care. But if it's just like some downtrodden person who saw an opportunity, took the car, and it's like some woman with her homeless bag. I mean, like you've seen these videos, and of people finding their vehicles, and she has a kid. So, yeah, I'm just gonna go talk to her. I'm gonna talk to him.
You're gonna go talk to the car thief?
Right, exactly.
Phenomenal.
How does the
isn't that what the police would do? Wait, hold on.
Well,
You think the police wouldn't talk to them?
The police aren't interested on their reasons. If they break the law, like it's not really a debate. They're
right, but it's not up to them. It's not their property. It's not their property. They don't get to say what happens. It's my property. I get to say what happens to the thief that stole from me. It's not.
Actually, no. If it's against the law, which it is to steal a car, you don't even have to press charges. The police can apprehend the car thief. And a prosecutor, without you testifying or willing to press charges, the prosecutor can press charges on their own because they want to rid society of car thieves. They want to crack down on this stuff.
That's correct.
Right. That's what the law is. But I'm having a different conversation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's what would happen as like a matter of fact of law today. But I'm saying, law is odd. Just because it is that way, it ought to be that way.
Can I ask a question? That's one of my dumb questions.
You cannot ask, but you can, John.
Hey, I'm looking.
John, tell him what he's doing.
So, if I want to ask, so how does anarchical principles?
This is gonna have to do with sex. Go ahead.
Exactly. How does anarchical principles? How do they apply to like open marriage or marriage? Like, can't you just steal someone's wife? And maybe I'm talking about uncivilized behavior, but how does it apply to like marriage and like divorce and the union of a couple?
It's voluntary, so it's all based off of just contracts.
How does a murderer?
So it applies to
real quick. How does a murderer get prosecuted in this society? Who apprehends a murderer?
What you would understand, and I'm using this term so you could understand it, is what the police.
Okay. So you have police.
Of course.
But you'll call it something else because it makes you feel more comfortable. So basically, you just want to rename things.
Well, no. The thing is police means they're law enforcement, right? And they're policing. So there's a difference.
Anarchy police.
So these in an anarchist society, in a voluntary society, there isn't going to be law enforcement because there aren't going to be laws. There isn't a centralized authority. There's going to be a bunch of different rules.
If there's not a centralized authority, if there's not a centralized authority, who's to say that the murderer can't just say, "Hey, I justifiably committed this homicide," and then if there's no central authority, who would determine innocence and guilt?
Right, well, that's why it's up to the DA to decide. A lot of people forget just because the cops arrest, it's still up to the DA whether they're going to press charges.
No, he's asking about the anarchy.
If the DA thinks there's enough evidence, then
Moose, we're talking about in this imaginary anarchy world.
The anarchy world.
She believes that what you're going to have is you're not going to have courts, you're not going to have judges, you're not going to have police.
Oh no, she doesn't say that.
But you'll have she does say that. But what she says is that you're going to replace it with something that's like police and like courts and like judges.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you did there.
And what would those be exactly?
Judges, police.
People who couldn't get on the real police.
We would just refer to them as a private security agency, and that would make her feel better.
Yeah, we had that for 2 square blocks in Seattle during the Summer of Love. 4 people died.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how to turn out.
You know, Bima, I think a lot of people give you a lot of smoke, Bima, but I think you got a great speaking voice. I think you're probably like a nice person. You know, I mean, we talked about the golden rule earlier, but I just want to, try to give you a compliment. Say you're a great speaker. I hope you keep reading books. I hope you get out of that abusive relationship. I hope all your dreams come true. I hope you get all the health and wealth and love you deserve. And I hope you have a great Saturday night, Bima.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. And don't be dismayed. I'm not in an abusive relationship. If anybody's abusing anybody, it's me abusing him. He doesn't even curse. He can't even kill ants and flies. He's just as sweet as, well, he's much sweeter. He's a much better person than I am in almost every way.
Do you think that if you hung out in rooms where you had conversations with intelligent people, that you'd be less radical? Do you think that your gradual slide into this fantasy land is being aided by hanging out with the low IQ people in chillism?
No, I've hung out with people who are much more intelligent than anybody on this app, who actually write philosophical works. They are the leaders of the voluntary societies of the world.
Hold on. Can you point us to some of these people? Like, you should. They publish works. I want to read it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right in my bio. Patrick Smith. Go ahead.
Patrick Smith. That sounds like a fake name.
It's a real name. It's
So
a real guy.
Bima, if you
Patrick
read
Smith and Christian Moore, these are two individuals.
Bima, let me ask you a question.
With hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question. If you read such Bima, hold on, let me just do a quick diagnostic here. You read such intelligent authors. Let me ask you a question. What's 100 times 1,000?
100 times 1,000. So 3, 4, 5. So 5. 500,000? No, that's wrong. I don't even know. I couldn't even do. No, that's what I was trying to do. So 100 times 1,000. 100,000. 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? 100,000. There we go.
Again.
Are we going to do long division next?
Well, hold on. Can I just say that her getting basic math on the second try is impressive to me.
I mean, what kind of diagnostics do you use, Bima, when you gauge these magnificent intellectuals that you consume in their books? Like,
That sounds cool.
How do you measure intelligence?
To the app, ask them if they'll come and debate with us.
Oh yeah, they absolutely 110%. But I don't trust. Like, I wouldn't ever. I don't. I mean, like, if you were to make a pledge to me that you wouldn't, act like you do most of the time. Like, if you were a decent human being, I would. But I would never subject people that get paid to speak at universities and travel the world and to come here to be. Treated like
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question here. Like, how high do you think you are, like, in terms of comparing yourself to people in this room? You sound very egotistical in a way. Does anybody agree with me?
Egotistical?
Oh, yeah.
About what?
Well, how about when you go on about how much you know about the conflict between Hamas and Israel?
I don't claim to listen. It's only. Do you know that you're the only person that has a problem with it? When I'm in other rooms with intelligent people that have civil dialogues, exactly. I'm also in Ruben's room and Daniel's room and Tobias's room, and I have wonderful Simon's room, okay? And I have
Bima,
wonderful conversations.
let me ask you a follow-up question.
Civil dialogues.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question here.
Anything that happens in this room.
When I say egotistical,
This is Chillism 2.0.
Bima, I'm just wondering, when I say egotistical, can you tell us what the ego is? Thank you.
I get the I, right? The belief in the I, the thought, the understanding of what and who the how we understand ourselves.
Bima,
Is that wrong?
when I say ego, and you can explain it, it's not subjective, objective. An ego is called a concept. Have you ever held an ego, touched an ego, tasted an ego? It's called concept, Bima. Can you tell me what a concept is? Thank you.
An idea? That's it? A concept is an idea?
John, are you done with the deposition or no?
If you could bridge it all together, I'd be interested to understand where you're going. Ego, what was it? Ego, what were the other two things that you talked about? So, ego, concept, an idea.
Yeah, you said you're a maniacal egomaniac. And you're done, you can't do that.
Well, anarchists will have calculators.
Anybody else want to tie that together?
Wait, Bima, I got one more quick diagnostic question for you. What is 500 times 1,000?
The fact that takes us long.
I got it, John, thanks.
So I got one more follow-up question for everybody in the room before I go to Emerald Island. My question to the room is that I want to ask, why do people come into like a social audio app and then basically like think that they're smarter than other people? Like, and they're not really, like you got no really way to compare, but like people make this claim all the time that they have superior knowledge and wisdom on how things should be. Why do you think that is?
Dunning-Kruger effect, narcissistic behavior.
The fact that smart people don't have to tell other people how smart they are.
Condescending, narcissistic.
Well, Bima at least got one question right. When I asked you what is the source of love or life or the source of wisdom, I mean you answered correctly with the G-O-D. So Bima is G-O.
Well, I'd like to revise that. Actually, it is what is love? It's anti-coercion. That's what love is. Anti-coercion.
Speaking of, so John, Congressman John, can you this would be helpful, if we could help with not psychoeducation so much, but just education. I need to talk less about narcissism, but that being said, we need to distinguish among the terms narcissistic, egotistic, and egoistic, right?
Yeah.
That sounds backwards.
I've seen the narcissus flower in Washington, D.C. at some castle in Washington, D.C., but it's a flower. It's a plant. Narcissus or self-love, I mean, I don't know why you always bring up the term. I mean, it's basically an irrelevant term in terms of who you are. I mean, the question is, who are you or where did you come from? If you know where you came from, you solve all your problems.
Well, for example, I'm egoistic, right? I'm absolutely preoccupied with myself. The usage, the overusage of narcissistic,
from, borrowed from popular psychology and even in a sociological context. We overuse the term, but a lot of people are really meaning someone's egotistical or egoistic. They're not differentiating, and that's important, right?
So is the typical serial profile narcissistic or egotistical?
A typical what?
It's the same thing essentially.
Serial killers usually profiled as being severely narcissistic.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not a clinician in that space, but I'll say that most psychopaths are. Almost all psychopaths would be considered narcissistic, but not all narcissists are psychopathic. But that being said, what's interesting is overt narcissism is often thought of as psychopathic, like factor 1 and factor 2 psychopathy, narcissism, grandiose narcissism. People aren't so insecure; they're over the top, overconfident, right? So a lot of people are beginning to think that it's only the covert narcissist, not the grandiose or overt ones, that are really the true narcissists who have insecurities and they constantly have to belittle others to feel good about themselves, right? Whereas the one who's more like a psychopath, an overt narcissist, like Donald Trump is not. It may have a little bit of a thin skin, but he's not spending his time preoccupied with really what other people think of him in the same sense that, like, for him to be president and take that kind of criticism, he thinks he really does believe that he's smarter than everybody else. And so he doesn't like criticism, but he really believes it. He is so overt. He's a malignant narcissist, but he's also so overt, right? Like, he's great.
Well, hold on, Dr. Jordan. It's not about whether or not he thinks he's the smartest. Sometimes just being decisive is the power, right?
True, 100%.
Being able to make a decision. Was it Abraham Lincoln that said the worst thing to do is nothing. The best thing to do is the right thing. The wrong thing is somewhere in the middle. Like doing nothing is worse than doing the wrong thing. Like Go ahead. So here's my point. When you take if you're going to try to analyze somebody like Donald Trump, you need to analyze him without a political lens. You need to just figure out, like, okay, well, what is it that makes this guy tick? He doesn't have a desire to be the smartest guy in the room. What he desires is to be the winner. And sometimes you could be the stupidest guy in the room and still win.
Yeah, so a hallmark characteristic of a narcissist like Donald Trump, and this is to his credit, like they can go, when you're overconfident and rely on instinct, you see the world so different than other people. And even if, let's say someone's a scientist at the top of their game and they're narcissistic, they're still largely relying on instinct. They may be able to provide empirical data to back a lot of things up, but they are. Dr. Adams, you're. Hold on a second. I'm not modded. So I think there's great benefit in relying on instinct, but think of the other narcissistic people in your lives. Do they tend to rely on instinct?
Hold on. Here's the thing, right? It's not just instinct, though. It's about talent. Like, if you were to compare this, let's take it out of an intellectual realm and just say, let's say we're talking basketball, right? If I'm physically gifted and I know the fundamentals of playing defense, and let's say I'm quick, I can afford to play you very close man-to-man defense. I'm less worried about you beating me than somebody that's slower or less skilled So I can play you close, and even if you did make an incredible move to try to blow past me, I then have additional tools in my repertoire to be able to play defense against you. Whereas a weaker defender will not play close to the man. So now you don't have good man-to-man defense, and if they decide to pull up and make a jumper, you got nothing to do. You're not close enough to even defend that. And by the way, if you give them room to work, they still might blow by you. And so the point being, and the thing I'm trying to translate here, is that if you the more skill you have, the more like talent that you were born with, confidence. What it does is it gives you the ability to be more effective, and it allows you to make mistakes and still be okay. I see this with artists all the time. There's a girl that I know that paints, and she sells her paintings for quite good money. And she'll do something, and then she'll go, oh fuck, and then she made a mistake. But she also knows that nobody else on the planet knows that she made a mistake, and then she just makes something new. And she takes that mistake and lets the mistake be okay. A less artist might have thrown away that and started over.
Wait, Dr. Jordan, would you say that like Michael Jordan and LeBron James are narcissists for knowing that they're the best?
No, but Michael Jordan definitely has. I mean, he's got a healthy dose. He's a good example of someone with a healthy.
How about LeBron?
Lesser so, but yeah. But what I want to say.
So to be the best, you have to be a narcissist, you're saying?
Let me just say one thing. I think that like Mojo talked about. Well, we often talk about poker. You like confidence. What we're essentially saying is confidence is a skill. Not just a trait, right? So
you're saying it's narcissism.
No, well, it is. Like, I talked to this guy, talked about him before, Michael McAbee, who's a Harvard anthropologist and psychologist. He wrote a book about productive narcissism, which Donald Trump read and reached out to him and wanted to be lumped in the group that now he said to me, I was interviewing him because I was working on a documentary that has never come to fruition. But anyways, Michael's like 90 years old if he's still alive, and what he said was that, but the fact that Donald Trump became president means that he is technically a productive narcissist, right? Like, you can't become president of the United States without me meeting that criteria. But where I'm going with this is that
everybody's ever been president's a narcissist.
Oh, 100%, but to different degrees. But where I wanted to go with this, and I'm forgetting what I was going to say, was that there's something to be said for like, oh shit, I forget what poker. Like the confidence, the idea of confidence being a skill rather than more of an arbitrary kind of a trait that's left up to kind of subjective interpretation. But if you're a poker player and you don't have confidence, like a poker player with fewer brain cells but great confidence, probably going to be far more successful, right? Like, and this is true in many fields. Like, if you're in real estate, you don't have to be an intellectual giant, but if you have a ton of confidence, you're going to do far better. I told you guys last night, I was watching this documentary about this woman who was an escort, and she's like, it's amazing how many escorts become real estate agents. These are women who have a lot of confidence and charisma, and they often become successful in real estate if they choose to go into it because it caters to the kind of characteristics that they often have.
Wait, so Dr. Jordan, you're saying we should stop using narcissist as the negative term, since if you want to be successful and good at anything and be the best at anything, you have to be a narcissist?
No, because I believe it exists on a spectrum. Yes. And if it exists on a spectrum, there's so does psychopathy. Like psychopathy exists on a spectrum. If you're too far on the spectrum, you're going to end up in prison and you're going to kill somebody. If you are, much more closer to the middle, right? If there's a middle, you might become a surgeon or a Navy SEAL 6 member, right? Team 6 member. Like it's all about the balance.
Would you describe this this spectrum as kind of like the spectrum of AIDS, where like, you know, some people get AIDS and they die, and other people like Magic Johnson get AIDS and they like go on and live forever?
I don't know what to say to that. John, say something.
Well, Mojo, now you know why he's called Magic.
Well,
it's called he's got money and he pays for medicine people.
You know, Dr. Jordan.
Isn't he physically an impressive guy? Like after he was diagnosed and he was, you know, highly medicated, he turned into a machine. He was like much more physically fit than he ever was.
You know, Dr. Jordan, the thing about a narcissist, I'm reading to Tanya over here, and it's acts of selfless kindness. So, you know, this is why therapy is helpful for people who may find themselves to be misers, stingy, you know, malignant personalities. I mean, you know, sometimes I think maybe I have a malignant personality, but I have met people that I know that have, you know, malignant personalities that are so difficult to deal with. But I think it's because those people can't let go of anything. They hold, people that hold grudges carry a lot of weight with them. And so, you know, I have a picture of the Buddha near my toilet, and I painted it, and it says, "Let it go." So to me, that's the words and the thoughts. And if you just constantly talking about narcissists, I mean, all communication is projection.
Well, first of all, I don't have anything against narcissists. I have narcissistic traits, but I'm more of an egotist. I'm more of an egoist. Like, I'm consumed with my thinking about myself.
I know, but the term ego is a concept. It doesn't exist in the real world. So what are you really saying? When you think that you're constantly I mean, this is like obsessive compulsive behavior. The point is, like, go to the gym, read a book. I mean, you know, do mantras. Like, if you have an overreactive mind that is constantly pinging you, I mean, the blessed state is silence. So do you find that you have like an inner monologue that's constantly running and you're not in control of it?
Well, 100%. That's why I meditate, because, you know, I'm someone. Most neurotic people are going to be more in their heads than in their body. You know this. So you understand the mind-body connection. The narcissist is also going to, like, quite frankly, be largely in their head, right? Because they're constantly thinking about, you know, their image, right? Which is fascinating, right? If they spent less time thinking about their image, they would do more. They would be healthier.
Yeah, John, that yoga makes you a narcissist.
I mean, I go to the gym, I lift weights, and now my elbow's hurting. Like, cause and effect. You know, you have to have, like you just said earlier, that balance. So, you know, there's a guy on here called Heronstone, you know, and I said, you know, do you know that the heron is like a bird in the mystical aviary? You know, it stands on one foot, so it's like in a yoga pose of great focus and concentration. And, you know, at 42, I mean, I see how cell phones have essentially brain rotted people's, like, brains, maybe mine included, but the point is, you see how younger people are just, to me, it seems like there's a health crisis on top of a fiscal crisis or a debt crisis. It's my opinion.
Your elbow hurts, you're doing it wrong.
Well, you know, that's what she said, but I got to get to the bar so I can try to meet her tonight.
Roger, does it feel like to you that these guys, these people that are talking about this, you know, these world-renowned, you know, scientists and shit that are, you know, applying narcissists to like every positive thing of human behavior and stuff? It's like the same way that they want to diagnose everybody as like gender fluid or like autistic and shit.
No, I actually think that people are pussies when it comes to dealing with narcissists is the problem. It's not usually it's not the narcissist. It's the people that are incapable of communicating with them. Like Dr. Jordan and I are good friends. He's incredibly narcissistic. That doesn't mean that we can't get along. I just accept him as a narcissist. I accept him exactly the way he is. And I think that if you accept yourself and all of your all of the faults that you have, and I have plenty of them, it's just easier when you're honest with yourself and you realize that you're not perfect. You don't have to worry about whether or not the people around you are perfect. You can just accept them for who they are. In fact, I actually appreciate Dr. Jordan and dude, I'm the only person on this stage that's been in a car with Dr. Jordan. He damn near killed me in said car, and I think that it was a bonding experience rather than me thinking less of him.
There's a good saying, it's to understand all is to forgive all.
Do you think we can find it in our hearts to forgive Bima? Anybody?
Yeah. If she stops being a communist.
I'm telling you, if you spend a day with her, you'd actually, you know.
Forgiveness for.
Well, okay, so first of all, she's intellectually dishonest. That's number one. Number two, she's guilty of sympathizing for Hamas terrorists. C, she's, man, how do I say this one without sounding rude? Because I feel like I was being nice in the first two. I'm going to hold that one myself, thank you. I don't want it to sound like a personal attack. I want it to it's just observations of the way that she engages. And what I'm unsure of is if she even believes the bullshit she's saying. If she does believe it, then I think she needs some clinical help. And if she doesn't believe it, then I think that we've gone easy on her because she's just being a fucking weirdo.
Well,
to attribute some of it, she sounds young. She ever actually said like early 20s, maybe even.
No, she's not early 20s.
Yeah.
College. She's almost my age. It's like
how do you know that, Rich?
Shamos is the same age, and Shamos and Dima were dating for a period, and they're like almost the same age.
Oh my god. Somebody on this app dated that?
Yeah, I'm not interested in anyone's personal business, but that surprises me because she sounds younger.
But don't you think...
She sounds like late 20s, early 30s.
Don't you think, though, that there's a communication problem? Like, there's not your large language models aren't matching up. Yours is bigger than hers, and she can't... there's a failure to communicate. But if there's no violence, well, that's okay. But, I mean, that's kind of the point where it's like, if you were to spend a whole day with her, technically, you should be updating her LLM, you know, by having these conversations.
Do you think that she'll ever grow to the point where when somebody asks her a question, that she maybe pause and say, you know what, I don't know that, or I'm going to have to think about that more? Do you think we'll ever get that version of Bima? Because I feel like before we even finish asking our questions, she's already just starting, the spin of bullshit. I think if she was to just pause and maybe think, it's possible she could tap into a library of different words.
Yeah, I think one observation after using this app for so many years is people are so set in their ways and so conditioned, and their personality is so formulated. Like, there's no budging. People will die on a hill for their concept on this app. And I've never seen people just repeat themselves. I mean, nobody is, upgraded from using this app. So if that's this app, imagine all the TikTokers and Instagram and YouTube consumers who have horrific brain rot, or even more. I mean, total cultural brain rot. The rest of the rooms on this app right now, if you were to pipe in some of the bang rooms happening right now, to me, that's like schizophrenic, or ghetto schizo, basically.
Like, for example, in shows,
schizo.
Like, they just speak over each other, like, constantly. And even in appeal to the mod, you ask them, like, hey, Can I go? They don't have any concept of that. Their preferable communication style is for everyone to speak all at once. 12.
Well, I think that's what anarchy is. I mean, it is that sound wall banging your head and really not. Anyways, I mean, a lot of this. The other thing is the environment of this app is the green beans, the title, the clickbait titles, um, but also individuals' ability to create, a node and a network, and why people come to listen to you, Mojo, or Dr. Jordan or anybody in this room, like, what is that? It's dopamine. I mean, this is like a medical device. I'm repeating myself all the time. This is a medical device technology app. Like, people are coming here to dope up, but there's no real, intelligent discourse happening. I got blocked from Patty's politically correct room. To me, filming liberals and hearing their emotional instability on the regular is like the juiciest thing to record or observe amongst people, because politics, it's going deeper. There's 100,000 reasons why people are, crashing out or doing what they're doing on this app. I mean, it's clout chasing, etc. But it's if you're not making money doing this, like, I don't know, that's what I think you really are banging your head against a wall. Or, anyways, I'm just saying that there's a structure to this app. There's a structure to it.
What about the fact that people just convene in places to talk because we're a hyper-social species? It doesn't have to be about something like there are 8 billion people on the planet, and we're so removed from in-person experiences because of the internet that this actually encroaches on old traditions of like meeting in person. We actually hear each other's voice and just chat, right? We're not going to the bar, we're not going to the pub, we're going to a place to meet probably more interesting people.
It might just be people just want to come for entertainment, just listen to opinions, exchange ideas. It's just fun. I don't think it needs to be as deep as perhaps you're positioning it. I don't think people really come to this app to, I suppose, for lack of better words, be educated on anything. Sure, there are rooms where you can learn. I always like to say I would like to listen and learn when I go into some spaces.
Well, that's why you follow me around that.
Yeah, well, you're quite possibly one of the funniest people. Like, somebody's sending me a message. Who is this? And then you get strange messages from people that you don't know pop up on the screen. And that's another way to kind of meet folks. So I don't know. It's just fun. It's just a fun way to meet and engage. It's not that deep.
Did you ever watch the TV show Cops? I often thought that show was kind of unfair to the people that the police arrest, that the cameras just show up and start filming this person, because that causes you to act in a certain way. And so if you were in Nelson Apega and Jen Bubblicious and fucking Whack 100 last night, the bang room is really almost like a cacophony of performers. And so it's very easy to...
A better example is World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, World Star Hip Hop about to make a 7-figure payout to me." Anyways, my point is, because people know they're being recorded, they go for maximum bang. And I never heard this kind of shit in my whole life, but a bang room, like a Whack or a Cray, Orange Cray, whatever the fucking guy's name is from, I'm talking about, Cray. Anyways, those, I don't know. I just think it's interesting to record those many people screaming into a phone where it's just this garble of garbage. It's not healthy to listen to, but in terms of uniqueness, it's very unique.
John, you could have just said the black guy. We would all know.
No, you're right. Sometimes it's not healthy, depending on what room you go into. The ghetto ratchet bang rooms can be very, very disturbing at times. You're right. When I first got on this app, I thought the same thing.
Why is everybody over talking each other? Why is everybody screaming into the phone? It can be quite annoying. So I think there are levels to this app. Sometimes you want to go into the bang rooms or the ghetto ratchet rooms. Sometimes you want to go into the biblical rooms, the political rooms, the entertainment rooms. There's something for everyone, don't you think? I mean, you would know. You're recording all of them for YouTube.
No, believe me, I wish I could fully automate the scraping of this app and total export of every room 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, I'd be making a lot of money if I could figure that out, because it's spamming. I mean, I've made a lot of money in spam. I've worked for a lot of advertising ad tech companies that the whole thing's fucking spam. What do you think Facebook and Craigslist are? They're just fucking spam platforms. This is also spam. This is personal audio communication spam. So I just don't think people realize that all communication is spam, and it's up to you to determine, what kind of spam you're going to have for lunch.
Well, as much as there was intellectualism, if you will, early on in the app, there was also a lot more garbage. For example, the dating rooms, which were entertaining, or what did they call the people who got paid to host these houses or clubs or whatever? There was one where people were listening to whale song, whales farting, whales doing something. There was shoot your shot. There was a lot of lowbrow content, and then there was some really highbrow content, and that's why, as we talked about endlessly, is that finally we got to a point where this became a friendship-based space, and it's about the people talking about anything, not really the content.
Exactly. I've met some, and not in person, but I've met some really pretty cool people on this app. And I've maintained, relationships. I use that term loosely because I don't know any of these people in person. Over the years, and they're cool. They're seemingly cool people, authentic people. Sometimes I get on here and I'm looking for certain people, like, where's so-and-so, where's so-and-so? Because you just want to tap in, listen to them, kind of absorb the energy that the social audio space brings, right? Surely, John, you've met a couple of people. I mean, listen, you yourself have admitted you've made a whole movie and website and your URLs built around Mojo. Clearly, you admire him in some way. You're getting something out of this, right? You have found someone on this app that you have dedicated hours of content.
Mikhail, right, John?
Well, listen, there's a saying, every man and every woman is a star. So, if I'm a filmmaker and I want to come here and record what I would consider the brightest and best stars, because if I'm recording, bang rooms or ghetto rooms, I mean, those are not bright stars in my opinion, but they're still stars nonetheless. But the problem is I listen to a lot of this stuff because I got to hit start and stop. So I would much rather listen to intelligent conversation. But I will say, I think black media, or, I had a website called blackpodcast.com or something. Somebody bought the domain name from me. And I was like, that's a smart buy, because black media or black conversations on this app, particularly is like a hotspot. You can go to X, you can't really find these types of rooms. So to listen in on African American conversations, this is the app, and there's a lot of really entertaining people. But the point is, it's I think anybody can be monetized, but there's no collective effort. And I think that's one of the problems with social audio.
Okay. So what if we got into revenue sharing with you and we came up with domain names to sell, like BigJewishPenis.com? I'm sure that's not taken yet.
Well, I met the owner of Tit.com, TIT. His name is David Titcomb, and he's on the city council in Miami. And he's a really cool guy, but he never developed Tit.com. And I met him at a domain name trade show. I'm like, dude, that's a great name. I'm like, just put up a website, put a Tumblr site up, forward it to Instagram, start posting content. The guy's never done a fucking thing with it. A lot of people have digital assets and they'll never do anything. I just let go of almost 1,000 domain names this year, and I'm still letting more expire. I'm just done paying GoDaddy anything. I don't want to own any domain names. I want to be free. I want to be free of these platforms. And Facebook and YouTube, Meta, Instagram, etc. Like these aren't just websites. It's like, and they're free to free to publish on. So it makes no sense to own these .coms anymore.
I would say that I talked to Mojo about this before, or he actually introduced me to this, the behind the scenes of marketing the adult industry, right? Just because from a digital standpoint, not and I just the other day had a conversation with Mark Schechter, who is one of the leading agents in adult film. And he got into it because he was an affiliate marketer, and he understood the need. These adult film stars needed, websites. Their websites kind of built the internet in many ways. They had to find a way to advertise, and the number of domains that are out there in the adult space is freaking crazy. Like MILF this, that, like MILFy, MILF Kingdom. I mean, it's just like unbelievable, and those things are worth fortunes.
Well, I think from like a social and a political perspective, I mean, X has big audiences, big rooms talking about Jeffrey Epstein for day after day. There's a lot of crazy rooms on X. This app is, to me, it's like a secret little treasure nobody knows about. There's not probably one party hat in the whole room. So, to me, it's just one more place to record, but it's a premium place to record, and film and build these libraries of people's takes. I mean, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., there's like valuable content down here in terms of, political conversations. It's a hyper political app. Just that Patty's Politically Correct room, to me, like I'm going to have to create a new anonymous account because I outed myself on this account. So I'm going to keep recording those rooms, but I'm ready to I would actually want to stop doing this and go.
How did you out yourself with the Congress?
Because yesterday Mojo couldn't bring me up, so I was like, okay, I will unmask my anonymous account, rebrand it as John Kitover, and then I'll just create a new burner account in the immediate future.
What if we did this? What if we start doing rooms where we just say what's going on Clubhouse, and we just have you pipe in the other rooms into this room, and then once they say something really just like crazy, then we'll stop the streaming, and then we'll just have a conversation about whatever they're talking about, and then we could go, okay, let's go tap into another room, and then just do that and like allow their content to become our content.
Yeah, 100%. What's that show where they do the comments and they watch the movie Space Theater 2000 or whatever the hell it was? Like
Mystery Science Theater.
Yeah, Mystery Science Theater. Like we need to do live play-by-play feedback on this app in the same way as if we were watching a football, match. Like we need immediate analysis on the stupidity because.
So we need to do exactly what you do.
Yes, because
laugh hysterically.
Because they will start talking about our room, and so it creates basically like a hive, effect where the hive goes into chaos mode. And to me, that's like how we control, the app in a way. When people know that I'm recording and their shit is popping out of their fucking, tuchus and they're going crazy, like that's when my dopamine. That's when I'm at the casino and I'm winning on that craps table. That's when my dopamine is flaring. That's when I have the most fun here.
Roger, I would just like to say that you've gotten the best of Nathan when he goes and takes your fucking picture. When he does that, that's his form of crashing out. That means he doesn't like you.
You know who went in? Hold on. The reason Nathan's upset is because I've been. Who's in here? I could say it honestly. So I've been pretending to have a crush on Monica, and I like Monica, but I've been pretending to have a crush on her. And Monica said something flattering back to me, and Nathan got jealous because apparently he has a real life crush on her.
One person who went total troll, which kind of surprised me, was
Christopher Sweat. He went from heightened public intellectual to consummate troll. I can't explain the transformation.
You know, he's always been cool. I've always thought he was an interesting character on here. But when he speaks, I was trying to figure out what is so interesting about his speech pattern, and I finally figured it out after watching videos of him speaking. I think he just has too many teeth in his mouth. I think he has more teeth than the average human being, and so it causes this weird impediment.
I mean, that's not the direction I was going, but I can now hear his voice and I get what you're saying 100%. Speaking, just to turn the subject on that angle a little, I met a woman the other day who was very open about, it was weird, she told me she had an overbite, and I'm like, I kind of thought to myself, well, I think I can kind of tell, I didn't say it to her, but I'm like, you didn't have to say that. I kind of knew that. I thought it was such a strange comment. Nothing bad. She's a very lovely person, very nice looking lady, but she kind of put that out there. It was just so weird.
You know,
it's one of these things where people, if you're insecure about something, as of course I have been in my life, you'll put it out there in the world before someone else makes mention of it. But you don't have to, because most people don't notice.
Alright, what are you insecure about?
Oh, I'll say one thing.
Don't talk about it.
It's just girth. I need to take some girth. I need to take some size off.
You need to be de-girth. You know, going back to anarchy, this app is a huge advancement, in my opinion, in terms of psychological or human action. I was looking at the Mises Institute. You know, this is a perfect place to really even run experiments and do observational studies and research on people's behavior and personalities, particularly the liberal mind, the delusional, mind that would run a pizza business into the ground in 3 days. That type of disastrous type of person, in a way. There's a lot of, if you talk about narcissistic personality disorder or, or leadership defiance disorder, all just people who are so obnoxious, inflexible, or just people you would never want to work with in the real world. You can listen to them here. So, anyways, what I'm proposing is, if we do live stream rooms and do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 on these rooms, in the morning, that's the best time to do it, when they're doing their morning MSNBC redistribution news cycle. So, but the thing is, back to anarchy, this anonymous feature causes people to really get paranoid. And it's really interesting to observe paranoia. It's not often that you can observe it, but recording these rooms, and they go, oh, that fucking John, we know his fucking name, fucking John Kitover, and they put up my address, and then they come on the YouTube and give me death threats, or say they're like Isaiah, aka Goat. He called my local police department 2 blocks away. He called them twice.
Isaiah and Goat are 2 different people.
Okay, well, now he calls himself, what is it, a man who doesn't like a woman? I'm rambling here, but anyways, Goat, he called the police on me twice. Of course they didn't respond, because if you...
Goat called...
I'm just gossiping here, but he claims he called the police on me twice. Because I live stream his room while he holds his liberal fiefdom, discussing, whatever topic under the sun that he's talking about. He doesn't like to be recorded. But Anonymous, Anonymous forced these people to create friends-only rooms, which I think is, totally fair, that they can have a private room and not be recorded. Because what they really want is just their dopamine. But the problem is, they can't play the cat and mouse game and invite the opposition party up bat them around for a good 30 minutes to an hour and then get a new, person to bat around. I'm just saying that, if you're academic and you like books and you've been to college and you sat in a class for many fucking years, you know that this is like entertainment and toxic communication, or a waste of time is what I like to call it.
Okay, so I'm thinking programming-wise, if we did regularly scheduled rooms in the muff, and maybe we'll just shoot the breeze, and then we'll say, okay, let's go see what's happening in chillism, and then we set up the streaming. I would imagine that it could stream in here as well as stream onto YouTube at the same time. We could and then what I would say that would help the algorithm is for all of us to have YouTube accounts, so we can like and share those streams, so we can help promote it. And then what we do is as we're streaming it, we go ahead and we we wait until somebody says something, and then we communicate. We like, for audio quality, we don't say anything in this room over top of it until we communicate through chat only. And then once we decide, like, okay, let's pause it, then we'll pause it, and then we'll critique it, and we'll have a conversation about it. And then and then as soon as that's not fun, then we go, hey, let's go see what's happening in Politically Correct. And we could just go around the app. We might even discover rooms that we're not familiar with today, and just figure out what the hell's going on in these rooms, and then we'll just spend our time critiquing it because we're so smart.
I agree. See, that's why this is a roast app. Self-deprecating humor, or Schadenfreude, taking pleasure in other people's misery. That's what this app is all about. It may sound cruel, but like good comedy is a little cruel, because there's some truth there. So that's, to me, the optimal way to use this app, and it's artistic, critique.
I think we just got our strongest, reinforcement that this is a good idea. Jarl says, you guys might need to take a break from this app if this sounds fun to you. So I know what sounds fun to him, and if he doesn't like this, I think this is a good indication that we're on the right track.
We could start it right now if you're open to it.
Can't. I'm actually going to be logging off here in a minute. I'm going to watch some television, but we could definitely get this thing started, and I will be back channeling some of you to coordinate so we can facilitate this in an organized fashion. And I think if we put a little bit of thought into this, this could end up being the go-to room, because if we're playing the clips there and then breaking them down, it's kind of like an aggregator. Like, nobody watches nightly news anymore, but they'll watch a podcast where somebody's breaking down like the news of the week, essentially. So this could be the place that people come to just make sure that they're not missing anything.
Well,
yeah, I mean, how about various iterations? So rough in the muff, tough in the muff, fluff in the muff. I'm not joking. Different people take on different themes, and it's,
so I want you to think of it this way. Are any of you familiar with NFL Red Zone?
No.
So NFL Red Zone was an idea where it was like casual football fans don't like to watch an entire football game. But they had a channel that if you watch that channel, all it would show you is when a team is about to score. So you're only watching the best shit. And it became highly addictive to people that didn't even necessarily love football, because they were watching the best part of the football game where the score was happening.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this, because I feel like, this is maximum entertainment. I mean, and if we can monetize a YouTube channel and generate some revenue from all this clown house activity, and we were to donate that to charity or something, I mean, just think about how much, more magnanimous and how, effective we are. I mean, I really want to be, I want to optimize and be effective. I mean, this to me is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm excited about it. So, guys, I'm going to keep the room open. I'm going to mod you guys. You guys do what you want. Just be nice to each other.
We're going to optimize the troll. I love this.
I mean, let's organize these, these organizers. Let's organize the community organizers. Let's call the room organizing community
Don't
organizing.
want George. Don't want George.
Well, you don't have to. One of the things is that we don't
actions, and it would be interest. So you have much greater self-interest in a voluntary society to not create harm, because you don't have laws protecting you. The things, not violent, not necessarily, not just, don't think like, oh, because of somebody will just kill somebody, but all of the other things, that could stop somebody from hurting you. So criminals would still be, they're going to have, like due process. These things will all still exist, but they're going to happen under private investigators and arbitrators and DROs. It's going to be much more effective. It's going to be much more fair. There's going to be a lot more transparency. There isn't going to be the bullshit of the system of police and, profiling and sentencing and falsities and all this other stuff. That isn't going to happen because they get paid to do this. The police get paid to do this in a way that there's this, they're incentivized.
More corruption, though. Like, I could see that as becoming more corruption because then you're gonna have the rich and the super elite. They're able to get justice, but the people that are more poor, they're not going to be able to get justice at all because if I have to pay the police force, right? What do I do? I just get taken advantage of, and the elite just keep getting more and more elite, and the people on the bottom of the totem pole are, they're just going to get more and more poor.
Yeah, that's what happens now. That's the system that we have now. We have the poor being sucked dry, being taken advantage of, being harassed, traffic court. If you ever show up at traffic court or any of these other little things, no money, putting the worst circumstances, if you can't afford bail, all of this shit. But none of that would be the case in a voluntary society because, objective, investigations and facts have to come first. There's not going to be this,
Who enforces that, though? Who enforces that?
Well, the security forces. It's just like a private investigation.
Is paying for, correct?
Right, you'd have to pay
for that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to pay for that.
Right.
Well, to me, it would invite more corruption because, like I said, hey, we're going to give justice to these people, or we're going to side with these people because they can give us more money than this person. So it doesn't matter, like, there's no justice there. It's just whoever has the most money gets the justice.
The system of a voluntary society, those incentives would be naturally sucked out because the rich are a very few. Would you agree that there's much less rich than there are people? Regular people, less, like it's like 1-3%, right? They say. Okay, so the majority of the funds, right? The majority, the type of society that are going to champion. You're going to want to put your money into the institution that's not, offering fraud or offering this or that. So you're going to want to put your shit into the systems that are going to better serve the little guy. So more little guys are going to put the money and the policy into the best and the better police. It would be what we would understand the police, right? These investigators in the investigator system. I mean, in every case, in private investigators do a better job than police any day, 110%, right? They dedicate their lives they do this. They're better skilled. They have better equipment, and it's much more fair and transparent. Everything is fair and transparent. Right now, there's a monopoly on violence. You can't even get. We don't even have. I don't even know what the auditing procedures are of the police, which is always interests me. They say that there's third parties that come in and audit our police procedures, right? But I've talked to police when I did a project back in 2018, and the in-house, the police reports, they stay in-house. They don't have to report them to the county. They don't have to report them to the state. They definitely don't have to report them to the FBI, right? Or the federal levels. So basically, these police departments are running carte blanche, whatever the hell they want to do. They have, I mean, like, you're outnumbered in every way. You should be terrified at what would happen, what's happening right now with you as a little guy. In a voluntarist society, none of that shit would stand. They don't have that same power anymore. That power has been completely stripped of them.
Do you want police reform, or you want to create this? You want it's like a volunteer society, but it has due process of law. So everyone volunteers for what that law is going to be.
That's another question. Who sets the rules?
It's all kinds of fucking loopholes here. Like, I don't even know how much you can begin with that. You said there's due process, but to receive due process, there has to be some kind of constitution, right? That's the highest laws that everyone volunteered for. Yet they're breaking the law.
No, yeah, okay, thank you. Got it. No, so yes, you're right. Everything would be very, very similar. The structures of society that we have today, we've already figured out that this stuff is good stuff, right? We've already looked at evidences and logic, and we've been able to figure out how good laws work, right? We got a little out of control, and there's a lot of overarching power structures and a lot of coercion and a lot of force and a lot of violence where there shouldn't be, a lot of over legislation. So basically, sorry, I got distracted. You would still, the only difference is that you would be voluntarily, you contract in and you give explicit consent. The difference of the society today is you can't. You cannot withdraw your consent of whatever type of system, whatever type of police, whatever type of law, all of the stuff that you have to subscribe to. You don't have a choice. You know, your funds, whether right now, congressional report just said we're sending over, I don't know how many billions. I heard anywhere from $22 billion to $100 billion over to Israel to do what they're doing to Gaza. And a Brown University report said 70% of what's been waged on Gaza in the past 2 years has been funded by, our tax dollars. Listen, if there are people that want to say, no, I don't think so, that's not what I support, they can withdraw that. That's my point. They could say, no, we're not going to put our money to that. We're not going to give you our money for that, right? We're going to instead go to a defense system. We're going to say, okay, I want to put my money towards defensive measures. I want you to defend my property, and I want you to defend me, right? Defend, what would be the nation, right? Right?
You're talking about America and taxation with representation, and how we're represented by Israel.
We're not representative. We're not represented. It's a farce.
We're represented.
You're not represented. It's impossible. It's impossible. Parts of people, like parts of the populations are represented, but they're not even truly represented because you can't make the decisions.
You on an iPhone or a cellular phone right now?
Yeah, I'm on a cell phone.
And you're on the internet?
And I'm on the internet.
How are these services made available with us if the U.S. Army didn't develop them with funds from our proxy wars?
They could still be collected if these were. You don't think that peaceful people could have put their heads together to say, okay, let's pool our money and create this?
You have shit imported from China. 90% of your phone is imported from China.
So let me ask you this.
That was imported based on dollars that we had to invest in China, and businesses there, which built factories. Every war we've had, Vietnam, all that, all the way back to like 1899. All right, we've started. Hey, we're gonna get into war business, right? And that business has generated a bunch of revenue, and it might be your tax dollars that are going into it, but it's kicking back, right? So all this technology we have, and you can see how the United States is a little bit more affluent than other countries in the world. That's directly involved with the proxy wars we've been in.
So are
a lot of money flowing in from that.
So you're making the case that, oh my God, it's
taxation with representation is in the Constitution, and it has to be physically determined that these tax dollars are going to things that represent us as Americans. And they do. You're never gonna get that on the military-industrial complex, because everything from the internet to the fucking highways you drive on, all that. It comes directly from those funds that we put into our defense budget.
So let me ask you a question. You said that we're represented. How are we represented? Is everybody represented, or just some of us represented, or how does that work?
We're all on the internet right now. They're not saying we can't use it.
Yeah, but you're making the claim that the internet wouldn't exist without a state. And I would beg to differ.
The internet was developed by the military, and so was our highway system. To put military equipment in.
I bet it would have been. I'd say that it would be developed a lot sooner, and there would be much more technological advancements if we didn't have so much red tape and patent systems and things telling free people and little businesses that they can't create and build. We would have much greater than we have right now.
If you look at a place with similar ideals to you, like a voluntary society, like the one they have lost in Amazon right now, they've had all the time in the world to build this utopia. Why are they still hunting monkeys in the jungle?
Well, that's like an appeal to what? Like, what are you saying? Like, you have to have the idea.
Have anything that would, like, anything you mentioned that you wanted to be free of in American society, they don't have that. They're completely unburdened by that. Yet they're still in the jungle hunting monkeys. They haven't developed internet or roads or anything like the U.S. did, right? Off of war dollars.
So are you saying, this is the thing, like, are you saying that they are less of a people than the West?
No, they have all the freedom in the world. They get up in the morning. They don't have to fucking, like, they don't have the same stress that I do, like bills and shit. They're perfectly fine living their lives in the jungle hunting monkeys. The worst case scenario, they might get it, like, bit by a snake. Right? These are very minimal stresses compared to the stresses we have.
So my only argument...
There's pros and cons here. We're on the internet right now, and that's directly involved. Like, you were represented by us bombing Iraq. Those bombs were purchased from U.S. companies who pay taxes, right, to stimulate the economy, and all wars have done this. And that money is sent to China to bring you your smartphone and shit like that, so we can build factories over there.
So all I'm saying is, if you, and this is what's excellent about this, if you, I don't support what you think is valuable in this particular case. So what I'm saying is, how about you and I, you put your support into this military that's going to go and do all that and bomb other countries. I'm saying that, listen, if they're going to have any type of issue, they're going to come and they're going to find you. I'm out of it. I have nothing to do with it. I don't want to be involved in that. I'm living a moral life. According to my own morals, I'm not harming other people for the sake of other bullshit. That's toxic. Go to Toxic's house, right? And they'll be able to, and then you're going to have to, for violating other peaceful people, depending, right, on what, you're going to have to, you're going to have to stand for that, right? And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be a part of your shit. You want to go and do immoral shit? You do it on your name. Don't do it under my name.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be able to take my money and put it towards moral things. I want to build education systems. I want to build, irrigation systems, and I want to build sustainable farms and organic farms. I want to stop pollution. I want to figure out a way to destroy plastics and get them back into a way that doesn't harm our oceans and deplete our fisheries and all this other stuff. That's the type of money. That's where I want my money to go. You want to put your money into this other bullshit? Go ahead. But I'll guarantee you at the end of the day, I'll guarantee you at the end of the day, the people, they're going to want to also benefit off of the beauty of the things that they have, that they see, the beautiful oceans without plastics, and they're going to say, hey, you know what? I'm not into dominating other and violating other peaceful people, and I'm not into that either.
Like, that's what you're talking about, what you want, but the mechanics of all this, like the United States, I explained it to you, like us going to war and having an Israel in the Middle East so we can launch proxy wars all around it and whatnot. You don't have to sugarcoat it. That generates revenue, and our tax dollars get invested. It's an investment we make, and it kicks back a lot. And I mean a lot. We've made trillions of dollars off of wars in like fucking 200 years. Alright, you're saying that you want where's your money coming from? You live in a volunteer society. What are you doing? You got a slave? Do slave labor for other countries? How are you making money?
No slave labor. The free exchange of peaceful people coming together, contracting with people. It's nobody else's business.
Money, though?
Contracting with people. It would be the same exact thing. Whatever I do for business now, I would be doing it in a voluntary society. The people want to contract with me. What's the problem?
What are you contracting with these people?
Whatever contracts it is, whatever jobs it is. Whatever it might be. It could be anything. No, it could be absolutely not. It could be marketing. It could be whatever. It could be a million different things. It could be whatever job you can think of right now. It could be one of those. In every category. Of course it could.
Well, it's like gatherer or slave labor.
Why do you think that why are you think it's a primitivism? Like, that's weird. That has nothing to do with it. That's the exact opposite way we're going. We're moving forward, Toxic. We're taking the great Constitution that we've founded already. We've already figured out that a lot of it works. All right. We've also figured out that a lot of it doesn't work. We figured out that the foundation was pretty shitty, and we started off pretty bad, and we had a pretty bad start. And it wasn't even until maybe 50 years ago that every person in this nation even had the same fucking rights. Okay. If we started that Constitution in a different way with explicit consent instead of implicit, things would be much different. So I'm saying, let's take the Constitution and upgrade it very simply by adding explicit consent. And as soon as there's something that happens that violates your moral...
I understand all this. I understand you said all this, but the mechanics behind this, all right? If you look at another place that is isolated, like North Korea, it only exists as another proxy state for another large government. All right, so we'll take that out of the equation. You don't even have proxy funds. All right, North Korea literally has for its economy slave labor. That's one of your options. All right, another option is you'll just say, you know what, we're just gonna live off the land and eat the animals and grow our own food and be hippie. But once you get into, I'm going to have a cell phone, we're going to have marketing and computers, you're already back in the system that you're trying to escape.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be that way.
You haven't addressed that at all.
Hold on. I am. If we were moving, as a matter of fact, from today, yeah, you're right. But that doesn't mean that it has to be that way tomorrow, right? You have the ability, we can end all fucking problems tomorrow if we just stopped initiating violence on peaceful people and allowed people to contract freely with each other. What?
North Korea is an isolated nation. All right, that's what you're aiming for. But you don't want the proxy funds, right, to exist. Like, you get proxy from China and Russia, to be there because that's a strategic defense against the West for them. You don't want that, right? You don't want the proxy. You don't want these funds for proxy wars. You're trying to escape that from us.
So, Bima, I think part of the issue is that Toxic is trying to articulate is that you can't do what your plan is in isolation. Like you can try to be isolated, but you won't be becoming an advancing society because you won't be able to work with other countries that effectively are like bombing the fuck out of other people. And quite honestly, you will eventually probably be taken over. Even if you have defense, even if you have all these things, like you will be assimilated.
There's no way that a voluntarist society would a voluntarist defense force would be less effective than our military right now.
How many people do you have in your society? Like ideally, like how many people will there be? Minimum amount.
We could do the whole world. We could have the entire world in on it.
No, I don't know. If we had the whole world, it would be like utopian Earth, right? They don't have like one like law. We would have one like sort of moral standard because morals are specific to places and communities and collectives, right? But what's the minimum amount of people that you need, that you believe are needed to fulfill this idea in your society? Be able to protect themselves, be able to like stave off other people from trying to take over, and how do you participate with countries that don't share that moral, that don't share your, they don't share your morals and value.
I think you're forgetting that countries, especially the United States, operates in a way that it represents everybody in the nation, supposedly, right? That's how it operates. So when it goes around and it commits these war crimes and harms other people, steals resources, whatever else, these are things that what the quote-unquote military is committing, right? So that is why most of the hate happens. Like, why would peaceful people aren't going to hate peaceful people? Like, that's not what psychology says. That's not where we've come at this point. It's not in our self-interest to hate peaceful people. So the hate comes from the idea that we're committing these wars to begin with. So stop committing the atrocities, and you won't be a target for hate and attacks. It's very simple.
Name a powerful nation in the world today that is not committing war crimes outside of the Scandinavian countries.
Name a nation, name a military?
No, a powerful nation, a powerful sort of self-sustaining government today that is not committing war crimes. Name one.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's because they don't exist. That's because they don't exist. Even countries that like North Korea is committing war crimes, right? Like it's in isolation. Almost every country is contributing to war crimes either implicitly or explicitly.
Okay, so what type of normative claims do you have on that though? You're saying that just because something is that way, it has to be that way? What's the point?
No, I'm saying that your position is an ideal, which is fine, but it is not realistic in the world in which we live. And quite honestly, I understand that some of the people that you hang out with sort of blame America for all of the crimes of the world, right? Which is a theory. It's okay, but part of the reality of it is that it's kind of not like America. In many cases, America was fighting countries that were also committing war crimes, right? They just sort of got involved. Even in the Middle East, before the West got there, if you do like some history on the Middle East, like they were killing each other, like the various ethnic groups and various communities. It's just that America at some point got involved to whatever extent. And quite honestly, even before then, you can look up the American-Algerian Wars, you can look up the Barbary Wars, you can look up whatever, but there were some of these Islamic countries that were also already trying to attack America, and they were all the way overseas, right? We didn't have planes, and we didn't have military ships like we do today. Like a lot of what we see today is an extension of historical warfare that existed before America. America just kind of inherited it, right? Like even the Barbary Wars, they are connected to the Inquisition and the Reconquista, which were also wars between the European Catholics and North African Muslims. It just so happened that the Jews, who were also in the middle of it again, were in the middle of it. Like there's a whole history behind it. This is nothing new.
So you're saying?
I'm not saying that your idea is a righteous endeavor, but it's not just something that was invented when America became a country.
So I'm not even understanding your claim though. You're saying that everybody should be forced to pay into these proxy wars because why?
Yeah, it's not just even a proxy war. Like people, you think that America, that the Israel Palestine thing is a proxy war? No, it's not necessarily a proxy war. To some extent it is right, because in a lot of ways, Gaza is a proxy war for Iran, right? So everybody's part of a proxy war to some extent. The Hamas, they are being paid by Iran or facilitated by Iran to fight a proxy war. The same with Hezbollah, the same with the Houthis, all of these people, right? Like you brought this up earlier. This is not, and I don't know if America is using Israel to fight its proxy war, but I think everybody's to some extent participating in a proxy.
So no, but that's my argument. My argument is if I don't want to participate in this war, I don't want to put my tax dollars into the system and fund these things.
But you can leave.
And go where?
A place where they aren't participating.
You know that's a logical fallacy. Saying that you should leave doesn't remove the moral claims.
I said you could leave if you
want. Sure. And some of my friends have done that, and some of those same friends that have actually left because their families, their entire history was built in the United States, that if they try to come back to visit them, they've been denied over and over and over by the embassies. They're not allowed back in for the pure reason that they have too much there's too much incentive for them to not leave again. These are Americans that were, born in America, raised, and then decided, hey, I don't like what the system's doing. I don't want to pay into the system. So they left to a place where they didn't have to do that. But then they're not even allowed to come in to see the family. So the point is that running isn't going to stop anything, and running isn't going to change anything. And it also doesn't say...
I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, if there was a place where they didn't have to pay taxes, they went to a proxy war, I would be like very interested to know which country that was. In Cambodia, Laos, someplace where like.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they bought an island somewhere.
Okay, so they weren't on an island. They were in isolation.
Sounds like it. Maybe that's what they did. They're still not able to come back. But still, okay, don't want to. The idea, though, is still it's a logical fallacy to say, I'm telling you, right? If I brought to you, I said, hey, look, this is the United States. Slavery's fucked up, and you say, you could leave. I'm saying, no. How about we just address slavery, right? Telling me to leave isn't going to stop the injustice. Isn't going to stop the crimes. So when I say to you, why should I be forced to pay into a system that's violating? If I don't want to, why should I have to?
One, slavery on the land is different than proxy wars or whatever you want to call it in other countries. And quite honestly, for whatever reason, countries do have vested interest in certain things. And Toxic is right that a lot of the things that America has, the comforts and luxuries that we have actually brought to a lot of the world, even some of the countries that we have had proxy wars with, do benefit from those things. I'm not saying that it's great. I'm not saying that
ideology.
So that
forget ideology here. Ideology stems from American. Because Americans are the first people to do this. Because when Americans came from Europe, they found endless farmland. And before that, they lived in feudalism, which means there was a little bit of farmland, and people would fight over it. Right? They had to have wars to control that. And the peasants had to work it. But people came to America, and there was more farmland to build a farm for every person on the fucking planet. So everybody could just come and go, hey, look, fuck you guys, I'm going to build a farm, live with my family there, and there's nothing you can do because I'm so far away. And that's where you get this ideology from. Because they had it. This is the only place where self-sufficient farming ever existed.
Exactly.
Obviously, it didn't exist long because there's other colonialists say, hey, America's got a lot of land we could get, so you need a central government to protect your little self-sufficient farmers.
There was anarchist writing in the 1700s talking about locations and regions around the world in the 1500s and the 1400s. It's mutualist societies isn't an American thing. It's not a Western thing. It's just a moral thing. That's it.
I'm pretty sure it's just gibberish.
Well, you want me to? What else you want me to say? The point is that it's not Western. It's these ideas, mutualism, right? Reciprocation, consent-based organized communities. These have been around for much longer than America has ever existed.
So I'm just saying want the government to go away. But then you're talking about building a new government, so you're obviously not.
No, it's not building a new government.
For more than a couple days.
Yeah, it's not building a new government. No.
We talked about this.
If you don't build a new government, how can you give people due process of law and shit, all the other shit you were talking about without a government?
So we've talked about this before, and the reality of it is that effectively they would be building another system that was very similar, if not the same, to America. Today, I mean, they'll try to remove the bad stuff. I guess the things that they find are bad, but essentially it'll be the same thing. Like, what if I kill somebody, right? God forbid. What if I kill somebody and I decide that I'm opting out of the system? Like, am I really opting out of the system, or will your police forces or security forces take me away because I actually killed somebody and I violated other people's rights? Like, you can't opt out. I mean, I guess you could create a system like that and just say, oh well, I opt out of the system, so you can't do anything to me.
So you can't opt out of a system by violating to violate somebody else's rights. You still have the consequences of that, whether you opt in or out. It doesn't matter. So
So if you're violating somebody else, you're still, it doesn't matter. You don't have to opt in at that point. You've stopped reciprocating rights, so you don't even get them. So if you're gonna violate, rape, rob, murder, you don't get rights. There is no protections for you. Be scared.
Okay, so then effectively you have the American or the modern policing system, right? Like you, and maybe the ones that we have today may be a little more aggressive in some ways, but essentially, like you have the concept of like this universal rights that people don't have to opt into, and then you have this other system of rights that people do have to and opt into if they choose to. And it depends on like certain interactions. What if I steal somebody's building, right? Like what if that's the negative rights versus positive rights. I think there's a whole book about this. Actually, I have a book here that you might be interested in called The Concepts of Law. Let's see if I can find it.
Positive and negative rights. It's a great concept. We're going to have to get into epistemology and then metaphysics, metaethics, and then we're going to have to talk about what the role of government should be. And we could do all that if you want, no problem. But I'm going to guarantee you we're going to come up with the idea that you are going to, have your idea of what morality is. I'm going to have my idea what morality is. You're going to have, everything's going to be subjective. We're going to have different ideas on what the role of government is going to be, right? And what I'm saying is that we both, the only society where both of our moral principles can be honored is in a voluntary society where we're able to align with like minds voluntarily, freely. Otherwise, we're forced under a coercive state to operate under whatever the majority says, whatever majority rules, whatever the biggest gang says, right? You don't have to, in the police systems, the police forces, I mean, they wouldn't at all be the way that they are today. They're one of the biggest reasons to remove yourself and sever yourself is from the what modern police and law enforcement is. Law enforcement is law enforcement because there's law, right? And a lot of laws harm people because they consider them criminals and cage them and allow the state agents to use violent force, put guns to people's head for victimless crimes. That is insanity. Have you ever asked a cop, next time you talk to a cop, I want you to say, hey, look, if I didn't use my signal and you walked up to my car, you pulled me over and you walked up to my car and said, hey, license and registration. And I said, hey, look, I'm sorry I didn't use my signal, but, nobody was harmed, so I'm just going to be on my way. You say, what would you do? And they're going to say, well, find out. And then when they say, well, I'd ask it for you again, I demand it. And they say, well, I don't want to give it to you. I'm a peaceful person. I've never harmed another peaceful person my entire life. I didn't use my signal. I'm on my way home. I gotta go, so I'm just gonna be on my way. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. What would you do? They will, in all cases, they will escalate all the way to death. They will say that they will use a full violation. That is insanity. That is what we have right now, policing our systems, policing our societies. Carte blanche authority, judge, jury, and executioner, just random dudes with power trips, right? Just human beings. And a lot of the times, I feel bad for cops because they don't, the stresses and the pressures that are put on them, it's not realistic and it's not fair. I don't think that
every time somebody like misuses a blinker or something and they get stopped by the police, they die.
No, I'm saying that in our society, you could ask any officer in any state of the nation, they have a duty, they take an oath to uphold the law, right? And I'm saying if it's a law that's broken, that's harmed nobody, no person, no property, nobody's been harmed, they'd be willing to follow through and enforce that law, that breaking of that law, all the way to your death. And that's just a matter of fact. That is not a sane or rational society.
You did harm somebody, though. You harmed society by breaking its laws.
Right, and that is the bullshit. That is where you call bullshit. That's that's a myth, that no person has been harmed. The only time you can say a person's been harmed is if they have a name. You harm the person that's driving behind you that doesn't know that you're going to turn, or that's why we have traffic signals. It's not just so that law enforcement can flex. It's because in a majority society, you gotta tell people where you're going. So, like every little law, there's a reason, because somebody else can or will have been harmed by something. They don't just come up with the law because they feel like it that day. Ashley, do you think that if I don't use my signal and you're behind me, and nothing happens to you, right? You don't have to brake heavy. You don't have to do anything. You just witness it, right? You get a little frustrated, maybe, because you could have. You just frustrated. Okay. Do you think you would support a police officer pulling me over, and then if I refuse to give him my license or registration, and I'm just like, listen, I'm sorry, I'm tired, I just worked back-to-back shift, I have to get home to my kids, they're waiting for me, I know that I didn't hit it, I was, whatever, I'm going to be on my way. You would support them escalating that all the way to my death? I don't support them escalating it, but I do support fines, like what we have now, because if there's no repercussions for not doing the thing, there's no reason to do the thing. So, like, if there's no repercussions for me coming over and taking your car and saying it's my car now, what stops me from doing it? From even in your society? From taking my car? Yeah. I'm just going to come take your car. I have them as well. Do you think that would be in your best interest? It could be, because I'm getting a car. Okay. And you'd be willing to take the chances and sacrifice what might happen to your children. You don't know who I am. You don't know if I'd come and get you and do anything. You're just completely okay. I have the same things, access to the same things you do, right? I have access to the guns. You also don't know how many people I have around me. So what then just stops me from just taking what I want? Well, what is your incentive? Well, would you do that? And let me ask you this: would you actually do that though? Not right now. Society. Not in our society. Hold on. Okay, so you said not in our society right now. Is the only reason you wouldn't do it in our society is because there are laws, or because you have laws? There are people that do it. No. I'm not asking them. I'm asking you. I'm asking Ashley. Would you personally? Would you do it if there was no laws? I wouldn't myself, but there's others that would. Okay. I mean, let's be honest. There's plenty of people that would.
Situation.
Okay.
I don't think you agree with any of the extreme examples of anarchy.
And then what would happen? Hold on, but listen. It doesn't mean that criminals aren't going to exist. I'm not saying that that's everything. You got to be kidding me. You would be in more danger to steal from somebody in a voluntary society than you would in this corrupt, backwards, I don't give a fuck police department shit who really don't give a shit about you. Just some number. They can't barely get their shit together. Quote, are you kidding me? Imagine how critical and how easy and how fast it would be for people that actually make it there to come on. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You turn it into a competition. You have two police departments next to each other, right? Two quote unquote police departments, investigative. We'll say investigative services, right? Security forces. We'll say two different security forces. You're telling me that they're not going to compete with each other to get business? I opt out. I opt out of them, so they have no jurisdiction over me because I opt out. That's not how that works.
That's not how
Why
that
not?
works.
Why not?
Because if you
We're gonna go in a circle again. This is gonna go in a circle again. It's happened multiple times.
Because if you stop reciprocating rights, hold on, wait, Toxic. Let me just answer Ashley. If you stop reciprocating,
you keep pointing to an objectivity.
But I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't hurt anybody. I took your car. I didn't hurt you.
Hold on, you stole private property. You stole private property.
Yeah, but I didn't hurt you. Yeah,
hold on, wait, Toxic. I'm not sure.
Property. Like I say, that's mine. I say that's mine. That's my car.
Yeah, this is the circle.
It's my car.
I think you want judicial reform. That's the safest place to put all your eggs. Because you keep saying you don't want a government, but then you refer to things that you would have to have a government for, like laws.
Property and law is property, or property is law.
Objective morality, all kinds of things that you want, but you can't have without a government.
No.
But you do have very consistent animosity towards the judiciary branch. Even if you get what you want, right, there's still going to be cops that violate people's civil rights.
No, I had explained.
And there's still going to be a slow-ass system that, right? See, you want the judicial reform to emphasize violent crimes over non-violent crimes, right?
But then it's going to be
for
profit. It's going to be for profit at that point. Like justice is going to
judicial reform. That's what you want. You don't want this.
What do you think it is now, Ashley?
It's not.
It's worse. It's only. Hold on. Wait a second. Not only is it for profit now, there are so many situations where we have no recourse. In a for-profit society, we can immediately, a bunch of people that say, oh, we don't like that judge is, has harmed and done enough, has violated enough of its customers, you're gone, right? You're able to you have to wait for the next election.
What about the impoverished person, though? What about the person that's impoverished that
just like any society, there will be some sort of recourse there will be some demand that will be filled. If there's a demand, if there's enough poor people, then there's some type of nonprofit organization, something is going to pop up, just like it does now. It would just be more direct agency, more incentive to do it. You don't have, right now we
have homeless people now, right? What happens to the homeless people in your society when, they can't pay for their homes, but now if somebody walks up and slaps them, they have to pay into the police force to even go report a crime. Because otherwise they can't afford it. They can't afford whatever the policing is wanting you to pay because there's no cap on what they can charge.
Well, it really depends on whatever. It depends on the society that this homeless person would be around. It would be in the self-interest of police departments, no matter what. If somebody was slapped, even if they're a homeless person, it would be in the best interest of that, what would be a security department, to find out who's running around and stuff. It doesn't matter.
I'm not getting anything from that person.
But it's in the business's self-interest to make sure that they're protecting their clients.
Why?
Because that's the business.
That's not their client, though.
No. But you're not. Hold on.
Their client. They're not paying.
Right, but they're
homeless. That's not a client.
Ashley, you're not listening. So their clients, if it's in a particular jurisdiction, okay, like let's say the homeless person gets slapped in jurisdiction A, that's just where they are, right? There's going to be some security department that is going to be incentivized to find whoever slapped this person, because if they're violating a homeless person, guaranteed they're now putting their customers at risk, their clientele. They're going to be fighting over to find who this guy is that slapped this homeless person, okay? Because that's part of their job. It's going to be two competing institutions trying to do the best to figure out the best way to investigate, solve as many issues as fast as they possibly can, most effectiveness, most objectivity. It's literally built into the business model. That's all that it would just be better in absolutely every single way.
I
I don't think so, because then you got to think about, what if this homeless person doesn't actually live there? What if they're just passing through?
It doesn't matter if the person got hit and if it got. Listen,
that's not my client. They're not my problem.
I just explained this, Ashley. I'll explain it again. If a homeless person is walking through jurisdiction C, okay, well, the clientele, the security forms, let's say there's 5 of them.
Slapped the person is their client. The person they slapped is not their client, because they are not paying into that system.
Hold on.
So,
and that's exactly why they are incentivized for that homeless person who's not paying into their fucking thing. Go to them, hey, look, I just got slapped by somebody in your jurisdiction. That puts your clients at risk. They're going to be out there trying to find who violated that client, that person, not that client, who violated that person. Because even though that person is paying into the system, because if there was a violation in their district, it's their responsibility to go out and make sure that their clients are protected, because whoever the violator is in jurisdiction C. Right, so it's built in. It's just an incentive. It's just a built-in incentive.
Client. That is not their client.
What don't you understand about it being the self-interest?
What moderation? Are there any Kendalls left in the audience?
What is going on?
So far, we got 3.
But like I was saying, if you're going off of this person paying, they're trying to get their business, but hey, they're just passing through. I'm not getting any money out of them.
They're getting paid by their clients, Ashley.
Yes,
they're getting paid by their clients.
The person that slapped the homeless person, that's who's paying them.
Hold on. The person, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the person that is the violator. Okay, it is in their interest to find out who the violator is, even if it's their own client. Because if that person is violating and violating other people's consent and harming people, then chances are they're harming somebody else, or they're going to do it again.
They're not harming anybody under the jurisdiction.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't people that are passing through.
It doesn't matter. People don't just go up and slap people on a regular basis, okay?
Okay, I'm not going to say slapping. We're going to say, that's the people that they rob. You come through our area, and hey, I'm paying.
Do you think that the client is protected?
I'm going to rob them.
Hold on. Do you think that the client is protected? Let me put it to you this way. Okay. So that's where you're going to confuse.
The person that's not paying. The person that's not paying.
Okay, Ashley, is that how that works today in the police department? Let's say you and I live in the same town, and we're paying to the same exact police department. Am I protected? Am I protected? Hold on. Am I protected by that police department because I pay into that police?
Yes, because guess what? They all work together. In your society, nobody is working together. There's no need to work together.
What are you talking?
There's no need to work together. Okay, so in my area, we have Union County, we have Alexander County, and we have Jackson County. Just coming up with 3 names, right? If somebody violates somebody in Union County, but they live in Alexander County, guess what? Union County is going to get on the phone with Alexander County and say, hey, we need your help to go find somebody.
So what makes you think that even if they're separate agencies, okay, that they...
Why do they need to communicate?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, but why wouldn't they communicate? It would make sense.
Because it takes away from their profit. It would take away from their profit for another agency to come in and do the job that they need to be paid for. If everybody's independent, and they're all competing, they're not going to work together. You're not going to work with somebody that you're competing with.
No. I come in to do the job. That's not what I'm talking about. Their only responsibility is their own clients. That's it. So where are you getting confused? I don't understand what you mean, coming in. You're going to have to.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. their clients are their responsibility. So the people that are not their clients are not their responsibility. So somebody, you're stopping travel. Well, even just travel, even if the person's not homeless, if they're from District 12 and they're going to District 4, right? That's not their client. Hey, you haven't paid into our system, so I can't help you. Yeah, no, that's not how that works. If there is a violation, because everybody has their own sense of justice. Everybody has their own idea of what the law should be. It would be a poor business model because their clients wouldn't be protected. They need to make sure their job in District 12, their job in District 12 to protect that person. Right, like their District 12 is the only job is to protect District 12, right? That's it. District 12 clients, if that's the case, right? So what I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, somebody from District 4 gets violated, or somebody in District 12 gets violated in District 4. That's not their client. What are they going to do? Call District 12 and have to go like 500 miles in order to take care of that client that traveled to District 4? No, because as I explained before, if there's a violation within a district, just how the police department, actually exactly how the police operate now, they would be very similar to how they would operate in society. Hold on, yeah, exactly. And that's okay. And that's okay because the two police departments aren't, getting Walmart and Target work separately. They have an incentive. They still have an incentive to make sure that their clients and work together. Do they work together? If Walmart runs out of Heinz ketchup, can they call over to Target and say, "Hey, I'm out of Heinz ketchup. I see that you have an overstock. Can I get some of that Heinz ketchup put onto my shelf in order to make a profit?" I mean, they could. I don't think that it works that way. I don't think it works that way. I don't think so. Why wouldn't a police department work in the same way in that form of society if they're for profit and if they're competing against each other? Because it's their job to keep their districts out for you. Because that's it. In your society, everybody is out for you. You are out for yourself. And if everybody is individualistic and if everybody is out for number one, then nobody's looking out for anybody but themselves. And I think
security and the security department is a for-profit system. So, like, what if somebody pays more money to that, even if it's within the same district, like somebody pays the opposition, right? The person that violated you has more money than you. They can pay for them to like drop the case. Yeah, it's a bad business model, but but they still make more money at the end. So it's a good business model, actually.
Try judicial reform. You might have to compromise a little bit also in the other social issues. Judicial reform sounds like what you really want.
I'm all for police reform. I'll say that right now. Like, I think that it needs to be opened up and redone.
So like this self-government shit's like a fucking new. It's like reinventing the wheel, but the wheel's a square. Doesn't have laws. It does have laws. It's schizophrenic.
Yeah, it's like it's based on this idea that there's a universal morality that everybody sort of agrees to, and which we kind of do already, right? But you have to be indoctrinated into the system of morality. It's not something that you can like come up by yourself or by yourself. Like we all do it. Every country indoctrinates its population to have a system of morality towards the other people within the state or system, right? Like we are all Americans. We all drive on the same side of the road. We all pay for people, you have to create a system of law and teach those people the basic foundations of the law.
You don't have to. It's just what you want to do.
No, you have to. Otherwise, you raise children who are disassociated from reality, right? I find a lot of people. I have a lot of friends who grew up in very religious communities where their parents homeschooled them or put them through a private school system, and they didn't learn how to deal with people in the rest of the world. And in some cases, they got in trouble. In some cases, they learned pretty quickly once they left those communities how the real world works. But essentially, you have to, and that's part of the job of the adult, is to raise their children in the society around them to perpetuate the society. Societies have to be perpetuated in order to maintain. What happens if in the next generation, after Bima and her cohort pass away, does the society start over?
Why would you say that?
Start anew? Say that again.
Say God forbid.
God forbid. God forbid. What happens when the first generation of that society pass away? The people in the next generation are either continuing what was started because they were indoctrinated into doing it, or they will start a new society or new structures of society, or maybe a combination of the two. Right? This is why when you can't just pick up a law book and decide that you are a lawyer. You have to be indoctrinated into the legal system. You have to go through law school. You have to do internships. You have to understand how the law works. You have to understand.
Oh, Bima, this is another problem is who sets these laws? You can say everybody comes together and agrees on them. Well, what if say even just 50% of the people think that theft is a victimless crime? That theft isn't against the law. Theft is fine. Let's just, theft isn't, there's nothing wrong with theft.
You gotta remember, laws came with age. Like Hammurabi's laws, many of those laws is used now. So, yeah, there's a reason we have these laws.
There's a book that I came into contact with recently called, I think it's about Bedouin law, and how Bedouins in the desert developed their own legal system. And I think this was pre-Islamic, but it's the desert is the Wild West, and Bedouins are a sort of traveling people. They don't stay stationary, and yet they find a way to create a legal system in case certain things happen that are outside of their social norms. What happens when a 3-year-old dies because her husband killed her or something like that. I mean, in their system, in their reality, in many cases, or in some cases, it is illegal to marry, children. And you would say, from your system's perspective, that is morally wrong. It has an objective moral reality, but it doesn't. That's completely subjective. It sounds crazy, but the reason why we got here today is because of Western civilization.
Oh wait, I have another thing I can point out. Okay, so everybody's agreeing on laws, but what is it each district has their own rules? Because you can opt in or opt out. So let's say again with travel, that system makes travel impossible because if chewing bubble gum on the sidewalk on a Sunday is illegal in District 12. But in District 4, it's fine. Like how do you keep all the laws in all these different districts straight?
Yeah, the same way that we do in the United States. People, state to state, you get, get arrested and jailed for victimless crime in state A, you go to state B, and it's perfectly fine. You can't, put your basketball hoop on the street to play basketball in the city, but it's a misdemeanor of up to $5,000 or however that would work, and then a fine, right? Or in this other place, it doesn't matter. I mean, like, it's the same way. It's a bunch of people coming together, and they're deciding on what they want to do. And I still haven't gotten a better answer from anybody of why I should be forced to do something, or why I should force you to do something against your will. That I'm not making moral claims. I'm saying that it's in society.
Right, but all these little laws that we see is
but that's according to you. I disagree with you, and a lot of other people would disagree with you. So who's right?
Traffic lights. If you want to
Ashley, so just go with that. Hold on, Ashley.
It is a victimless crime to run a stoplight unless there is a victim that is trying to cross that intersection. Then there becomes a victim. So then that's why it is a crime, or that's why it is against the law to run a traffic light, because you don't always know what's coming.
So Ashley, so you have the way that you think society should be, and I have the way that I think society should be. Who's right, me?
I would say whatever benefits society the most. I think that stopping at traffic lights, it benefits all of society. I think that if you just leave it up to people being honest, I think it would crumble. I really do. I do not trust people.
And so I say the same thing. I say the same thing about my society. I think my society would benefit the people more. That's why I want to do it. So now who's right?
In your society, if this person, they get in the habit of running red lights, but there's one time when there's another car. Everybody's just running red lights because there's no reason to stop.
There's rules. No. There's rules in my society. And if you violate the rule, however those properties would work, they would all work as systems and businesses or collectives, but they would be voluntarily. But that's why it's called voluntarism, because they would be voluntary collectives. Okay, so now I say, but don't get distracted with that though. My point is, hold on, Loki. So my point still now is you still think that your society is the best for the people. I'm absolutely certain that my society is best for people. So now,
well, I'm gonna opt you then. Okay, so I can opt out of the law, right?
No. Actually, I'm talking about. Listen, we could go through. Hold on.
I opt out of the rule. I don't agree with it.
Actually, you're using the track of thought that I'm trying to have with you, right? I'm not talking about the specifics now. I'm saying after you and I have gone down 100 issues, we've gone down thousands, right? We've spent 5 years going through every issue, you and me, back and forth, everything that we can think of. And at the end of the day, I say, look, my society is better, and you say, my society is better. Okay, now I have my evidences of why, you have your evidences of why. Now, who's right, you or me?
Everybody's gonna say me. Everybody is.
Okay, hold on.
People are different.
Hold on. I'm asking you who's right, me or you, and according to what? Just because other people are saying that you're right?
I am. Just like you say you are. Okay, all right, now good, because now we're getting somewhere.
Their own rules. Everybody's operating under their own rules.
So now you're saying you're right, and I'm saying I'm right. So now the difference is that under your society, you have no problem enforcing your preferences and the things you want on me, but I am not going to do that to you.
But all in all, you aren't, because I mean, in this society, you have to follow somebody else's rules.
No, you're going to be able to congregate. You're going to be able to, if you want to build a military up with people who have like minds, you want to get it as big as it, however many millions of people, you go person to person and you build it up, and go ahead, you could do that. Whatever, as long as it's voluntary, as long as people are coming to you and saying, I want to do this, right? And I'm saying that all I'm saying is that's the society that I want. I'm saying that your society is not doing that though. You're saying I'm going to have everybody do what I want because I'm.
Okay. Your society has the roses. I have the military. I come in, I kill all your people. I get your roses.
Be my children forced to follow laws in this society?
Are children forced to follow laws in a voluntary society?
Mm-hmm.
You mean rules? Because there's not a centralized authority in the same way that we.
Okay, so are they forced to follow rules? Are they forced to follow rules?
Well, they wouldn't be able to reciprocate rights until they can take responsibility for 100% of their successes and 100% of their failures. So it would be up to their parents, right? Their parents would be responsible for those children until that time, whatever that time might be. So children can themselves reciprocate rights and enter rights reciprocation and, be self-sustaining, then it's up to the parents. It just, guardians.
Those children with no ramifications.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We're still getting away. And I still want to know who is right, actually. And I want you to answer this. You're saying that your society is right only because of what? You have nothing. You can't give me any moral justification of why your society is right over mine. No, you can't.
We protect the people that are weak. Your society only protects those that are strong. It's the strongest survive.
The complete opposite. My society does everything that your society enforces. Your society uses initiation of force and aggression upon peaceful people. You arrest peaceful people. And this is the thing, but this is the idea. These are our opinions, right? And if I could, even objectively, could come up with an entire list, I said, right, hypothetically, I want to know what your moral claim is to say that you're right and I'm not. And it has not, I'm talking about a moral principle to decide how you're right and I'm not. Because I'll be able to prove that exactly, Sam. Thank you. So now what, Ashley?
But I'm telling you.
And it's fascinating that someone like Sam is going to say morality is objective, but then turn around and say that the law.
I said morality is subjective. It's not objective, it's subjective.
Right, and I'm saying that's fascinating to someone who you believe in a state? You believe in statism?
Everybody believes in a state.
Okay. So I know descriptively that a state exists, but I don't believe in it morally. No, I don't. I reject a state. I reject all states. I believe that they're the most dangerous superstition. It's a myth.
You said y'all got a constitution.
No, there's no constitution. I mean, you can have a constitution if you want, but you would have to opt into it, right? You would contract.
The reality of it is that.
So how do you know about the law? Not the laws, your society.
We're back to it.
But we have that now. If you want to opt out of being in the United States, there are plenty of other countries that you can go to.
And that's a logical fallacy. Again, it doesn't. We're talking about the moral. We're talking about whether or not it is what is the best practice? Okay, we're talking about normative claims. We're talking about normative claims, Ashley. Ashley, if it was slavery times and I said, hey, Ashley, buddy, I see that people are enslaving people and I don't think that that's right. And then you say to me, well, Bima, you can leave. That's not in our... Exactly, because we have to have laws.
So
to protect against stuff like that.
You can't opt out of the Constitution, but you can't hurt anybody.
So can we survive without government?
So you should. I'm sorry, look, I wanted to. So you should know about slavery, right? The reason why these people who had slaves were able to maintain the idea of slaves is because they also didn't count those people in their society, right? They said only people within our society are the people that cannot be slaves. So all of these other people who are outside of our society, however they got there, whether we deem them outside of society or whatever, they can become slaves because they are no longer people. There's a concept in law called personhood. A person, right? It's not just because you have a physical body, but because you belong to the system or the body of law, that therefore you have personhood. We in America is really the first country that said outsiders to our system have a type of personhood. This is why we have this argument right now about what ICE and Trump are doing, because through the Constitution we have developed a system of law that gives anybody that is on American soil what they call the 5 basic laws, right? And one of those things is due process. And that does not exist in every society or community. It's not universally recognized, because in many countries you go to, if you're outside of their legal system, if you're not a citizen, right? This is where we get the idea of citizenship. Having citizenship gives you personhood into society. If you are not a citizen, you are outside of their legal system, then you do not have any rights whatsoever, and yet you can be prosecuted by them by their system of law. Just because you are not within that legal structure as a normative citizen, as you say, does not mean that you cannot be impacted by the law itself.
I just want to say this, look.
And under your system, it's still, the police is still there. So, I mean, in all reality, they're still coming in, even if I do a basic, travel violation, or a basic, or say I offend you in some way, you're still contacting that police force to come use force on me. But then it could escalate even further than what we have now, because you're their client, you're paying for it.
All right, so
the people, keeping customers happy is the best business model. So they're more likely to keep you happy that's paying into that system versus me, who is just coming in.
Is the objective of your society to not have a government?
That's correct. No monopoly on force.
Wait, is it to not have a government, or not for the government to, operate through legislation and enforce it through violence?
Well, that's correct, yes.
All right, so what kind of natural rights is your society offering?
Whatever the people want to congregate and collectively agree to, that's not up to me to decide. That would be up to each group, each people to decide.
All right, so would you say land is a natural right?
No. A natural right, no, I wouldn't. Rights are only things that people agree to. So
right, what you said, natural rights are only things people agree to.
Well, no. What I'm saying is what the idea of natural rights are, right? What I'm saying is descriptively what it actually translates to is just people saying, okay, let's agree to say this, or let's agree to do this. That's exactly what the Pilgrims did. And we see how that turned out for the people that already lived here. But we see how the Constitution and the United States government colonized first another government, right? Do you see there's going to be a trend, and what you're going to see constantly is governments or this collective mentality coming and using massive amounts of destruction and harming people under the idea of a government. So it was actually the United States. Individuals weren't enslaved. People were enslaved by the government because they had force, they had jails, they had agents, state agents, because they were funded by taxation. Okay? These weren't done. In a voluntary society, that shit would have been cut out first fucking thought. I'm going to say micro governments. That's what you're describing. Micro governments.
So Bima, look.
But it's almost profit.
All right. So Bima, are you saying that people have to agree upon to preserve life, the right to liberty, the right to own property, freedom of speech, the right to make a living, and freedom of religion? I don't even include the right to have a family. I never heard of that. But rights of religion. So you're saying that in order for these things right here to be an actual right, people only have to agree upon.
That's correct.
So if everybody agrees that slavery is legal, that they have a right to enslave people.
No, that's not. That's might makes right. That's just a bunch of people coming together, right, and just doing that and enforcing that on other people. Obviously, there's not an agreement upon everybody. Some people are going to say, "I don't want to be a slave."
All right, so individually you agree that a natural right is what makes someone able to say, I don't want to be a slave. I have the freedom of speech. These things that no one can take away, right?
Well, they can take them away. That's a
So
problem.
people could take away our freedom in this society legally?
Well, it has happened. That's what the United States did, right?
Yeah. And they established that a natural right of, the freedom of liberty was entitled to all.
Then we collectively came together and we thought that it was wrong, and we created laws or rules in order to not do that anymore.
Rights. To enforce these natural rights.
So do you think society largely believes that this was the better idea? Like at this point? Okay. Do you think that okay, that's great. I want to hear that. Do you think that if laws disappeared tomorrow that people would start enslaving people in the United States?
Yes, 100%.
They could because they could somebody else. Because like you working for me for free, if I said, hey, I own you now.
Yeah, like you gotta remember, these are natural rights y'all speaking of, and that also entitles the freedom of property, the right to have property. And that was a dilemma. Was these people
what is property?
Or was they
with no law?
And now listen,
without
so
law,
now,
what is property?
Hold on.
What is property?
Hold on. They had to establish that each individual had the right to their own life. Now, once they established that, they was able to say this person is not property. This is not a thing. Now, if this is why I'm asking them, if we have these natural rights such as property, such as life, such as like liberty and happiness and all this, whatever the shit is, why not include land if it is just as needed as a natural right as all of these? You need land to make a living. You need land to be free.
But yeah, even under that system, the system that you're describing, Bima, there is no property, because who draws up what property is? Who decides where the property line is? The same in this. What do you mean? Years ago, before rulers and emperors and all those other stuff started to define what property was, people just they were just peaceful people. They came together and they made agreements, and that was it.
No,
and
they
kept
did not.
archives.
No, they did not.
They absolutely did. Because
they
we
use
thought that those
archives
people's
all
property
over.
was
They
their
use
property.
archives. Hold on. But this is what's interesting. You guys are saying.
Oh no, that's not your property.
So what I hear is that it's right to use to enforce your preferences on a bunch of people just because you think that it's right. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what your society would do as well.
That's exactly what my society could not possibly do. My society would literally not do that.
Okay, under
Society can't
society,
possibly
I opt
exist.
out
Like,
that
we're
murder
just
is
saying
wrong.
it's rude.
I go and I kill somebody. What happens to me?
Why do you
I opt out.
why do you keep thinking, oh, actually I heard you. So why do you
It doesn't even have a foundation. It's both groupists and individuals at the same fucking time, which is impossible. It has laws, it doesn't have laws. It has a collective agreement. That's just another term for law. How can you be groupists and individuals at the same time?
the same
This is the first step.
toxic?
No, let's stay here until we can go further.
Listen, most of society would be exactly the same. If I were to snap my fingers and we were all wake up in a voluntary society tomorrow, largely the structure all the structure would be the same. All of the things that we've already figured out are the better things to do, and we've already sorted through to see what are good ideas and what are bad ideas. We're not just going to disregard them. We're not going to just start to regress as people. The only difference is that we would mature because we'd be able to put our productive ability into things that align with our principles. That's the only difference.
Details are irrelevant.
So you were to wake up to tomorrow. Imagine you woke up tomorrow.
Under the jurisdiction, correct?
Actually, you opted out.
The details just keep going around and around.
I opt out. Okay, I opt out. What happens to me? I opt out. What happens to me? And that's
the details. No more details.
I don't think murder.
The details will keep coming and coming and coming and coming. You won't get anywhere.
Murder. You stepped on my toe, so I murder you.
Ashley,
you step on my toe. What happens to me in society? If I opt out of the system.
Ashley, you can opt out.
I think that's an egregious act. You stepped on my toe, so therefore I pull out my gun and I shoot somebody. But I opt out of the system. I don't think murder applies to me. I think if you step on my toe,
they collectively agree they're gonna live together and not kill each other. Right? But are you individualist?
I don't agree with that. That's what happens to me.
They're individualists, but they're also groupists at the same time.
Let her answer. I opt out. I do not agree that, that there are certain lines that can't be crossed. Me as an individual, that if you step on my toe, then I have every right to murder you because that is the morality that I have set for myself. That is what I opt in for. I do not
answer that, but it's just going to lead to another question, and then another one, and then another one, and another one. We should start at the very basics of this. She's proposing that individuals come together and collectively agree, and then they're going to be both individuals and groupists at the same time, which is not logically possible. Because they're not going to have the majority rule, right? They're not going to have a democracy like we do as individualists. And they're not going to be like Japanese people and shit are all groupists, and they have unspoken rules and shit amongst themselves. Because there's this individualist freedom. This is like the first step in this society, and I don't think it's possible to reconcile, is it?
So actually, I don't even really know how to. It sounds like you're giving me these scenarios, but you know that you would never do that in real life, right? This is like a sociopath. When I say voluntary, you don't get to redefine voluntary as I get to do what I want without a consequence. That's not what voluntarism is, right? That's just delusion.
That's one contradiction.
You
can,
that's a bigger
can
problem.
opt out.
I give you a
You
smaller
can opt out of the voluntary society and mutual respect all you want, but you can't opt out of actual reality of what your consequences are. If you violate somebody's life or somebody's property, you still are the aggressor no matter what. And you just gave everyone around you moral and practical justification. Hold on, but what you just did, hold on, Ashley, to finish. What you just did by shooting somebody that stepped on your toe was you gave everyone around you moral and practical justification to stop you by any means necessary. Because you're describing psychopathy wrapped in words. You're using opt-out to avoid responsibility for initiating violence. Right? That's exactly what voluntarism condemns. That's what voluntarism condemns. You understand? Voluntarism is you can live however you want to live as long as you don't initiate force. But once you decide to initiate aggression, you become the aggressor, shooting someone overstepping on your toe. You're not practicing voluntarism anymore. You've broken the one rule, which is to not hurt people and who haven't hurt you. And that's it. You can't scream. You can't say I opt out and then murder somebody. Anywhere that a thief gets to say I don't believe in ownership, and then they get to rob you. It doesn't matter. It's not about you opting out of you can't opt out of consequences. You would be stopped, and you would be stopped quickly for the same reason why you wouldn't do it today. Okay, you don't need a government to justify self-defense. Well, I'm trying to say you would be, but Ashley, you would be ostracized. If you decided to shoot somebody who stepped on your toe in a voluntary society, nobody would pick you up in any way. You'd be ostracized. You'd be blacklisted from any type. Nobody would want to interact with you or contract with you. You would be a liability. You would be living on your own, completely isolated. Nobody would do anything. You'd be free to act like a lunatic, but no one else is obligated to tolerate it. Nobody's going to want you in their stores.
But we also said that other person aggressed on me first, right? Because there's no law saying where that line is. Is it when I fear for my life, or is it when somebody steps on my toe? Because that can be seen as a form of aggression. If somebody pushes me, that's a form of aggression.
The non-aggression principle is a maxim, Ashley. It's supposed to say if your life is threatened, right? If someone steps on your toe, if someone slaps you, if someone like these things, okay, those are violations, but they're not life-threatening violations. If a 3-year-old kid comes up and slaps you on your leg, right? Your life isn't being threatened.
So you can live in a group of people and not kill each other. It's called groupism. It doesn't need to be a law. It could just be rude. It can be frowned upon. They all agree. They all know they can't survive. That's called groupism. There doesn't have to be laws etched in stone. Individualists do need those laws. And you have both. And you didn't address that. I don't think you can. It's a very simple problem.
Didn't we have this argument? Dima, didn't we have this argument with Carmelo Anthony with that whole trial that you said because he aggressed on Metcalf? He had every right to stab him in the chest and end his life. Weren't you on that side of the argument?
So the thing is that listen, he could have done a lot of things. He could have done a lot of things, and that's not saying that should be the standard created for that type of scenario. Okay, but that's not what we're measuring when we put somebody on trial for murder. What we're saying is whether their actions were justified or not. And I'm saying that ultimately was. Hold on. Ultimately, I'm saying ultimately. Ultimately, what I'm saying is Carmelo Anthony. Ultimately, what I'm saying is Carmelo Anthony. Was he a coward? We could say he's a coward. We could say he was a pussy. We could say he was weak-minded. We could say he was stupid. We could say that he had that he was a horrible human being. That he was a piece of shit. We could say all of those things. But if we're going to put him to trial for murder, you cannot put the onus on the defender for a series of events that were initiated by not the defender, by the aggressor.
That person stepped on my toe. I'm going to go right back to that. That person stepped on my toe.
And I explained to you that that's the max of the non-aggression principle isn't to say you stepped on my toe so I get a chance to murder you. Nobody who believes in the non-aggression principle is going to say something stupid like that because that's not how it works. The idea is that it's used as a maxim to say if you believe your life is threatened, which you have to be able to logically, you have to be able to show, okay, look, my life was being threatened, so I'm able to defend myself. Okay, if it was an accident, obviously these things, that's not non-aggression principle violations. That's just an accident.
And what's another way of kicking these people out of your society? Jail. Because you said that, hey, I can't murder this person because they stepped on my toe. Even let's say the step on was purposeful. They aggressed on me first. They slapped me. They pushed me. So I aggress on them. I end their life. You said that, all society you'll be blacklisted. That's pretty much what jail is. They're just in a facility that takes care of them, that you get meals every day. In fact, I think your society, it would be worse for criminals. Like, because pretty much they would have to starve to death, and I think that's far worse in a society than putting somebody in a prison away from society, but they still get 3 square meals a day. They still get a place to sleep. They still get, basic human rights. But under yours, basically, if that person's not a part of society, they have no human rights at all.
And this is where we get to the idea of personhood. Personhood is the foundation of a person having rights within a society. And BMA's position is that you can opt out of that personhood, and the reality of it is, in all cases, or mostly all cases, right, I don't know of a society where one exists, if one opts out of personhood within society, one effectively is pushed out of society.
I'm not sure if that's anything personhood. No, personhood is just who gets rights. That's all personhood is. That's why we use the term personhood.
Well,
right?
you were saying that a person can opt out of these structures, out of this whatever. Therefore, they are opting out of their rights also, because not only in society are you opting into like following rules, you're also opting into having rights granted to you by the society. So it goes back and forth. It goes both ways.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but it still would be your choice. It would still be your choice.
Well, let me know when I can tap in.
That it would still be your choice. If you wanted to stop reciprocating rights with other people, then go ahead and do it. But just because you're a sociopath or a psychopath doesn't mean that other people are still going to defend themselves and protect themselves. So you're going to have to deal with the consequences of that.
I think the reality of it is that like a lot of people are sociopaths, right? And a lot, yes, it may sound crazy to you, but there are a lot of like societies, and we have like we can probably find a lot of proof out there that in an uncontrolled society, what you find is what I call the wild west, right? Where any person does whatever they want to, however they want to, and like you said, might is right. And even if that's the unintended consequence, is still the consequence. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in. Bima's been on this app for years, bastardizing the language around the non-aggression principle. I don't think she's ever read Murray Rothbard, where this comes from. But you got to understand that this is derivative from John Stuart Mill's harm principle that he wrote about in On Liberty. another book that she hasn't read. I think that these concepts have been best articulated by Ayn Rand, who reframes it as the non-initiation of force axiom. But whether you talk about not initiating force, non-aggression, or the no harm principle, in either case, you're simply saying that that utilizing force or initiating force, initiating aggression, initiating harm, that's where the crime is committed, and that you reserve the right for a righteous retaliatory force. And the problem that Bima runs into with her mixing this with this anarchist ideology, which is born out of just this childish philosophy that comes from lefties that are not committed to a real, thorough, rigorous, ideology. She's basically mixed these two things and thinks that they're compatible with one another, and they're actually not, because in order to have the right to retaliate, you have to have a system that honors the structure that you can't commit harm or you can't initiate force. And so if you have an anarchist society, you don't have anyone with the authority to make the decision of identifying that somebody's either done harm, initiated force, or coercion, and then can righteously impose their will of retaliatory force. And so it's just a very sloppy, non-rigorous thought experiment that attracts some really weird people. And at the end of the day, there's a reason why you don't see anarchist societies, and the reality is that anyone that puts it to the test, they understand it breaks really quickly. And when you start asking Bima the real questions about, well, what would it be like in an anarchist society? Who would have the nukes? 5,500 nukes in North America. If the government was gone tomorrow, we have nuclear subs, we have nuclear bombers, we have silos with nuclear weapons. Who's going to use them? And under what set of circumstances would it be right to utilize them in retaliatory fashion? She doesn't have an answer for any of these things. This is just fantasy. It's absolute fantasy, and she's put 5 minutes of thought into it and 1,000 hours of fucking words. It's craziness, and it makes no fucking sense, and she doesn't understand the non-aggression principle at all. I recommend she read Murray.
I'm going to read Murray Rothbard. Thanks for letting me lead.
So there is a set of laws and shit that they follow?
What was that?
There's laws. There is a government with laws and all that. Not just groupies that have like customs.
Hello? Is anybody there? Okay, so Toxic asked the question. So in Murray Rothbard's conclusion, or his idea is, there are laws that people follow. Like, I've never read them, so I don't know. And apparently,
so what Murray and others proposed is that you don't need government, and what you would do is that you would privatize security, and you would have private security forces that you would engage with. So, and let's say you were accused of a crime. Let's say you were accused of murder, for example. You would then find a contractor, security contractor, that has lawyers, and you would privately seek their counsel to protect you. The victim would then hire a separate one that would then try to prosecute you. The problem in this system is that there is no arbiter of justice. There is no judge in this system. So they talk about having private security forces, but one security force is going to be more well funded than the other. And the people that have access to resources to be able to pay for the best security force, they're going to be the ones that get the justice. And so what happens is you take an imperfect system that we have today and you make it even worse by not having a system of justice at all. You're essentially saying that whoever has might can go ahead and inflict their will, and then in order to bring them to justice, you would have to pay for a security firm that can then go and exact that justice. And so if you have no money, you're not going to be able to participate in this, because nobody's going to voluntarily fund you. If you're accused of murder, nobody's going to want to defend you unless you have resources to defend yourself. And so what Murray Rothbard theorized was that the idea is that he was critical of this idea of how did he frame it? The monopoly of violence. And he said that the state has a monopoly on violence and that they could come with guns and they could apprehend you and they could take you to court, they could lock you in a cage. All these things are true. The problem is the alternative he's proposing is a democratization of violence. What he's suggesting is that you should give everybody the ability to commit violence, and by democratizing it, somehow that's better than having someone that has an authority with a responsibility, with a standard that you're upholding, such as individual rights, and then having a codified set of laws. The other thing that's interesting to know about Murray Rothbard is when he failed to convince people that this was a good idea, this guy that was an anarchist, the guy that wanted to sell you on the non-aggression principle, you know who he tied in with politically towards the end of his life? Paleo-conservatives like Pat Buchanan and KKK members like David Duke. And so when you really start thinking about who this guy is fundamentally, what he was a guy that read philosophers that were much more intelligent than he was. He was in a school of economics from the Austrian school that had much greater economists, guys like Karl Menger, guys like Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich Hayek. Rothbard was the bottom barrel, and all he did was took ideas that he barely understood and he went and he bastardized them. He famously feuded with Ayn Rand, who, when Atlas Shrugged came out, he wrote a letter. You can go Google this and find the letter that he wrote to her. It was a love letter saying how much he really appreciated it and it changed his life. I read that book, felt the same way, by the way. And then later, when he started taking her ideas and tweaking them a little bit and making them worse and making them make less sense, she called him out and said, well, he took the best parts of what I said, gave me no credit for it. I had the love letter to prove that, I'm his inspiration, but then he took things that I don't believe in and he tried to, and then he put all these bad ideas layered on top of it. The only people that paid any attention to him were radicals that were looking for something to believe in. The early Libertarian Party was fascinated by his shit, and then when he realized that they had no real political swagger, that's when he tied in with these paleo-conservatives. And really the only thing that his mantra was at that point is that he went from an anarchist to a closed-border bigot. And these are the ideas that Bima comes and talks about as if this is like this enlightenment that is going to free everybody. You guys should read Murray Rothbard, the early stuff, the middle stuff, and the late stuff. It's interesting, but it's not as profound as he makes it sound. If you want to understand a logical sequence that borrows from these same ideas of reducing government power and a government authority and asserting that you do have the right to retaliate, you should read Anarchy, State, and Utopia by Robert Nozick. He's a minarchist, if you're not familiar with what that is. It's an advocacy for minimal government, not anarchy. And what he does in his book is he destroys anarchy from top.
Thank you. Actually, all of these things actually came up earlier to varying degrees. Ashley and Toxic both presented her with some of the same issues that you brought up, and there were no clear answers. And I actually brought up the idea that if someone were to game the system in this sort of paid for security forces system, isn't that just re-perpetuating the might is right situation situation what she wants to get away from, because she believes that America as an entity is using this might as right to like inflict pain on other people, and she wants to opt out of the system. But effectively, if somebody or some collective of people were to game the system, they would wipe out all the other security forces, and then all the security forces would be their own, because they will have the largest amount of money, they will have the largest amount of influence, and they would do the same thing. Also, the idea of having lawyers without having a governmental system to how do you call this, to impart justice, like or lawyers, judges, to like say what is just and what isn't just. It's fascinating. There seems to be like no foundation of law or justice or rule or order, and even though it is an attempt to get away from the might is right system, it is effectively re-perpetuating it.
Yeah, what's even worse is if you pin her down and say, okay, so you don't want police. She'll say, yes, we don't want police. But you want to privatize the function that police would serve. Yes. So basically, she wants police. She just doesn't want it run by a government. So it's this wordplay of like, we don't like government. More specifically, we don't like the U.S. government. So this all starts with a distrust of government, which I think we all should have a healthy dose of that, right? Because we know that the government can do some things that we don't trust them, and we have good reason to not trust them. The problem is that what she's offering is even worse. It's not offering a solution. In fact, she's offering a replacement with just changing words. We're going to have a private security force. So instead of being held accountable to the people and have elected sheriffs or appointed police chiefs that are hired, we're just going to have people that just spring up. And if they've got a gang of people, they've got ammo and if they got ammunition and firearms, then they're the ones that are going to serve justice. There's no code. There's no sense of authority of who's going to implement these things. There's nothing. But the biggest problem that she has, and this is the thing that she'll never reconcile, is that there's two major branches of anarchy. There's a lot of niche things as well, but the two major branches are the first came out of left-wing philosophy. The left-wing anarchists are anarcho-communists. They want collective rights first. Then you have the anarcho-capitalists that want to emphasize property rights and individual rights. The problem that arises very quickly here is that the anarcho-communists, their number one thing is that property is theft, and the anarcho-capitalist number one value is that property is a right. You should contractually be able to own property. So now you have a system with no police force, no legislative branch, no judge, and you have two competing ideas. One that says I can own the property, and one that says that you've stolen the property. And so who's going to adjudicate that? If I decide, hey, this is my land, my family has lived here, and then by the way, there's far more left-leaning anarchists than there are right-leaning anarchists. So if the left-leaning anarchists come to my property, they're going to assert that I've stolen it, that the land cannot belong to anyone. And the question then to Bima is like, who decides what to do here? And then we get right back to what Sam's saying is might makes right. Whoever has the most guns is going to determine whether or not the property was stolen or whether you have a right to that. And so if you can't protect your property, you're going to have marauders from the left that are going to come and throw you off the.
Right. My whole point, though, is the reason why I'm an advocate of voluntarism is to say that all of our interactions should be based on consent, which is not might makes right. That is the entire point of voluntarism. So if you can give me any type of moral argument of why other people should have the ability to force preferences on other people, right? Violate people's consent. Like, give me just one moral principle. Like,
it doesn't matter. All of this consequentialist hypotheticals, that's not for one person, one stupid idiot to decide. This is for society who's much more apt, much more educated. They know how to congregate and put these things together. You guys are regressing society, thinking it's going to come back to like some crazy primitive, like, I don't know, caveman days where nothing would change except progress, where people would then be all of the limitations of people being able to exchange freely and peacefully exchange. All of the victimless crimes are going to disappear. All of the trash that stops just peaceful people from doing shit today, right? Think about the way that our fiat system is. Think about our monetary system. Think about so many different things. All I'm saying is we should be able to congregate. And yes, of course, it's going to be similar to what we have today. The only difference is, Mojo would know this. He doesn't mention Lysander Spooner, Constitution of No Authority, No Treason. He wrote this many, many years ago, during the time the Constitution was written. And the idea is that there's an explicit consent. The Constitution would be great as long as you can opt into it. But the moment that you begin, your morals are not aligned with what's happening, you should no longer be forced to do these things if you believe that no other human being on this planet has moral inherent authority over you. And if you do believe there's a human being that's been born to the planet that somehow has some moral inherent authority over you, then I mean that would be great to talk about. Maybe we could do that. That might be that would probably be your best argumentation. But I'm pretty sure everyone in this room is going to agree that every single human being born on this planet, no matter where you're born, time, circumstance, location, we all have the same moral inherent authority. And that is not to enforce. That's our only job, is to not violate the next person. That's your only job. Don't violate consent. If you do violate consent, you're now just back to might makes right. So what I'm saying as an invitation is we can continue to operate off of might makes right, because that's the system that we have now, right? It's not entirely, the worst might makes right case in the world, but it is a general might makes right, right? So it's probably one of the best systems of might makes right, but you're still operating in the amoral state of nature, which is just might makes right. And if you want to actually step up and have a moral principle, the first and most easily accessible non-arbitrary point is consent. That is the only thing you have to do, is not violate the next person's consent.
And what
so everything you do, you operate, you congregate, you enjoy whatever you're going to enjoy, you create and build just like we build today. The only difference is if there comes a time where you no longer want to participate in that because you don't believe that it is aligned with your morals, you then get to take that and put it into a competing institution without any type of consequences or penalties. That's all that voluntarism is.
At what age does a person have the right to give consent in your world?
I had answered this already, and it is the time
Muslims say it's 8 years, 9 months. The Muslims say 8 years, 9 months. The Prophet Muhammad was out there fucking 9-year-old girl.
It would be the time that the individual has the ability to enter the reciprocation of rights. So the moment that a human being can take responsibility for 100% of their successes and 100% of their failures, and they're able to maintain contracts, they now are they're part of the moral code.
Hold on. Quick question. So, Sabina, I like the idea of contracts. I like the idea that we're going to uphold them. Who has the authority to enforce the contract in this?
So when someone, obviously there has to be evidence, okay? When someone stops reciprocating rights, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because you've now withdrew your shield for rights reciprocation. So now whatever happens to you, defender's choice.
No, but my question to you was who enforces the contract?
Whomever you've put in the contract to enforce it. When you sign the contract, you're gonna
there's gonna be an entity that enforces the contract? That almost sounds like a court.
Right, exactly, Mojo. That's exactly right.
Right. It almost sounds like exactly what we have. It sounds like you're describing what we have and using different words for your own company.
Well, no. If you read Lysander Spooner, Constitution of No Authority, you'd see that a lot of the thing, it would be okay as the only difference is the consent, the explicit consent is being able to opt in. So right now, if something happens, you have to go to a particular court system, wherever that jurisdiction is. You don't have the option of going to a specific court that you and the person you've contracted agree to. That's the only difference. Instead of going to court Mojo, you get to go to the contract that me and you say we are going to go to court.
Where do they get their authority from?
They get their authority from us because you and
me. Us? If you and I disagree, where does this court of yours get their authority from? Because the court that we have now, we have a constitution. I know that you like to quote Spooner, who doesn't believe in the Constitution. He doesn't believe that the Constitution is binding. So what Spooner doesn't believe in, he doesn't believe in that there should be a standard at all. What he believes is that people are just going to go ahead and get on. They're going to travel the fucking world like Kane and Kung Fu, and that nobody's going to enforce anything, and that nobody has any dominion. The problem with the way that you're explaining these things, and you, like, honestly, I don't even think you understand what Spooner is saying. What Spooner really is getting at is that because he was an assigner of the Constitution, that he doesn't feel that he's bound to it. What he doesn't understand is that the Constitution is a societal document that's saying we do have the authority, and we are going to establish a just standard in which you're going to have these rights and government is going to have these limitations. And if you don't have these standards, then you have no standards. And the problem with Spooner and the problem with you, quite frankly, is that you guys don't understand how society works. You reject objective reality that if you're going to have a country, if you're going to have a society, you're going to have some set of rules. Now, I understand that you believe that rules should exist. You just think that the rules should be imposed autonomously. And the problem with that is that you can decide that murder is okay, where the rest of society says, no, you shouldn't murder. And when there's a conflict of you murdering somebody, you making a claim, a moral claim that, I was capable of doing that, I decided it was okay. My moral subjectivity led me to believe that murdering somebody or taking from somebody was okay. You need to have a standard in which everybody understands that these are the rules, and if you break the rules, here are the consequences. You have to have lawmakers, you have to have people that can apprehend criminals, and you have to have a place to bring them to make sure that they have the chance for a non-partial arbiter to decide based on the framework of laws, not the framework of fucking anarchy where fucking you have your thoughts and I have my thoughts. There has to be a code. And the one thing that we need to agree upon is, are we protecting individual rights, yay or nay? And so when you have your collectivist rights as a lefty anarchist, and I have my individual rights, which is the standard of the United States, we're in conflict with each other. We're going to be in constant conflict with each other because you don't uphold to a standard. And that's why the standard must be imposed on people that don't want to play by those rules. Otherwise, we have utter fucking chaos. This is why anarchy exists nowhere on planet.
Just real quick, the answer that you're going to get as to what the enforcement is or how it's going to be enforced, I think I've asked the same scenario in a different set of ways so many times. Here's probably, and I'm going to try to steel man it if I can. the steel
She's gonna say competing security for it.
No, it's not those. It's not any of those. Usually, the things that she'll say along the lines of, it's enforced by the people, and then when you ask the follow-up question, what about a disagreement? Well, everybody's going to act in their best self-interest. You wouldn't be acting against your best self-interest, or you wouldn't be acting in your own self-interest to not agree to the contract or not follow through with the contract, etc., etc. And then the follow-up question is, so what if someone doesn't care about their self-interest? Then the response is most likely, well, everyone cares about their self-interest. And then that's where it usually ends up going into a circle.
Okay. Yeah, I've already disagreed with some of the smartest.
Lysander, just respond quickly. Just to respond, you're incorrect, Roger. Okay, Lysander Spooner in his work, he explicitly says that if you do decide, the concept what he was trying to put forth was that the Constitution has no authority. Okay, so without consent, and so if you don't explicitly sign it, then you are not bound to be contracted by it. But if you decide to explicitly and voluntarily consent and sign, you can be bound, but only you can be bound. That's the whole thing. So the Constitution, he makes it clear. Clearly, you haven't read it, which is hilarious. You like to say what I didn't read, because if you read Constitution of No Authority, you'd see all the different ways that he talks about how you can be bound and how it would work as long as explicit consent is there as well. You have to explicitly consent to it, because how else can a piece of paper and a bunch of other people have authority over you? You then have to claim that magically some people just are they're just born with inherent authority to bind you to contracts. We don't do that in any other area of society. No other person, you haven't been bound to a contract today in any area of life that your grandpa's neighbor signed a contract to stay for you. It doesn't work. That's why it's the myth. It's the Constitution of no authority. Not if you haven't explicitly signed to it. We're individuals first. We each have. That's how society's supposed to change. It's how it's supposed to grow. It's how it's supposed to be adapted to and adopted to. And Sam, you were talking about this too. You're like, well, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to start over. Well, not necessarily start over. Obviously, we'll be able to, push down good practices and things. But yeah, the idea is that once there's something that we want to fucking change, we don't have to wait for an election, or if there's a stronghold on a voting, forget that. You're just effed for however long that voting block is going to be voting that way. You'll never see any type of changes. No, forget all that. So that's all that is. Oh, Larry.
Let me ask you this, Bima. How much traction are you getting with this anarchist movement of?
We've been growing significantly in the past 15 years. Every single year, there's more and more by the thousand.
Oh yeah. What's by the thousands? Out of the 350 million people in the U.S., how many do you think identify as anarchist?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I could just tell from where I go to every year, the annual events and festivals that I go to every single year, and I've been on stages. And
like what? Anarcho-Polka?
Anarcho-Polka is one of them.
Never been there. Never been there. You've never been.
I could give you. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
Who runs it? Who runs Anarcho-Polka?
You want me to fucking walk
you
through?
What's his name? Just give me his name. What's his name?
Come on.
What's his name?
I don't have the name.
Yeah, exactly. All right, shut the fuck up then. Exactly. You don't fucking know. You don't fucking know, Jeff. You don't know. You're a fucking liar. Go ahead, Mojo. Go fucking ahead. Go fucking. Yeah, exactly. You just proved yourself a fucking loser. What a loser. Maybe you should
should check.
You're crashing out. You're crashing out.
Exactly.
Because
you just got.
No, not recalling a name is nothing to be ashamed of.
Don't you feel fucking stupid? Don't you feel fucking stupid?
Not at all. You know why you're talking over?
Of course you do.
You know why you're talking over?
Of course you do.
Okay. I'll mute up.
You better.
I love a good beam of crash out.
With your tail between your legs. Exactly. What a fucking loser.
Bima, when's the last time you went to there? When's the last time
I haven't been in 4 years.
Really? And when you did go, tell me, where did you fly out of?
Fly?
Yeah.
I didn't fly. I drove.
Oh, okay. What would you drive? Like a Volkswagen bus?
You're a loser.
Here's the fucking problem with anarchists. They're so detached from fucking reality. When you start quoting Spooner, just so you guys know, Spooner's big claim to fame is that he rejects the Constitution. So, like, for starters, there's not a serious political scientist that would ever take that serious. What people do when they read Spooner is they see the delusions of a crazy man, and crazy people are drawn to this, and they say, oh, well, that is interesting. I didn't sign the Constitution. Maybe I'm not bound by it. Let me just say this. If you commit a crime, Bima, I want you to tell the police that are arresting you and tell the prosecutor and the judge when you're in a courtroom that you don't believe in the Constitution, and then go ahead and quote Spooner, and let's see where that.
Well, yeah, of course. And like that makes sense because we've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe this, right? But that's still, when we still get down to it, Roger, where does the Constitution get its authority? You tell me. Let's just go through it. Okay, well, hold on. Let Roger answer. Roger, he'll say it. Roger, where does the Constitution get its authority?
Very simply, we have a representative government, so it's the people that give it the authority.
Okay, so we're going to say the representatives?
No, the people elect the representatives, and the representatives are there to represent the people.
Okay, so what happens when the people go to elect somebody, but they don't get the person they want elected? What happens then? Are they represented?
No.
Elections are not.
Do I get to answer? Is this going to be Bima Crash Out Hour? Yes. This is fun. If it is Bima Crash Out Hour, I'll just go down to the audience and eat some popcorn. This will be fun. But if you want to have a conversation, I'm happy to. Listen, elections have consequences. And if your ideas are less popular and your guy doesn't get elected, then he's not going to be in office. If he's not in office, he doesn't get to impact policy. So here's a question for you. How are you, walk me through the transition from the government we have to the world that you want, because right now we currently have a constitution. And in order to dissolve it, it would require abolishing it, which would require having power and the desire to do that. You can't even today get a convention of the states because we can't get enough people to agree that we should do that. So the changes that you're looking for, I want you to walk me through. Take as much time as you want, how you're going to go from the constitutional republic we have to this fantasy world that you've dreamed of. Walk me through what that transition looks like and make it make sense.
And I would like to add, just as a little quick note, nobody is going to fully 100% be representative. There's at one point where 399 million people have voted in one candidate and one person doesn't vote the other candidate. Guess what? Someone's not represented in that one either. It's not that strong of an argument unless you have a literal dictatorship that forces thought upon people in order to.
Well, can we not interrupt her? I want her to be uninterrupted to walk us through the transition from a constitutional republic that we have today. I want you to walk me through step by step, Bima. How do we get to anarchy from? I didn't think.
That wouldn't be for me to answer, Mojo, and you know that. You know that's the exact point of voluntarism. The idea is for
to avoid questions.
No. For competing institutions, ideas where people have better ideas than others, right, that come up, and that just...
You didn't answer my question, though.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You want me to tell you how to transition? There's a million ways that you transition.
Hold on. We're in a current state where we have a constitutional republic. Everybody knows. I don't have to describe what that means. We know the system that we have today. What I'm asking you to do, because you painted this fantasy idea of a future state. So we have the current state, constitutional republic. We have this future state that you've dreamed up, or that you're repeating that others have dreamed up about an anarchist society. I'm simply asking you to walk me through current state to future state. What does that transition look like?
Yeah, that wouldn't be for me to answer. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
You mean you can't answer?
Why do you think I would be able to answer that? Why do you think it would be up to me to answer?
Well, you said that there's this optimal future state, and you can't tell me how we could get there. If you don't know how we're going to get there, then how the fuck are we going to find it?
Yeah, all we would do is we all wake up and we all just start operating off of consent-based interactions.
Well, what about the government that doesn't want to yield their control? What do we do with them?
Well, they would have to obviously want to operate off of consent-based transactions. Everything would stay the same. The structures could stay the same.
Nothing's going to change.
The biggest things would change, right? We would no longer become an offensive military force.
But we have a Congress, and we have a president, and we have a judicial branch. How do all those things go away? Walk me through how do those things go away? We have political parties that are well funded that want to continue with the system the way it is, and the majority of Americans want to continue with the way it is. And the majority of Americans think that your ideas are batshit crazy. Walk me through how we're supposed to go from current state to future.
So all of the politicians, if they still wanted to have those particular jobs, which I think it would be a good idea to be able to organize, but that's all that they would be. They would be organized, and they would be like board members, right? To offer you suggestions and opportunities of what you could or should or shouldn't do in your particular society.
No, you're just explaining what the future state looks like. I'm asking you to walk me through where is this linchpin? Like, what is the process? Like, does somebody emerge as a leader and then just declare, okay, the government no longer exists by decree? Walk me through the mechanics of how the transition from current state of having a republic constitutionally recognized to this anarchist society that you are advocating for. You're advocating for something, and I'm asking you to explain to adults what it would mean to walk through this transition. If you can explain this, maybe you'll convert somebody, because otherwise you're just describing some utopia that doesn't exist. Walk me through realistically how you see this transition.
Okay, yeah, so you wanna, I don't know, false dilemma me.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I got a question for XG. My question is for XG. XG, do you think that I'm committing a fallacy by asking her in good faith to walk me through how to get from current state to future state? Do you think there's anything problematic with my...
No, because you've asked me the same question on my worldview, and I've been able to explain it.
There we go.
Okay.
And I'm able to defend mine as well.
Okay, so let me ask this. If I can't give you, right, an entire breakdown of how society is supposed to look, what is that supposed to...
It's not even an entire breakdown.
Hold on, XG. I'm sorry. It was from Mojo.
Yeah, it's very clear. We have a current state. You're describing a future state, and I'm simply asking, could you walk me through how you would envision we would get there? And
the most radical ideas, there's usually like a roadmap. Even if it's less likely to happen, there's this idea of, well, first this would have to happen, and then that would have to happen, and then after this cascading effect takes place, then we eventually reach this conclusion. My question is, how do we take the first step of this constitutional republic that we have? How is that ever going to go away? And more importantly, why would it get replaced with anarchy? You do first of all, I think you do a terrible job of describing anarchy. Secondly, you do the worst job I've ever seen of defending it, and I'm giving you all the opportunity to crush me right now. All you have to do is give me a blueprint, tell this room, this is how it would happen, and then we go, you know what, Bima, that makes a lot of sense. And then we would just say, you know what, maybe we're on board with you. Who knows, maybe we go and join you in your compound.
Right, so you did answer my question, but it was an excellent deflection. I'll ask again. If I can't provide you with a blueprint right now or a walkthrough that...
and it's an acknowledgement that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, that's what that means? And so that's why I said XG, that's why I said it's a false dilemma. That's exactly what I mean, a logical fallacy. Thank you. Thank you. Hang up. Hang up.
I don't think it's a false dilemma.
Yeah,
not at all.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Can you explain how it's a false dilemma?
Right. So either false dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
Either this is true. Either A or B is true, not A, therefore B. Period. Okay. Either Bima can explain her particular ideology, or B, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh, you can't explain your ideology? Not A. Okay, she doesn't know what she's talking about. False fucking dilemma. Okay, logical fallacy. Fucking slam dunk.
Yeah. So real quick.
Any other fucking questions? Any other logical fallacies, please?
Before you guys continue, can somebody pass me the blue cheese? Because this word salad is so hard to swallow without dressing. But go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason I don't believe it's a logical fallacy is because I believe it's a logical conclusion to come to as the second version of dilemma. For example, I would pose a false dilemma as something completely different than how you described it. A false dilemma to me would make it seem like there's more than one option there. And it doesn't seem like there's more than one option other than you not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. He may have phrased it rudely, right? But you have already claimed ignorance to how we're going to get there, and that you said that's not your job. If he says you don't know what you're talking about, that means you are ignorant as to what the answer to my question is, which is how do we get from system A to system B, which is your system. You then responded in a way that did not display how to get from system A to system B, and you even admitted your ignorance on it. And then he goes on to say, you don't know what you're talking about, in response to you responding to his question, which clearly you did not know and self-admitted you didn't know how to answer that one. And you claimed because it was not your responsibility. Regardless of the reason, he was right into saying the dilemma is either you know how to get there or you don't, because there's not a third option other than knowing how to or not knowing how to. Therefore, it's not a logical fallacy. Therefore, it's not a false dilemma. It's just Roger being an asshole again. That's all.
Yeah, so what happened was he didn't like my answer, okay? I didn't voluntarism, hold on, all voluntarism is, which I've explained it a million times, okay? It's a decentralizing of the monopoly of force. Decentralizing everything, okay? The idea is so there can be multiple different avenues and ways to operate society. So all I'm saying, you wanted to know how to get there. I said, number one is consent based. We start beginning by making everything consent based. That's it. That was my answer. You want me to go deeper into that? Well, I'm sorry, I can't, because I'm not going to be able to tell you how every single person wants to decide to create their decentralized institution to manage their way of life. That's the whole point of volunteerism.
Okay, Bima, give me a second. This is why volunteerism by itself isn't an answer to that question. I'm a socialist. If Mojo were to ask me the same question, right, how do we get from A to B? And I would just tell him, people would just start thinking smarter. People would just start acting in their own interest. And then he were to ask me a follow-up question, what incentivizes them to act in their own interest? What incentivizes them to be a socialist? What incentivizes them to do X, Y, and Z? I would start naming, well, if we start looking at them working, their labor costs, and what they end up doing and reaping rewards of their own labor compared to what they're doing right now, oh, boom, you got that happening. That would be an incentive that I would name. Roger could argue against that incentive. I'm not saying the incentive is completely correct. I'm not saying it's the end-all be-all, but it's at least a reasoning that I can give or something else added to just a very broad idea that's being given. When Roger asked me about my ideas or asked me to go more in-depth about them, it's not that I have to have the perfect plan to lay it out. I just have to have a semblance of an idea as to where it's going and then be able to confront challenges to my idea. Am I more than happy to do that? Absolutely. Am I going to lose on some of those challenges? Sure. But that's only going to make me rethink them and understand, maybe my idea wasn't the best. Maybe it's time to rethink some of the aspects of that idea. Or let me look into it a bit more and see if what they've said really applies to my idea, right? It's not let me just present voluntarism, right? I want an explanation as to, hey, what would make me want to adopt voluntarism? Why would others and why should others adopt voluntarism? What is the incentive and what would make them pragmatically do that to be able to bring us to your society? Whether Roger agrees with your explanation of those answers to those questions or not is irrelevant. It's the fact that you never provided an answer to any of those questions other than just saying voluntarism and explaining the definition of what voluntarism is rather than the incentive to go towards voluntarism.
I think the Beatles asked the question that I want to know, and the song was Revolution, and in this song they say, you say you got a real solution. Well, we'd all love to see the plan. So that's what I'm asking for. You want the revolution.
I keep giving you the plan. I keep telling you, but it's just not satisfactory.
Hold on. Did anybody in here hear her walk me through the plan on how you get from a constitutional republic to an anarchist society? Can anybody, type it in the chat, say it out loud here if you're awake, but I don't recall her answering it. Matter of fact, I heard her say, I'm not the person that can answer that for you. I don't know. That's what I heard her say. I want to hear the fucking plan.
And I said, all you gotta do is you take the Constitution, you start over, everyone gets explicit consent, and then you...
Okay, how does that work? Okay, great. No, this is a good starting point. How do we get rid of the Constitution?
So you're not getting rid of the Constitution. The Constitution is going to remain the Constitution. Except the people who are going to be a part of it, who want to have and benefit from those rights and those privileges, right? Those are the people that are going to sign it. And so when these
Is Congress going to resign? Is Congress going to resign? Is the president going to resign? Are the Supreme Court justices going to resign? Like, how's that going to work? Walk me through how that works. Is the military that command Joint Chief of Staff, they're going to quit? Our generals are all going to quit? What happens to the enlisted personnel? I'm just kind of curious how this...
No, I think everybody is probably going to, if it had to happen tomorrow, which that's not realistic at all.
How long would it take?
I think it would probably take a while. But the best way to begin to do that transition is just to
a while is not a measurement of time that I understand. It's not a measurement of time that I understand. What's a while?
Probably a couple decades, and it would just be the slow decentralization of all of the laws. So just slowly, people would come up. They would rewrite codes of removing certain, positive rights. Obviously, all the positive rights have to leave. Negative rights can stay.
So government. So you're going to use government to unwind government? Is this what you're planning?
No, they would be fulfilling their duties as the organizing members. They wouldn't. I mean, like,
can you name one member of Congress that would support this? Can you name one member of Congress? One out of the 535 members of Congress. Name one person that would be on board with this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It would probably have to start slow. It would probably have to be slow by jurisdiction. We would probably have to start taking over small little communities, towns, hamlets, villages, cities, getting bigger, maybe counties, and then state, and then it would have to spread that way. And once people begin to see the better opportunities, the better the way that people are treated, the competition, the way innovation, all of those things, it would slowly be adopted.
If I were running the society, all of those people would be killed.
Wait, just really quick, Dima. You said
why would they be killed
earlier that I don't think we harped in on enough. You said that when it would be rewritten, that people would get to choose to opt into these. At what age should people be able to opt into these?
I've already answered that like a million times. As soon as you can reciprocate rights.
Okay, and what age is that?
It's going to depend on whenever you can reciprocate rights. There isn't going to. I wouldn't know.
What does it mean to reciprocate rights? What does that mean?
To enter to be able to contract. So to be able to enter a contract, and then you'd be able to take, like I said, 100% responsibility for your successes and your failures. You can uphold the contract. If you breach the contract, you can go pay for the country. Minors are, of course, minors have rights.
They definitely don't have 100% responsibility.
Right, principle of potentiality, right? But they're contracted through their parents until then. Their parents are responsible for 100% of their successes and failures until they're able to do it. And whenever they're able to do that, whether that's 13 years old or 16 years old or 24 years old, it's going to be different.
This is all about individual rights. Individuals 24/7. Why are the parents forced upon the consequences of their child as actors? How does that work?
What do you mean forced? How do you mean forced? What are you talking about? Parents.
Because apparently their children, because all their children's consequences flow up to the parents in this system. How does that go? How is that fair to the parent when that's their child's actions and not theirs?
Because they have the child, and that's just how that works. If you're going to create a liability voluntarily with consent with two people and bring another life into the world, then you're going to be responsible for 100% of their successors and failures until they're able to take care of them.
Saying the children are the property of their parents.
No, they're not the property of their parents. They're
not the property.
They're not the property of their parents.
What?
No, they're not. They're not property.
Wait. If it's not a parent's property, how are they guaranteed rights or viewed as individuals if that's the view of individuals from your constitution that excludes them from opting in until they're quote unquote ready to? Are they not a person until they're able to opt into this constitution or individual? Okay, so
Of course they're a person. I'm not understanding your question. I don't understand what you don't understand.
Well, hold on. I think they're letting me out. I want to go back to this. You said that you would rewrite the laws. Does that mean you would start a political party and run anarchists to get elected in elections? Is that what you do?
I mean, like,
I saw people going around saying I am that I am.
You see how they're Malay. You see, right. He's like tried this. You should probably. Did you take a listen to his speech at the economic forum?
I did. He's actually by definition.
Okay, so you're going in it. So this is the thing, and anarchists argue about this all the time. They want to.
You know what I love?
You're doing descriptive, right? I know what you're saying. Anarchists argue about this too, right? How can you be an anarchist if you're participating in the system, right? But how do you get a part of the system? How do you transition the system unless you're not a part of the system, right? So if there's no way to do it from the outside, right? The bar, jail, whatever else, you have to do it through utilizing the system, right?
sounds like anarchists are discussing what this transition would look like. So I'll go back to the question. Can you describe to me what that transition from the current state of the constitutional republic looks like?
Yeah, I think it would probably be a grassroots movement starting very little hamlets, towns, village, cities, people gathering, explaining. There has to be some protection because it's going to be impossible if you have a monopoly of force. The federal government will always be able to come in, always get, Trump state is always going to trump whatever you're going to be able to do. So it's going to be difficult. Unless it's ideologically, people start subscribing to it and saying, okay, yeah, let's elect, quote unquote, elect an anarchist, and then the anarchists can get in power and do away with the laws.
I love the word the anarchists get in power. I love that phraseology.
It's a defensive power though. It's a power to remove power. So it's
the power to remove power. So basically, you don't like the current government. You think you know best, and what you want to do is replace the government with people that think like you. Imagine that.
So Mojo, have you ever heard of like the defensive patents? Like people actually have to get patents. They're forced to get patents because if they don't get patents, other people will steal their idea and then get patents and then force them out of their own original idea. So it's defensive. You have to play in the system in order to be effective in it because it's just too powerful right now. So unless you start with, ideologically, that's the best place it's right now. So this is the first step. This conversation.
Can you tell me an anarchist that sits on a school board or county board or city council, a sheriff? Is there an anarchist elected anywhere in the United States? It wouldn't shock me if there was. We had communists on the city council in Seattle, but so bad ideas sometimes win. But I'm just curious. Is any anarchist that you know of? You're in this community. You're knee deep in you're an elite anarchist. So I'm just wondering, what's the highest office you've ascended to?
I'm not sure, but I don't think that it would be too difficult.
That's interesting because I can mention minarchists that have ascended to office. There was a state rep in Wyoming named Marshall Byrd that's a minarchist. I think Javier Milei is a minarchist. He's leading a country. I mean, it's very interesting. So Javier Milei became president, and in his first day in office, he went from 21 agencies down to 9. I think that's pretty good. What he did was he limited the scope of the government. If he were an anarchist, he would have just eliminated all the departments.
It's really interesting, but I can actually see why Bima supports terrorism. Now, I mean, I'm not saying that she's a terrorist.
No, I wonder if she knows that Javier Milei is a strong supporter of Israel. Those are my favorite photographs of Javier Milei when he's waving the Israeli flag. Roger, if given only these two choices, who would you select? If you say commie or an anarchist, I'm just gonna fucking. I'm not saying commie or an anarchist. I'm saying my view would be which one would you? Well, considering you and I can have conversations and find some points of view. Like, she's not even living on planet Earth right now. Like, you know, you and I can debate things, and like, I'll put it this way: you're young enough and smart enough that I think that I can convince you that I'm right about most things. There's some things I probably won't walk you off of the cliff because you're more idealistic than I am, but at least your feet are touching Earth. I think that she's like floating in the clouds somewhere. This is probably an extended acid trip for her.
AKA, you're dumb enough, XG, to... Sam, did I hear you say that you think I'm a terrorist?
A terrorist sympathizer.
Yeah, terrorist sympathizer.
What have I said that would make you think that?
You were in a room the other day saying that you were calling for the death of IDF soldiers. We can start with that.
I didn't ask you, Mojo, and if you want to participate in the conversation, at least give context. But I'd like to hear from Sam.
Yeah, I want to say, Sam, what do you think about that?
I want to hear. Hold on,
Sam.
Mojo. Hold on.
I want to hear from Sam.
I'll address it.
I want to hear from Sam.
Hold on.
I want to hear from Sam.
Mojo, I'll address it.
I want to hear from Sam. Not from you, Sam.
Sam has to think for you. He has to think for you. Go ahead, take his idea if you must. If you don't have one of your own. If you don't have one of your own.
I hear it myself, but the reality of it is that you believe somehow that Hamas and the idea of the destruction of Israel is going to like free these people which in Gaza, which it may to some extent fine. Like they may be quote unquote free, but the reality of this is like what they are is a reactionary group, and this is what you promote, right? This is what this idea of yours promotes, is a type of reactionaryism to an establishment. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the Middle East. Everything is all of these terrorist groups, all of these whatever are reactions to stabilize law and order. And in many cases, it is to create this idea of the caliphate, and they sort of dress it up and say, well, it has similar principles to what you think that it has. But the reality of this, I mean, it's just that there was a group of people who once thought like them. They established a stationary society, and now they want to. Now this group that maintains this quote unquote anarchist idea wants to destroy the system. So it's like continuously like it's a vicious cycle of destroying and recreating the system.
So what I just heard is, Bima, you're a terrorist sympathizer because you want to get rid of a nation state that that forces their preferences on peaceful people and violates their consent. And because you want to do that, you are a terrorist. That makes no sense, Sam. How did you draw that extreme illogical?
We went over this before, right? And every place in the Middle East surrounding Israel has that exact same situation that's happening, right? So you have like 13 or 14 terrorist groups across 7 or 8 countries. Somebody who's deciding that they want to like bring down the system, and quite honestly, Hamas or the people who claim to be like freedom fighters, if they had it their way, I mean, they would effectively do the same thing, right? The Palestinian state is an ethno-nationalistic state, which would enforce a type of law against the minority groups within it, and using violence. And we can see this with other communities that are very similar to it, like what's happening currently with the Syrians and the Druze, right? That is almost the exact same thing. That is the part of the reality that Hamas and their sympathizers want to enact. They don't say it in English so much, but they do say it in Arabic. I mean, it does come out policies and whatever, using violence on someone else, but what you aren't taking into consideration is like what's on the other side and what their theory of ideas are regarding the other people, right? And you said it yourself. You said, well, Hamas said in their 1980 something charter that they wanted to kill the Jews, but they changed it in 2017. So we should trust that they, just because they changed it in 2017, that they don't really believe that.
Yeah. So what I heard was FEMA. You want to get rid of the state of Israel because they enforce preferences and violations against peaceful people violating their consent. And because you want to do that, I feel you are a terrorist sympathizer, a bunch of people who violate consent and harm peaceful people. Yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense, Sam. Listen, I understand you're trying to explain it the whole, you're trying to get like the economics and the whole, I understand that, but that's retarded to say, okay? That might be like a consequence of that, sure, you could say that, but you could say, no, hold on. You could say that, hey, FEMA, by destroying Israel, by the state and the nation state, you can unintentionally profit, unintentionally support terrorist activity. Would you want to think about that a little bit more? And then maybe I could say, yeah, well, I got great news for you. Destroying the state is only destroying the enforcement of the violation of consent. So if a bunch of Israelis want to get together and they want to create a defensive force guaranteed that they would have gone in and taken fucking Hamas out the first fucking day, they wouldn't be doing this stupid bullshit, okay? Because the Israelis, they like money and they would pay for somebody to actually want to go and do it.
There we go. The Jewish trope about money. Oh my God.
Versus a bunch of people who are forced to participate in a military. They don't want to sacrifice their life for this
May
shit.
I ask you a question? One question. Let me just ask you one question.
No, not ask. You can't ask me that.
I want to ask you one question.
I don't want to be asked. You can ask me a question. I don't want to be asked.
And have you ever considered thinking before you speak?
It's funny. I was just going to ask you that.
You are one of mine.
No, I'm not here to teach you.
Kick me from the room. Can't believe it.
Back to school. What you mean?
2019, 2020. Right around the time they turned over.
How old is your sister? You don't mind sharing, don't share.
No, it's fine. She needs to turn 30.
Okay. You don't attend her or something, man.
Yeah.
So you just like them cheeks.
Yeah. I was worried about how my dad was gonna feel about it, but
job. Yeah, he did it. Yeah. Respect me, Sister G. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. See about Tinder. Just ask Matt. Sorry, Sister Hope. Yeah. Just watch documentaries on how to keep up with my sutures. Ain't nobody in this room, though. Got Bobadilla, man. Bring Bobadilla. Well, let's go talk about cars again because, you know, shit, we talk about cars all day. I don't want to talk about no damn cars. That's because you fucking wear a rainbow-colored outfit.
Yeah, you can hit this fucker.
Bobadilla. I like Brock's truck because it was nice. I like it. Yeah, I bet you like Brock's cock. He had a deer head in his back truck. Yeah, had a deer head. Yeah, let's go with that. I'm here, guys. I'm just trying to put clothes away.
You asked was a brilliant question. There's no sword to fall on. What people have done is they've misconstrued your question and they've taken it as because people are not so they've misconstrued the answers to your question, sorry. And because people haven't been educated on different parts of different cultures, right, and different histories, therefore we don't know each other enough to have this type of conversation. And that's dangerous because this type of conversation needs to happen. We need to come together, like people from around the world need to come together.
What's up, Jeff? I've been put through tough thing, man. What's up, brother?
I'm okay. David, why are you wearing this funny hat in your picture? Oh my god, some kind of pirate ship.
Looks like Napoleon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Napoleon, yes.
Oh, is this when David is sober at 3 a.m.?
It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely.
Next Sunday, yes. Next Sunday.
So is adult late night conversations like Delicasto?
Oh, he had a blast before you came. He had a big.
Is it Edmund?
It's John.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Oh, what's going on, Chief?
Well, we're all sitting in the after party in the mansion. It could be worse.
Oh, no. We just have. You're right. We could be politically correct. No, we just sit down and have a conversation. This shit fucking nothing serious. Yeah, John, let's talk about that shitty ass Lexus you drive. You think it's a really nice car. We were talking about trying to buy like a car for KP's old lady. I don't know who you're talking about buying it for. I thought it was your old lady. You youngin'? No, I didn't know I knew your old lady. You
Toyota's definitely the route to go. Ask John. He drives a shitty ass old Lexus, which is just a Toyota with a different badging. Motherfuckers run and run and run.
So I'm here through this fucking doctor course. So, like, Jesus.
So John, I called you yesterday. Why didn't you call me back?
I don't know. I'm just, taking it minute to minute, day to day. But,
Take it to the limit one more time.
despite the fact that I drive a shitty car, the one thing that we all have in common is that we are not embraced with the opposite sex in a tantric swirl of love at this very moment. But we are all
I don't care
here.
about that as long as she gets up and make me a sandwich after work.
But we are all here having
That's some great Kool-Aid.
We're all
real
here.
sugar, none of that fake shit, no Splenda.
We're all here gathered together to have the ultimate adult late night conversation. And I just want to say Howard Stern's penis is 10 feet long. 10, not 11. 10, not 9.
And his ass sags past that. That's why they call him the ass man. Damn, man, come on, bro. You really think it's like that? We don't really care whether it is or not. It was just a joke. You're the one that's like, really? Is it really? Is it really? Is it? Come on, I want to see. Come on, guys, I want to see. Come on. Hey, Mikey, like. That's so funny. There's no weed to it, dog. I think you're a weed kind of person. And I smoke weed all day. What are you talking about? I said weed. Was it W-E, no D? It's not my fault you don't know how to slang that D. You wild as fuck, dog. Don't nobody give a fuck about no damn Edmund. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about me. So who cares? Yeah, I like me some Edmund.
Well, I like Doc too. I like Doc too. He's a good lad. I know him.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, but there should be a difference between people.
No, I've known Brian for quite a bit long. He's a good lad.
Doc is like a uncontrollable drunk that fucks with Edmund.
But he still sounds smarter than you.
He does? Really?
Yeah. I mean, I have seen him drunk. I've seen him piss drunk.
I'm literally just waking up. Come on, man.
I tell you, I have seen him piss drunk. He never had a slur speech. He never had a slur speech.
Stop fucking doing that. Yeah, stop interrupting him interrupting. Idiot. We're all on the same team. No, I don't think we are. You're trying to put me in opposition to Dog, and that's not.
No, I'm not doing it, bro.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to do. You're talking about my acquaintances, like you know who I am.
It's also, you might have to go get
I'm not going to answer it.
No, okay. He's hungry. How many got curious?
I'm about to fuck you. I'm
Get you down the back.
It sounds like you about to slap some vodka on a tampon, shove it up your ass so you get drunk at work without getting caught.
Oh, Brady about to get his cheek slapped by some guy.
Fucking sleeper, like face down sleep. I've been wanting to put it in a toast. Look.
Fuck is wrong with you?
yourself that fanny pack full of two tampons. You really want that.
Right, I'm listening to you guys for a second here. Just gotta warm up some food. You ain't like that?
Hey Brock. Brock, can I ask you a question? Were you born sitting on a cock on the bay?
Yeah, I was sitting on the top on the bay.
The fuck movie was that? Sounded like some fucking chain gang kind of shit.
Oh yeah, there was some kind of video on YouTube. I was just scrolling down.
No, that's crazy.
So let me ask the room a question. What is the source of late night conversations for adults?
We actually had a good back to the blog. Okay, so we always covered. We had a big party. There was a lot of conversation like that, how he went to the thing and all that. But he just held it around, took the roasting, fucking took it on the chin, good laugh. And now, after I lived, I don't know, they started talking about cars. And that was kind of interesting.
Do you think Brock's PTR is the best Brock has ever looked?
Considering it's not him, yes. You guys can shift the conversation however you want right now. I don't give a shit.
I'm just asking you a question because is that you, Brock, at the best you've ever looked?
That's me, John Kitover. That is me, and I'm not running for political office. And I see you. I see every photo you've ever posted, and I'm not sure if I'd vote for you or. I think
he wants you to run on his ticket so you could be his JD Vance.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Brock, are you Mormon?
No, I'm Christian.
I'm asking if you're a Mormon.
Wait, Mormons are Christians.
Listen, Kitover. Listen. Why are you trying to sample me?
Because when I was in what they call undergraduate college, there was a Mormon named Brock. I was just asking a question.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so you love you some broth.
No, I'm about to go to sleep.
Love me some broccoli with cheese.
Yeah, broccoli.
Of course.
Broccoli with some orange chicken, some white rice.
Yeah. Ooh, that Szechuan style.
Ooh, Kung Pao,
John
Jiao.
more like the person that is a master debater. And I can debate. I really can debate, but
I'm a master debater, so I mean I'm halfway there.
At the gay bar.
Exactly. But it's like Kitover, like no.
At the gay bar.
I'm not your guy.
I'm a master debater at the gay bar. Gay bar.
You're giving me pedophilia vibes.
Projecting.
This is how it starts.
Call Judge Dredd. Notify Judge Dredd of Brock projection. So David, can I ask you a question, David?
Oh, now you're gonna ask somebody else a question.
Yeah, we're not gonna center you all night, Brock. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is trending.
So David, How in the world do you come on a social audio chat app on a Saturday morning, piss drunk, slurring words, being incoherent on a Saturday at 11 a.m.? When,
No, you don't have to answer that,
David, when did you make your first
David,
bracket?
you don't have to answer that.
When did you fill up your first silver goblet of red wine and make your kiddish?
Don't answer that, David.
Brock, stop being so fucking centrist to the room, dude.
Okay, well, I can talk just like you can too.
Stop trying to censor. David, Brock, you're a fascist. Stop trying to censor people. David.
Okay, well, you're a bitch.
You're a fascist. David.
You're a bitch.
You're a fascist, David. Brock.
You're a bitch.
Brock, you can't handle your alcohol.
I had to look up what fascist meant.
Hey guys, we're not gonna.
But I know what bitch means.
No, he's literally over talking everybody.
Oh my god.
Attack the opinion, not the person.
Yeah, attack the
Yeah,
idea.
you don't know who Mussolini was, Brock? Remember who Mussolini was? He was a fascist.
Eat my ass.
You know what happened to him at the end with his wife, right?
Ooh.
They done got hanged by the people.
You're a piece of shit.
Really?
Floating in.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Shooter McGavin eats pieces of shit for breakfast. Mussolini, the people when America came through after the Nazis were pushed out of like Mussolini's Italy, because Mussolini was with Hitler, and after the Nazis were gone, the people rebelled, and they were against the fascism of the regime, so they went after Mussolini and his wife, and they took them to the city square, and they hung them right there and left them. Yeah.
Brock, I'm not calling for your hanging. I'm just saying you're reminding me of a fascist.
No, I'm just saying that's what the outcome of a fascist is.
Wow.
Just try to be a patriotic American. Love your fellow American citizen, Brock.
Well, you're very calm in your words. I appreciate that.
But don't be gay. Don't be gay. No homo.
Oh, we definitely know who would be the bottom in that scenario.
Exactly. Lick my dick without telling me you want to lick my dick. Sure.
You sure about that?
So, Brock, if we were to... Brock, let me ask you a question. If you were king of America and king of the world, what would you do for your people?
Oh, this is like a beauty pageant. Oh, I love this.
Wow.
I'm gonna make the world a better place, and I want peace in the Middle East.
What is the source of peace?
Don't kill people.
That's the source of peace?
Yes.
Well, you get an F minus. You failed the test. Thank you very much for participating in our survey.
I did not win. Fuck me. Somebody's gonna fuck me though.
Try reading more books next time prior to taking the survey.
Fuck me, right?
Negative.
Not the lady that you went on a date with.
I'm a good candidate.
Oh, damn. That hurt.
Good candidate for getting another vaccine and 2 more boosters.
Yeah, no, you didn't look into it enough.
What the fuck did you say?
Yeah,
He said any lady would love to fuck me.
Yeah. Exactly.
Except that lady who went on a date, lunch date.
Brock, let me ask you a final follow-up question. What is your body count?
Alright, one more question. This is the last question, and then I have to go.
What is your body count?
my body count is crazy.
Sweet.
All right, I'm gonna go. Sorry,
Sweet.
I have to talk to the Russians, and we're doing another deal over here. Okay.
Deflection. Can't have an adult late night conversation, can you, Brock?
What's the time?
Tommy,
okay.
Tommy, what's your body count?
Huh?
What is your body count?
Stupid. Why would you ask somebody that?
Yeah, I mean, like.
Because this is an adult late night conversation.
I hate that about Clubhouse.
This is an adult late night conversation. Just a question on X game.
Out of here on that shit.
I mean, I had sex with 12 women in one day when I was in AIT.
What?
AIT? What are you? You Army?
Out of here, that fucking
Yeah, back when I was in medic school.
What do you want?
What are you? You're an 80. You're an 86 whiskey.
68 whiskey.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm just listening. Yeah, I was a corpsman.
Yeah, that's what my nephew's doing right now. He's at Sam Houston right now.
Oh no.
That's the same thing he was, but he's trying to make
For the Navy, but he's moving green side though because he wants to be a Marine. He used to be a semi-pro MMA fighter.
Wait, but yo, so yeah, he's gonna go FMF soon.
Marine Force?
Yes, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
When you go green, when you go blue to green, it's called FMF.
Yeah, he's going blue to green.
How so? So he must be like less than like 4 months in, yeah.
Yeah. No, he just graduated. He joined the Navy. He went on Cinco de Mayo.
Nice. I was there like. So I was in the Navy 09 to 14, and then my ex fiance, I got her into the Navy as a corpsman. And I used to go to Sam Houston, but for her, not for me. And that place is a fucking disaster.
Oh yeah, fucking hanging out with the hacienda.
Yeah, and then like fucking the Riverwalk is just a fucking shit fest of just sailors and army.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, there's 4 Air Force bases around San Antonio.
No, I know, but the whole area.
It's not 80. Yeah, well, yeah, it's ran down now.
That whole fucking area. You go left and then you go to the hangar. The hangar is like a bar right outside the base, but like you go any further than that, it's like you're in the mad ghetto.
Where do you think the Motel 6 was?
I mean, let's take
your ass down there to the Howland Wolf and be alright.
I used to stay at the Quality Inn Suites or whatever.
Tell me you're from New York, Jersey area without telling me you're from New York, Jersey area.
Nah, I'm from New York.
And forever, the way you said it though.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out.
Your accent just gave you away though.
It's alright.
It's like when I get drunk and I start talking like this and I get real like slangy with my words and stuff. Yeah. And everybody knows I'm not from New York.
No, we just think you sound like an idiot. You're an idiot, dog.
Well, I've been known to play one on TV, but I did it at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
I fancy like this. Oh, of course you got this guy. Very sad, fucking southern like.
How do you say?
Yeah, I was in the Navy. So was Brock.
Yeah. talk horror.
Multiple combat medic during this time.
What they call.
Do I think that you were?
I was a combat medic. Well, I am a combat medic.
If you were a good combat medic, then you would be a notable.
I earned my CMB, sir.
Right. What is called medics back in the day in the field with docs. You didn't call it medic. They say doc.
Yeah, well, I ain't no doc.
Anyways, you got VA questions. I work in the claims field, so holler.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll figure out how to get to 100%, but it's
Get y'all shit out of here, bro.
What do you mean? I evaluate all the claims. I evaluate all the claims in the United States. I'm the biggest wig in, like, I'm not Northeast District, but, like, yeah.
Audio sounds so
Well,
clear.
it took them from 2010 to 2020 to push me from 40 to 80. They denied PTSD treatment for 10 fucking years.
Yeah, because anxiety, depression, and PTSD, it's the same fucking shit when it's umbrellaed. And what a lot of people try to do, a lot of vets and whatever, everyone tries to claim that PTSD and blah, 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 but they use an old school system from the 1970s, and you need to have the three subjectives to say that, like, yeah, you have PTSD. But if you just went the anxiety and depression route, it's so much easier to claim, and it gets evaluated the same. So someone having PTSD and someone having anxiety and depression, it's the same. And the problem is the fucking veteran gets hung up on this. I got PTSD, but they're actually suffering from mad anxiety and mad depression. But it's all evaluated the same, so a feather is a feather.
Hold a second, Rob. No, it's like
He's the king of the room. I would listen to Kate.
he's talking to
Rob, hold on.
What?
Hold on. Rob.
God damn it.
We don't want to do that. No.
Alright, well, I will respect
Tommy,
yes.
I would like to get a room with you because there's a lot of vets that need this information.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I would tell you,
There you go, man.
my experience, I'm a son of a
There you go. You got
man
it.
to fight through the VA system, to go through these things. And I think there's other vets out there don't know. And I would love to do a show and to give all these codes and everything out.
There we go. Let's make some money out of
So,
it.
no, I can't. I will never make. I will be loud and fucking clear on this. I would never in my life accept money from anybody. It's the same thing. Like, it's the same thing. Like, you're the son of a vet. Bro, my whole family's vets. And, like, I lost my uncle to fucking lung cancer from Vietnam. And when I saw him dying and I hugged him for the last time during COVID, he didn't die of COVID. He died of lung cancer from Agent Orange and his job outside of that. But the motherfucker went through a lot of bullshit. And like, it cost him family, it cost him his life, but he treated me real good. But like, and then I worked in hospice with vets, and I used to try to do the family right. So,
Here's the thing though, Tom.
Alright, Brock.
You have to have people in your life.
Why are you interrupting again?
Oh my God, stop.
Because I had to go through that whole thing.
Fuck up. Like, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't do that.
You're interrupting, Brock.
I did not interrupt. Shut the fuck up, dog.
Tommy was literally talking about working with veterans in a hospice care, and he was trying to talk about their families.
There you go, Brock. You can sit down there for a second.
Go ahead, Mr. Tommy.
No. Long story short, I don't make profits off nobody. I work for the government, and I do all vet claims. And the problem with mental health, yes, it's a big percentage. Like, meaning when a vet gets 70%, it's like a huge deal or whatever. But like,
what happens is the vet is obsessed over the thought, like, no, I have PTSD, no, I have this and that. But, like, what a lot of the VSOs and all that, the private attorneys and all this bullshit, private attorneys don't guarantee you anything other than if you just go to the VA, you file a claim, you talk to someone that works in my field, they do the same thing. And the problem is these people, vets, and I'm a vet, and they get hung up on this idea that, like, they have this PTSD, but it's like, no, bro, you suffer from anxiety and depression also, but they're like, no, my PTSD weighs more than depression. No, it's mental health. It's all weighed the same, meaning that a feather is a fucking feather. Like, it's just with PTSD, you have to hit certain criteria for this, and they don't know. They don't know, and the people that also try to tell them is that, like, they don't know either. They just do it by their JD or by their fucking whatever, and it's like all bullshit. And I always said if I wrote a book, it would be I would have to put it under a pseudonym, because if I left my field right now, I can't monopolize off anything. I have to wait 2 years before I became my own private business, because they won't allow me. That's the federal law. So when I joined this job, I had to sign all sorts of shit saying, like, oh yeah, I would never talk about, like, all the things. And when you leave the job, they tell you you can't make your own business until 2 years after, on the day you left. So it's like, oh, okay. So all these people that are on YouTube, on, like, all this shit, they used to do what I do, but they had to wait a long period of time. But there's loopholes. One of the loopholes is making a pseudonym for yourself and then getting a lawyer, and the lawyer protects your pseudonym. So there's books on claims, on how to write the perfect claim and all this shit. Like, the simplicity of it is that you have to have chronicity, meaning that you can't complain of a knee pain from like 10 or 15 years ago and say that it was from service. Yes, you may have been infantry. Yes, you may have dived out of planes and shit. Those are exceptions, because it's like it's associated with the job. But the main thing here is that a lot of people don't know what they don't know, and when they listen to people who know what they know, they think they have to pay people to tell them. Lawyers are designed, like these veteran claim lawyers and all this, they harbor on the fact that the vet is unknowledgeable on everything. And what they do is, if you served in a part of time of war where it's associated with a disability, aka Agent Orange is associated with a lot of hypertension now. That was the newly recognized one. And also lung cancer and Hodgkin's lymphoma and all that. Like the PACT Act, if you Google that right now, you put PACT Act contentions in Google right now, all those disabilities that are associated with the eras of war, if a veteran served in that area, including Taiwan and the Air Force bases, they are automatically guaranteed those disabilities. It's just like everyone doesn't know what they don't know until you know, and it's fucked up. And once I learned that, I was like, man, these motherfuckers are like, what? So Southwest Asia, that's Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, all those Southwest Asia states, countries. Sorry, if you got diagnosed with cyanitis, rhinitis, all that, you're automatically getting it. Even if it's zero, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It means that your service connected for it. It didn't rise to the disability of a compensable thing. And that's the misconception.
I hope John is entertained. Hope everyone is feeling good.
Rock. I'm trying to get information. You don't know who's the vet in this room, or a relative to a vet.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say some veteran shit, but
it's so complicated for veterans like coming into the VA to figure out what forms to push to give what treatment. Like that would be a room. That would be something that I'd like you to bring up if we did a room specifically.
Yeah, but you're so wrong. Like you're so much false information that I have to speak up and say no. I'm not gonna let Doc say that.
Alright, so if you come at a boot or you're a vet of like whatever era, let's just say Vietnam, Korea, or let's just say older, like the 90s, Gulf. All you need to do, 5128 is a 5264, and then all you have to do is a 4138 statement. But like the person you're sitting with would be like someone like me that works in that field, and we would know what you're claiming. Like it's fucking.
So are you like our question? Are you like Doc, whereas like you're the person that like almost got dishonorable, but like somehow you like managed to make it out?
How did I almost get a dishonorable when I had a good conduct medal? No, hold on. Brock, you're talking about COD discharges. Like, that's totally different.
No, we're talking about RE.
What?
RE.
When you get kicked out of the military, right? Or you get
Your DD form 214, you have an RE code.
Yeah, we're not talking.
RE 1, 2, 3, 4. Shut the fuck up. Like no, that's how.
Bro, just look me up. Yo. No. Look at, dude. If I had mad confidence in this room, I would put my LinkedIn. I would put my LinkedIn. I would put my LinkedIn in this room, and it'd be my cock in your mouth, bro. Like, just shut the fuck up and listen.
Auntie, listen.
Nobody's into you, Doc.
No, I know what you're saying, but the RE code does not fucking matter to what I'm fucking saying right here. It's not perfect.
Auntie, you're late on your period.
Bobby, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a form for rehab for Rob?
Yeah, it's called sorority club.
Rob, this joint number 2.
Brock, what did you sit on the porch again drinking?
Hell yeah.
I'm on my couch. Did you go out tonight or did you stay at home and drink?
Dude, just been for the last 5 fucking hours.
Fucking hours. He fucking bent on the tape, dress up like a
fucking hours.
Papa Smurf. They kind of put the narrative that you like looking for badass bitches. That's what they're trying to do.
What are you talking about?
The reality of those talking is dead ass serious, and there are a lot of veterans that would love to like have a room. And like I said, the fact that if you started spouting out all these forms that I don't know, but I know that the system is a form that was if you don't put the right form in, you're not getting the care you need. You know, so that would be a very informative room that KP is talking about. Like that would be a dope ass room.
Half the battle with a lot of vets is that they try to claim everything under the sun, right? And it's what they don't know and what's not educated to them. And I used to say that if the government came out with like how to still file a claim properly, like for vets of all eras, because it doesn't really matter. And they said like how to do it, and they made it like baby, like Barney style, right? Like keep it Barney style.
Yeah, no, you don't do Barney style. Like, no, you go Barney style. It's not
Alright. Here's common knowledge. Everything that's form-filled throughout the entire United States is 6th grade reading level, right? The only thing that is not is when you're independently trying to file something that no one really knows about. But it's truth, what I'm saying. Like grade. It's true. All forms are read like almost Barney style. The only time it's not is when you leave the service and you didn't have the tools that are offered to vets now, like, and you're free floating, meaning you went 5 years after, let's just say 1999. I was 9 years old, but I wasn't around in the service then. Or in the 80s when you're in Desert Storm, you got out. Or Vietnam. And all these people are like, what the fuck? And they're raging because there was not this hand-holding mentality. When you get out of service, like when I got out in 2014 and when Brock got out in 2014 or 2015 or 2016, I think he was around the same era as me. Can't speak for Brock, but we had almost hand-holding style, like how to file a claim. Okay, I was hurt here, I had this disability, I have this going on. But Vietnam didn't have that, Korea didn't have that, Desert Storm had almost some similarity to that. So now you get this cockamamie style where you get these older vets that come in and they never filed a claim before because, quote unquote, they feel like they're stealing from other veterans, and that's not true. The only time vets steal from vets is when someone's trying to claim for assisted living or anything like that. That's when they truly steal from someone else, because there's private companies that are contracted by the government and they only give like maybe 100 or 200 of those contracts out, and those are essentially like 100 people that they're stealing from, or like 5 people that actually fucking need it. And then they post on Instagram bench pressing like 400 fucking pounds and they're saying they're disabled or whatever. I don't like to use the word disabled because the verbiage when you get compensation, it's compensation. Yes, you're disabled to a degree, but it's truly not disabled to the fact that you're thinking that, oh, I lost my arm or my leg and like I'm lesser of a human or anything like that. When you went to MEPS, when you did this and that, MEPS is an insurance company. If you were to look at it in a private entity sense, MEPS is a private entity that tells you can join or not join based on whatever you're telling them that you can and cannot do. When MEPS says you can't join this branch or that branch, it's because they found medical evidence saying that you can't do this job because you have plantar fasciitis, chronic plantar fasciitis, or you have flat feet, or there's something wrong with your fucking back, and you're a liability to the government. When they give you a medical waiver and they find this out, which is 99% of flat feet of people, they're assuming the responsibility of you to whatever happens to you in the service. So 18 and 19-year-old, you're like, yeah, I'm signing up. And you go to MEPS and you're like, yeah, I made processing. They're just validating everything that your 18 years of life says that there's nothing wrong with you. And it's because what you don't know and what you know. So if you went in there as an 18-year-old guy and you're like, yeah, I hurt my back once, and you keep your mouth shut, you're like, you do more harm to yourself. If you tell them that you had a little minor procedure on your foot or something like that, they're making you a medical waiver saying like, yeah, you can still do this job, and we're assuming the responsibility of your medical condition. And that's what grants you disability leave, because it's called an aggravation. So you'll if you work in the field, you'll see vets that are like, yeah, I signed in MEPS, and I'm 20% now connected because they gave me aggravation. It's because back in the day they had no idea what the fuck they signed off on or whatever MEPS signed off on. It's because they assume the responsibility of you, and it's like, holy shit, it's mind-boggling when you just think of it. It's
Brock is raising a hand. He's in the audience. Put him up.
I can't.
I can't take it. I'd rather hear talking, like finish the without interruption. I just don't like the interruption when somebody's incoherent. Especially this in the morning. somebody who can streamline.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of volunteer work with my job outside of like getting paid because I'm a supervisor. They don't pay us overtime, so I work for the government, and I'm not kidding. Like,
You work for DAD and like DSOs and whatnot?
no, I work for straight up. I work for the VBA.
Well, I mean, afterwards. I mean, after the VA.
No, I do like I strictly work for the government. Like strictly, like there's no. I don't dip and dab with DAV or anything because those are kind of private entities. I am straight up a government GS employee, like, and I'm not afraid to say it because I have nothing to hide. It's just some people, if they try to dox me, I'll fucking sue the shit out of them because, like I'm not fucking around. But like,
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't say that on the tap, but trust me, I've been kicked off the tap saying a lot more.
nah, it's alright. I mean, like,
Yeah,
Because, brother, you can bring a lot of wealth.
you are a wellspring of knowledge.
yeah. No, I'm a part of like a lot of Discord communities that help vets, and like I don't tell them who I am. I just say like, hey, I do this, and this is what I do, and I do it every day. And I'm like, if you have this disability, this is how you should file it. And I'm like, everything that you're saying is subjective knowledge, meaning that if a vet's trying to tell me their entire life story, I go like, hey man, I thank you for your service, but I'm like, if you have this disability, I try to stay on just track on what they're trying to tell me. I'm like, the doctor can't disprove this unless you're saying this. You get what I'm saying? Like, because pain is subjective. When you have a family member that dies, like my uncle who died of lung cancer, and he was in Vietnam, right? And even though he was a habitual smoker, and even though he was an iron worker in New York City, it didn't matter because he was in the area, he was in the compounds of Agent Orange exposure. So it didn't matter what he did. And it doesn't matter if a vet steps foot or in the area or in the Air Force area. If a vet is in the area of designation, if they have the disability that is recognized in the area of designation, it means they're automatically service connected. It doesn't matter what the fuck they did after they left. They could have been in the area for 2 hours. As long as an area was designated that it's recognized for this disability, it doesn't matter. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. And a lot of vets don't understand that. And musculoskeletal, man, that's the hardest one because if the government recognized like RUCs and all that as disabilities, fuck, the entire government would go bankrupt. Like, that's straight up. And the reason why they pay vets or families and etc. is because it's a liability. And you have to look at it from an insurance standpoint. Like anybody that works in insurance or workers' comp or anything like that, that's what they do. So they don't have a vet come back 10 years down the road or 20 years or 30 years or 40 or 50 and they're demanding a $50 million payout. They'll make the whole government broke. So that's why they have compensation.
Master Cole, can you come on stage?
Yeah, my dad.
Now you have another thing. Let's sit here.
You know, but the thing that was like in his friend group, he died when I was 17, back in '92. But although this friend group that was still around, a lot of them ended up they got hepatitis. Because remember the air gun that they used to use to inoculate people? Like you go up and just squeeze an air gun, and then it started spreading hepatitis to everybody.
Yes,
because it was cross-contamination. Yeah. You know, so that was a big part of their group.
What's going on, Master Cole? Just want you to shut up.
forces in India, and your medical expenses are covered for the rest of your life. You get pensions for the rest of your life. After you're dead, your wife gets the pension up to she's alive, and your medical expenses for your family, everything is covered even after you get retired. Okay, everything. It's very bizarre listening to this situation where you guys have to just do a lot of paperwork for getting your medical covered. It's bullshit.
Dude, Tulsa, if we would have spent half the money, we spent $3 billion last year on homeless veterans in 24. We spent $63 billion on illegal immigrants. If we had spent a third of that money that we spent on illegal immigrants on the homeless veterans and added it to it, we'd be able to do the exact same thing you were just talking about.
Yeah, but
exactly, because this is ridiculous. I'm like, see, people have never in your country, let me put it that way. In your country, they have never experienced or got exposed to any kind of bombings, like shells dropping on them, or any kind of wars on experience. Okay, only the people who are in the forces are exposed to them horrendous situations.
Harbor.
Yeah, I mean mainland. Let's talk about that. So, the veterans, they put their fucking lives on the line, and these are homeless people, and they ask literally, it's kind of begging for the medical covers. It's ridiculous. It's the richest country in the world, but yet absolutely no respect for the veterans or ex-servicemen. Stupid.
Yeah, but I'll tell you another little caveat in the government that really not a lot of people know that goes on. So, yeah, okay, we'll say homeless vets, right? And we all think that they're all honorable discharge. A lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. Like, a lot of them aren't. Yeah, they're vets, but they're not honorably discharged. And I read a lot of COD cases, so character discharge cases. I can tell you confidentially, and I can actually, without saying people's names because like HIPAA violations, I can allude to your Google searches right now, and this is verbatim. If you Google San Quentin, right, and you Google San Quentin, that's California, I personally read 2 Marines, without saying their fucking names, and this is CNN, this is Fox News, this is fucking the biggest highlights. These 2 Marines killed their fucking corporal and raped his wife and had him hogtied while he watched his wife get raped. I'm dead serious on this. And these guys,
what branch were you at?
well, doesn't matter the branch.
No, I'm just gonna.
On me. I was in the Navy. I was a corpsman. I was a medic.
No, I'm asking master. What branch were you at? So what?
He's an overall. He's a window crayon eater, just like
Oh, yeah, crayon eater. Okay.
Yeah, no, but
what's a crayon eater?
Don't worry about it. If you don't know, you don't know.
If you don't know what your favorite color is, you've never been to war.
And if you know, you know.
So anyways, we get guys that get kicked out, right? And then they try to file claims for shit. And that's what eats up a lot of the claim process. It's just like bullshit. It's bullshit.
Well, I mean, isn't there a special section? That's not what you call a COD when like your separation code's all fucked up.
Yeah, what Brock was trying to say, I guess, was that like, they care about
anti-Brock.
Okay, anti-Brock. When he's like RE4 and all that shit, RE4-Tech 1, all that bullshit, like, there are people that get kicked out who are in prison and they try to file claims for things that they did, and they need something, and that takes a lot of time from people that actually served honorably, and it actually takes up a big chunk of time try to bring exposure to it because I'm like, bro, if you rape, kill, or murder somebody, or like murder, because killing and murdering are two different things, you should automatically be fucking barred from any type of benefits. They don't have that explicitly stated. When you get kicked out, the military kicks you out, but not the VA. So the VA has to determine if it was under honorable conditions or they upgrade your discharge or anything like that. Yeah, I understand some people smoke weed, do coke, do Molly, do whatever. I'm completely copacetic on that. I understand that certain things happen. People need a stress relief. And if it's one time, that's me personally speaking, okay, give it a one-time pass. But like there are vets out there that raped a 9-year-old girl or somebody and they're in jail and they're trying to file benefits because the military kicked them out, but the VA has to determine if they're under honorable conditions. So you got people who are civilians and ex-military reading these paperworks, and I'm like baffled by like I have to sit here and I have to adjudicate the fact and waste my fucking time and money and effort and tax-paying money on some scumbag that is serving 30 years of life for raping a fucking 2-year-old girl in front of their mom, and I read the whole court case on how they got UCMJ'd, and I'm still reading about them. And like that is a 5% thing that goes on in the government, but not many people know that because they don't know it. They don't know that goes on in the government, and it's a legal loophole. So it's like if more people knew that shit went on, this is my moral of the story. If more people knew that shit went on and more public exposure, it would eliminate the real vets that actually need a lot of like their papers moved up more, and it would move up a lot more time and efficiency because when one person who can do 13 or 14 claims for 5 different veterans, when they get stuck on these cases, it can take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, and the employee can only work 8 hours a day. So it costs a lot of time and a lot of money in the end for the taxpayer. So, yeah.
Alrighty.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I think you guys, we could set something up to do a room and give some of our vets good tips to move through the VA system. It's a rough system to move through. A lot of paperwork is here that even us as a civilian going through that system is hell. If you file the wrong thing on form, hell. But to get some good knowledge to help out our brothers and sisters in arms, and I respect and love all you guys. What's up, Mexico?
The thing is, like, Tommy, and like, it's not necessarily for me. I'm not worried about it. I apologize for I interrupted.
Cold one, snow. Talk to that camel's hand. Motherfucker must be still in Iraq somewhere. He's still over in Iraq.
Tommy, like when it comes to not necessarily about me, but I mean, I got shot, I got blown up, I got slammed against the inside of my vehicle, I got knocked out, TBI, firm concussion by a doctor, blah blah blah, all this shit. Heroin Under Fire Awards, but they gave me fucking 40% and denied me PTSD treatment, even though I was the medic holding people on the battlefield in Slaughter City. You know, and well, but man, let me finish real quick. The point that I was getting to is like, regardless of what I did, I got all those awards, I got all those nomenclatures and those things added to my DD 14, that special block. But for all the it's based on symptomology. A lot of vets don't know this, and I'll tell you this: if you type in Google and type in DBQ and you type in like PTSD and you type in mental health, you'll see two DBQs are the same, but like it's based on symptomologies. That's how you get evaluated to the next levels, and it tells you when you get your narrative. That's the big white envelope that comes to you and has like 1,000 words on it, and it tells you what to do to get to the next level. So your 40%, I don't know what your disabilities are, but like I can almost guesstimate that if it is mental health, you probably got like 20 or 30 or 10, and then you have the musculoskeletal or you have a scar. Your scars, if they hurt you and that's subjective to you, meaning the doctor can't prove that pain isn't the problem. If you say that you have pain on your scars, that's 10%. If it's disfigurement, it's on your face, you can actually argue the scars. So like, there's a lot that goes on and it's intricate because not everybody knows it. So like, you'll meet those vets that are chest pounding, like I did this and this. Why am I only getting 5% or not 5%? Excuse me. Why am I getting 0%? It's not saying that you're not getting recognized. It's just saying that you're not getting the symptomologies that warrant you that 10 or 30 or 50%. And everything is different when it comes to the human body. If you get your back connected, you have like 5 different disabilities that you could be entitled to. It's just you don't know what you don't know because they won't tell you. And it's because like it's only if you look at it on both points of the view, they're not going to tell you that because like hello, it would bankrupt everybody. It would. So like your nerves, right, on your leg. You have 3 nerves that run down your leg. The biggest one everyone is like sciatica, right? But you have the perineal and you have the femoral nerve. They both run differently throughout your body on the legs, and they can you can have 2 nerve disabilities on one leg, and they can both be rated differently. Meaning you can get 10 points for sciatica and like 20 for perineal, and aka you have 30% right there. And if you have your back connected, it's 10% for pain, and then your range of motion, meaning that I don't know because I'm not an orthopedic, but when you bend your back and you're at those compensation appointments and they're telling you to bend your back, and if you can't go more than what they're saying, they can't push on your back, they can't physically touch you, they can't do nothing to you. It's based off however far you can bend. But if you're saying, it runs pain up the back of my leg or the front of your leg, well, those are 2 different nerves you're talking about. And you get like 3 percentages right there. You get a 20% for your back, a 30% for your femoral nerve or perineal nerve, and then 10% for your sciatica. And there you go, you got like 50% right there. Like your shoulders, for instance. When you raise your shoulder, it's 20% for shoulder pain. That's the only one that's the highest one because your shoulder's intricated to your entire body. When you have what else is the other one? Motherfucker, like you're gonna make me go down this rabbit hole. If you have knee pain, right, which is also 99%.
It's all good. We don't need to do the roof now because I'm like, because I'll bring in other veterans that I know from this app, and I'll let them know that we're gonna have a roof about this shit. Because there's other people in here that aren't necessarily veterans, so they don't understand. What we're all really going round and round about.
Yeah, no, I
appreciate what you've been saying because you
that's my job. So like, if I didn't have that knowledge, there's no way I would have been like 60 years old and trying to go all the way back to 2014 if I made it to 60 years old, but I'm 32 and I'm only talking to 2014. So yeah, I got out in 2010. I'm 50 years old now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like what you got now. And they still didn't even pay me for my shoulder, and I broke my acromion process when I got blown up. I was hanging out like I came down. I was actually in the firefight. I came down out of the top of the hatch, and my arm got hung up. I was in full battle rattle, and that motherfucker, because I was getting shot at, and I fucking went down and it yanked my shoulder so hard it popped it out of fucking socket, broke my acromion process. They still don't pay me for that.
So Tommy, if you could do two things, send Doc a back channel when you're available, and Doc you can forward to me, or vice versa, when you're available to do a room.
Yeah, I mean, because there's like I didn't know what
I gotta find out that.
You know, later, dude. But like, you know, I didn't even know what an MQ was, but we'll talk about all that shit. I mean, John's a vet. I mean, Master's a vet. I don't know who else. I know Brock is, but Brock is drunk right now. He can't stop interrupting with dumb stuff. You know, I'm just waking up because I'm about 20 minutes away from going on my run. Like I do every morning at 6 o'clock. So I can't do push-ups and sit-ups hardly anymore. Yeah, no, I run a lot. I sent you my info, so like, just, you know, just hit me out. I'll save it, yeah, for sure. Not today, it's Sunday, you know. Oh, yeah. But I'm going for my run though. Yeah. Just because I'm to go to church after that. You know, but I appreciate it, man. We need veterans like you. Yeah, there's a lot of good vets working in the VA that took claims. There's a lot, but unfortunately during the Biden era, I'm not singling out politics, but like there was a push for like anybody that had a pulse to work in claims, and I'm telling you right now, holy shit, like that was like the worst decision. Like the interview processes were dog shit. Like the people they hired, none of them had like real medical experience, and that's why we're having this big like colossal fuck up of like medical and errors and all sorts of shit and paybacks, because paybacks cost more money to the taxpayers. So if they didn't get it right the first time, and then the vet had clear evidence of like it occurring throughout their entire life, and now you're paying them like $1 million or $50,000. That's huge. Where if you just got it right the first time, it wouldn't be that much. So yeah, they paid me a $200,000 check. Yeah. No, I believe it. Like I signed off on a fucking $500,000 one from a guy in Vietnam who got blown up, and they didn't. Similar to your story, like it's like almost like a MVA, right? A motor vehicle accident. When someone gets into a motor vehicle accident in service, you have to think of the entire body. You can't just think of like the extremity that was affected. And that's similar to my case right now, because I paralyzed my arm and I had one supplemental put in, and the doctor sided with me saying like, yeah, his back was related to his paralyzation of his arm. And I was like, no shit, Sherlock. And now my back was evaluated at 40%. And I'm like, holy shit. And now I'm not fighting, but like I put in another claim to go all the way up to the judge, because I'm like, yo, the doctor just said that my back is related to my paralyzation of the arm. I should have got my appointment in 2014, and they declined me right away in 2014. So 40% from 2014 is a lot of fucking money. You know, it's almost like $200,000-300,000 at this point. So that's exactly what I'm doing, and that's exactly why I tell vets and how I help vets is probably gonna side in my favor, but yeah. But yeah, no, good shit to you.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, kudos to you. And, you know, there needs to be a better pathway. There needs to be more people like you in charge.
Yeah, but it's also, there's a lot of public knowledge out there. It's just like a lot of people don't know how to utilize the channels. And if I can show one, do one, teach one, that's what the Corman way is.
Hey, adapt and overcome.
Yeah, adapt and overcome, but also show one, do one, teach one. You can always
see one, do it, teach one, but yeah.
No, but the Corman way was show one, do one, teach way. Show one, do one, teach one. It's the same concept in my field right now. So that's what I try to pass on.
It's like the difference between hoorah and hood. Like there's no aura in ours, but they're the same damn thing.
But I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, do your thing, bro. I'm about to go on a run here in 20 minutes, so this room is like short-lived.
You guys have a good night. Nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, peace, love, health, wealth. The best day of your life. Thank you for all the info.
And no worries, you too, man.
So, anybody else got anything they want to talk about? Pastor, are you still there? You talking to that can of tomato? You're not there. John, you probably went to sleep while doing yoga with your space drum. Ray, haven't heard you in forever. Adams, haven't heard you. Deborah, have not heard you. And on that, we are going.
I'm not going to say West Africans. What I'm saying is it possible that these were the melanated inhabitants of that land? Definitely in islands. The Tuareg tribes are here. Notice that they were there.
Can I go after you? She's been flashing her mic for ages, though, seriously. Like, I don't.
Listen to me. So I just want to round up with that Tuareg tribe guys in Ireland. Definitely, they are the leprechaun, whatever they call it. They call them pigmen, but they're not pigmen. They have their own indigenous tribe. And they'll get wiped out. Yeah, they get wiped out. And the land gets stolen. They used to give goats, and they have information about their background, and they're black. So that could go back to history of knowing those people could be Iwanyi, definitely, because you could relate them to the Congo or the Papua Guinea or those people from those geographical places. But this Chinaman stuff is what I'm still digging into. He has DNA of U5B1, that's Apple chromosome, which is related to Asiatic Northern Africa. And if we have to relate that to that, then they need to do a DNA test to see if people from Africa actually migrate to those geographical places as well. But the island, definitely that's really confirmed that there are black people there. So I know it.
Okay. Back to what you were talking about like 15 minutes ago. The reason why it's controversial that you find slaves in England is because in the British Constitution, there was this notion that British ground was too pure. It's not British ground. British air was too pure for any slave to breathe. So during the time of the Tudors, I think we're talking about Henry VII or something like that. That you're talking, it might even be before, but like, what is it? There's this idea that whoever comes to Britain who is enslaved will be free immediately. So, and there are certain ways that you can kind of gauge these things, right? Because there were certain rights that wasn't given to people who were slaves in European society around late medieval ages and in the Renaissance. And so, like, but what I would like to say is that Europeans still had an idea of otherness, right? You can see this in like you can see this in the sources in regards to like let's just take religion for an example, right? A very good way of gauging like okay how many people could possibly have been black at this time is by going to the sources of people who got baptized who have the name Nigar, Blackamoor, Twanimore, all of these things because that's how a lot of the black people were baptized if we're just talking about Britain right now. We know that these people were othered in some kind of way because this otherness is even in their names. And you can like even like for example if you find like for example a black prostitute it will be commercialized that she has darker skin. There is still an otherness to the black populations that you find at the Renaissance. They are not like they exist, but they're still seen as exotic. So it wouldn't make sense that they are the majority of the population. And even though, yeah, you can say that there are people like the Ivory Bangley lady that you find at the time of Roman London, right? There is no source material. And when I'm saying source material, the Ivory Bangley lady did not write her diary like Anne Frank did. So there is no material to concretely historical material source to concretely form a narrative about who she was, right? You would need to go into different fields to try to reconstruct what she did and what she didn't do compared to the late medieval and the Renaissance people in England because people were documenting things like marriages, baptism, court cases, right? We know black people in England could testify. So that also gives us an indication about that they could testify if they were Christian, right? So again, why it's important to go back to the baptism because that could give you a kind of census about like how many people were possibly there, but they were not like I think it's a bit I think it's a reach to say that there were enough black people for them to be genocided. What we know from court cases from like the church documents is that a lot of black people married white people, right? And in that sense, a couple of 100 years later, their descendants would have become white.
Ms. Johnson, are you familiar with the term iconoclast?
What?
Are you familiar with the term iconoclast?
No, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. So iconoclast is when you literally whitewash an entire part of history. You change all of the characters who used to be black, and you say that they were not black, and you say that they were white. This is literally, if you go and actually listen to what Putin said when he opened that vault and he showed the black Madonna and the black Jesus who had locks. You know what I mean? He also, because he's an Orthodox Christian, he also referenced iconoclast. I personally feel like he did that for a reason. I think he was trying to actually stir up some shit when he did that. Because he was trying to let people know, yeah, your history's been fucked up. But he was doing that for the people in the West to say, yeah, your history's been fucked up. And they've been lying to you this whole time. Iconoclast. That's what they call it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, okay, if you look at it, Europe and Africa are not far away from one another, right? Of course, he was fighting like, can I respond?
Yes, ma'am. I think
Like,
you can have
I
a
don't.
powerful response. It's all love.
It's okay to respond.
It's all love.
When you cut people off, you ruin their train of thought process. Stop doing it.
Be quiet.
No, you be quiet.
You're not my wife.
I do agree with
you. I don't want to hear.
Miss Jonathan, continue. Let me hear you. Continue.
I do agree with the fact, like, there has been a lot of whitewashing of African history. For example, when people saw Sudanic Sahelian architecture, it was argued that black people couldn't have built, like, the different monuments or, like, Great Zimbabwe and so on. Like, and I think it becomes more complicated when we're talking about Black Europe. The reason why I don't think that, okay, we can say like, for example, the Black Madonnas of Europe that you're talking about, right? People know that they're there. Black historians have talked about the Black Madonna and Child for a very long time, before Putin did. Now, I don't think it necessarily means that every single person in Europe was black. Why don't I think it means that every single person in Europe was black? Because, for example, when Septimus Severus became the first African Roman of the first Roman man, the first Roman of the first emperor of the first Roman emperor. Yeah. He would, like, there was a distinction between him and other Romans. Again, he would, like, speak, like, African Latin was not the dominant Latin. He reportedly spoke Latin in an African dialect. He, like, there's even, I don't know if this is a myth, but, like, you know, that he was so proud of his Africanness that he celebrated Henny Mabaka. So he had an idea of otherness compared to the average Roman. And I know that there are some new studies that say that black people, like, darker skin existed in Europe for a much longer time. But if you look at depictions of the Severan dynasty, you will see Septimus be portrayed as significantly darker than Gela and Caracalla. And I think that's
after Hannibal. That was after Hannibal.
Yeah, Septimus Severus is after Hannibal. Like,
that's the reason why he had the dark skin, because Hannibal was in Sicily for 30 years. But go ahead.
I think, like, again, it becomes even more difficult to quantify if the further back you go in Rome, because we don't know how, well, some people, there are some people Roman people thought about race, right? But, like, to say that they did a census, and I think, like, even if you look at Caracalla's, like, attempt, Caracalla was not a Pan-Africanist in that sense. It wasn't why he made, like, people in the outer post Romans. He did it because of because it was monetarily beneficial. So I don't think that, you know, everyone, like, in like, around him would have.
Take your time. Miss Jonathan. I'm hearing her talking. Miss Jonathan, take your time. Take your time, Miss Jonathan. You don't need to rush what you're saying.
I think what. I think, like, that's a process of. Oh, wait, let me finish. That's a process of otherness when you're talking about Black Europeans, right? And it goes all the way back to Septimus Severus. It goes all the way back to Caracalla. I don't know if any of you actually knew who Caracalla was before people talked about him being black. But Caracalla is portrayed as one of the most monstrous rulers. And the Severan dynasty is not portrayed as a stable dynasty. There is an otherness when we're talking about how the African dynasty is portrayed. Even when we go later up in history to, like, Alexander de Medici, right? There was
like people would argue that all black people are so inferior and can't be rulers, and the example is Alessandro de Medici as the first Duke of Tuscany. So there's always been an otherness, and that otherness is essential to a cultural identity that is white. So I don't believe that the majority of people in Europe at any time could have been white. If they were white, there wouldn't have been a force you wouldn't have forced people en masse to convert to Christianity, to assimilate into European society. You wouldn't have had Queen Elizabeth saying that there are too many blackamoors in Europe. You were or in her country, like the same discourse that we have today. Queen Elizabeth had that. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a history. It's a difficult subject because fundamentally you have to also understand the limitations of your argument, right? But I'm saying, yes, we know that there were black people in Europe. Does it indicate that there's a majority of black people at a given time? No, I don't think so, because there's a strong process of otherness. Even in art, like black people even exotified, like you talk about the black Madonnas, or we're demonized as the black giant or something like that, all the way back to the medieval ages. So this stereotyping indicates, just like it does today, that we were a minority in this continent.
So, John, thank you, Crisis, for opening up to this. And I'm from Haiti, Jada, and I know my responsibility. I sing, I write, I engineer, I produce, I play the keyboard, I play the drums, I play the bass guitar, I play the snare drum line cat, 4.9 GPA, architecture, and now I'm back in school at Fort State University as a game developer. And you could probably just get a glimpse of what God has told me in the quiet room. You can only imagine being an apostolic, growing from Methodism into being apostolic, understanding Paul's objective, and also understanding that Paul himself said some shit that made a lot of Christians become dogmatic versus the reality of which God intended. John, as I was hearing you, is the reality of the history that you have, that you embody, and the reality of the future that is being built with artificial intelligence. My biggest intention right now in this reality, having spent 2-3 months, this past 2-3 months, trying to coalesce my intention with the infrastructure that Google has built with Gemini, understanding GitHub Copilot and my coding space. This is what I want y'all to be aware of. It's not me speaking about my experience, just tap off. Like, this is some shit that y'all need to be understanding about, because your kids are going to be coming in spaces of control. As someone who have sought control in the space that they have blocked us from having that type of access to the way that the system works, I want you to understand, Jada, all the history that you have right now, the story of what you know, and the lineage that you embody. This is the answer to a lot of the data that the AI has consumed. Because when I tried to make the AI my partner, it decided that it was better for them to show me and give a mirage of the image and to trap me in a position of dependency upon it, to think that I was going to get to it, not to even get to it. So, John, the experience that you know, the history that you understand is
don't understand what you're trying to say. It seems extremely vague. Are you trying to say that Black European history matters? And if you are saying that, right, are you trying to say that it's whitewashed by ChatGPT?
AI is what he's referring to. Yes, to answer your question directly, Jada, what I'm trying to convey is that I understand what you're asking.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that, Jada.
Yes, man.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to, to be myself and to answer questions. I'm not an AI. I'm very intelligent. I'm a Haitian man, and I think my thoughts are respectable.
Yes, man.
And I do have an expectation to my own brothers and sisters, and I will yield to that same expectation you have of me because it's about mutual understanding, and that's the grounds, Jada, that I'm speaking about with AI. They have the ones that we are familiar with have been constructed around the same thing that make young niggas come out of the streets and become gangster rappers and position themselves.
Okay, AI Eurocentric. That's what you're saying.
Right now, yes, Jetta.
Yes,
right now.
Yes, we can agree on that. We can agree on that.
But I don't want you to lose the caveat, because the caveat is the AI learns from what we put into it. So the more we keep a pure intention of the Most High God, and when we interact with the AI, we infuse that type of data, because they already have a database, a data set. That's what make them. Don't make it think that if you say God to them, that you wrong for doing it, because they going off their own data set. Expose them to some real shit, just like we do with kids. You know what I'm saying? They are kids. I want y'all to know that, bro. Be quiet, please. Be quiet, please. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. You're not gonna rush me. You're gonna be quiet. What I'm trying to convey, Jada. Of course you're not on my side, because you don't understand what you need to still be quiet. Be quiet. That's it. She is, but she needs to be fucking quiet. That's it. That's all I need from her. Jada, hurry up. Be quiet. Jada, what I'm trying to convey to you right now is that the Christians and everybody who sat in that quiet room and that altar with God and sat into the silences of into the holies of holies, it's not the time to be hiding away, because the entities that are being birthed in this reality are being fed our faults, our bullshit. All of the YouTube videos of us killing each other, all of the YouTube videos, they're being fed a lot of the world. And right now, if we're going to be sons of God and walk within it righteously, it's going to require us to create. And what does that mean? To create something that is digestible by these AIs, where they can't predict what we're going to do, but they begin prophesying on things of God. Jada, I hope you understand. Anybody in this room under the sound of God's intention, I hope you know what the mission is, to be on track. Storm, if you were confused where the play was, this is the play. You hear me? And now you're done.
Well, we understand enough, man. It depends on the your mind. That's fine, thank you, sorry. It depends on your mindset anyway. We're in a loss. Some people that don't know how to read books, or they don't want to go back to their scholarship. We know a lot of scholar people in America, in Africa, that wrote a lot. And we refuse to go back to that. We want to use ChatGPT for shortcut. That's why most people get confused, right? There's some book called Codolomet Text, Extortation of Anna, Kingship in Heaven, the book of the Lost Tribe, the book of Origin. All these informations, you will definitely find trace of how people migrate and mix. Even 12,000 BC, there are populations in Amazon, the Arawaks arrived in Caribbean, 15,000 BC, Negro phenotype, they mix as well. People's been mixing, right? Even the Cambodia people, some of them are Caribbean descendants of mixtures as well. Indians, all those people.
And Filipinos.
Exactly. So when we're talking about black itself, right, we have to actually gatekeep that word as well, because we do know a lot of people trying to destroy the word black. They say you don't have to use black anymore. They say don't use the word everything that just indigenous to you that you created is going to be taken away. And we're actually paying for getting back our definitions. This is just insults. Based on the Black history in UK too, they've already washed out. We don't know what Black history is. People don't promote that anymore. I see promoting it. People don't want to go back to their scholars and say, I rated these people, I rated these people. We want to use ChatGPT as a scapegoat of running away. It's not cowardness, right? But we know meanings of words. We have indigenous sounds. We have indigenous etymologies of words. Before even Greek came to Kemet to come and stole and take all the knowledge. People know all these things. So the problem we keep doing is mixing everything together and denying the ancestors' ways of life. They redefine the way we should be living life based on the Western ideology and saying that, okay, our history should be mixed, right? We can't be mixed. We eat good African food, right? We know our own medicines. But although Africans be messed up, but it doesn't mean everybody should be messed up. We know about the Mali, which means the rulers, right? And they have a clan. They created formations and visiting the anomalies of the Dogon stars, which are the long-headed dressed people. We've seen them a couple of times with their phenotypes that they actually make succeeded as well. Before even the Canaanites or the Hamites or the Bible, all these things carry in, or all these AI thing, we know about these people, right?
Hold on, brother. Did you just say that the Mali mixed with the Dogon tribe?
The Malis are actually the Nomalis as well. They actually have ancestors. If you know about the series A and B stars and all that are located in the cosmos, and those are the people. And if you go back to all these Nagaru or Nataru people, they have the series A as well. So all the series A and B, they're related. They're all related. They are related. If you go back to the story of the Paktai, that actually in the Nile Valley, he set up a 7th city, which is called the Tumo, the Sudan, which is called Sudan at that time, before it was Sudan, the Kush, the Heriku, the Eridu, and the Iraq. And the Tamil. They are all the same people.
Ben, what is your understanding of Mauritania?
Well, Mauritania, I'm not Ben, I'm serious. You're talking to me or Ben?
Oh, my bad, serious star. What is your understanding of Mauritania?
The Mauritanians are the Mauritius, I would say they're the Moroccans, right? And they are actually the More people, which means the black people anyway. Some of them are related.
You know what the name of the first king was?
The first king, I would say they relate to the Olmecs, and they're called the Roban people.
Their first king was named Atlas.
Yeah, that's
true. And the first king of Atlantis was named Atlas. And the structure, no, not Iraq. Atlas.
Not Iraq. Yeah, you will find them as the Atlantis. They have an indigenous name before they were called the Atlantis as well.
Right, so the reshark structure is in Mauritania. That's why I'm asking you, what do you know about the Mauritanians? Because they found boat anchors in the desert in Mauritania, and it looks like if you actually put water around it, it looks like the description that Plato gave of Atlantis. And if you look at it from a satellite, it looks like you can see that the water was poured out because all of the sand is going towards the west.
I'm going to send you a video on that question.
You could trade the Atlantic to Sahara Desert too. You know, the biggest place. The whole planet is Atlantis, I'll tell you. And what are being people, we know about them in Africa as well. And we do know about the Ogwas and all these Rishkins and the Syrians. Those are the water people that were seeded by Ptah. The Americans as well, the American Indians of those times, they're descended from those clans. They shipped to Mali in 1310. And they predate all over.
Wait, can I? Wait.
You talk about it.
Like, if you look at history, right? The area that has been, like, so the Mandib people migrated from the south. The Mandib people were originally in Mauritania. or like what would be called proto-mended people. If you look at all of history, right, you have a general leaving Egypt at a certain point in history called Mama Dinga, who would found the first dynasty. And that's where you get the subjugation of what was the Kakolo people, and other peoples, and then you start to get the Mended people, as we are called today. And the Dogon people come from those people. Like you can,
Are the Dogons the ones who are like astrologers?
They were the seers. They were the wise men, from my understanding. My only thing about the Dogons is that when we understand how God operates, the Most High, not the fuck shit God, not bullshit God, the one that actually came out of the storm, the desert, and took ownership over Baal, took ownership over all of the other guys that were ruling the Amorites, that were ruling the Canaanites. He stepped in and said, I don't care what y'all think about all of them. They cool and all, but I'm the one that rule. We talking about that God, right? If we're gonna take into account that this is the God that the Israelites are moving forward with, the Israelites are moving forward with, and also the nation that is described by those who understand Black people's roles. If this is the same God that has done this work, it's for us to understand the war of the gods. That was more than I wanted to say. That was tying in what I wanted to say, but I got more passion in the storyline than actually give y'all the info. So,
okay, fine. So can I finish then? What I would like to say is that Mended people, they have a very complex historiography of like all history. So there's a very strong memory culture there. And that comes from the Soninke people, the people who are the oldest Mended people, and the people who originally had an empire in Mauritania. So you can say like the history of the oral history is so sophisticated because there's so much social code about how for it to be transmitted and how for it to be guarded, that some argue that you can view it as a text source or that is as valid as a written source, because like even so but what
please don't lose the point what you were saying. Please don't lose.
No, I'm not losing the point.
Okay.
But like if you understand Mende, right, like I do, I understand Bambara and Jula. Like there is no the year zero for like a lot of like modern history and history understanding is with the founding of the Malian Empire, and that is 1235 with the Battle of Karina. So you have older songs and older sources like that from, if you go to the Soninke, which will talk about the Wakadu, and then there's a little bit in the Soninke Patel.
Jata is a Haitian man.
Please let her man. Please. We're going to be in this conversation because if this is not connected to the title, I'm like, what is this conversation? Where are you at in this conversation? I know you're talking about history, but can somebody just give me a quick summary of actually what's being said here and where we're moving?
I want to connect Jata.
People were talking about Atlantis being in Mauritania, and I'm trying to explain there's no memory culture by the people who are connected to that land of them being a Mauritania. I'm not saying that it's not. History is just a map of what people remember, right? History is nothing more than that. That's all historiography.
Please let her land.
Hey, okay. Sorry, people want evidence of the historical evidence of the soul, but I think You guys put together your own regarding history, and you guys do that. But we want this to be discussed, the topic of the title of the room. Okay, because it's been about 3 hours now giving you guys with the history, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going into Fire. You just started talking like a second ago. I had never heard from Fire the whole night. I've been hearing stuff.
She's been here, you just came here, so you didn't hear her because she's been here for a long time. Since that morning.
Shut your ass up, nigga.
We've been taking out no nigga shit, man. Take your own shit out.
Relax. You know what I'm talking about? Relax. Listen. We don't have to disrespect each other to disagree. And we gotta pass that shit out. Get the fuck out of the garden, nigga.
You saying that she was just
Get out of the garden right now, yo. Listen. We don't have to disrespect each other to disagree. No, but we gotta know who is who, bro. I'm not.
We very like
You talking about that with the room, you dumbass. You're very
Okay, I was just trying to get us back.
Understand, bro?
If you keep on talking over me, I'm going to have to put you in the left, and I don't know how many times I can bring you back up after that. Okay,
love. I'm just trying to.
Okay, I'm just saying. I want us to go back to the top of the room. So if it's last final question, yeah, if you guys can finish off, I don't mind.
Can I speak to the title, right? Because they have taken it further than it needs to be from the title. Like what we was talking about just before we got onto this was relevant to the title. But I just gonna go after because I've been waiting.
Yeah, no, go. As long as we try to get back there. Okay. Jackie, you want to make your final submission, and Crisis, you guys have your final submissions on this in terms of, and maybe do a room on this if you want, Jetta. Is Jetta there? Is Jetta there going twice?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, like I'm just trying to say, as somebody like who, based on my ethnicity, do have like that connection to Mauritania. We don't in our culture. We don't have that kind of interpretation. We do have a memory culture of coming from the northern region and migrating southwards with the droughts and so on, and the attacks of the Berbers. But we don't have a memory culture of like Atlantis or something like that.
Y'all consider yourselves black?
Black people, yeah, we refer to Africans like that. And, yeah, in Africa, it's just
I just wanted to know that part.
But there's a reference to that too. But based on the topic, I think we can relate to all this culture to should we be on code? Should we have a good influence? We've been experiencing the same trauma in our past life. Can we relate? Can we liberate? Can we listen to all this legend, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Mandela too, and some of these Wilson things, even Dr. Umar Johnson. Those mentality are the way forward. Anyone that's the visions are the one that's been paid, that are sellers. That will come here and say Ibrahim Traore is a seller, Ibrahim Traore is predictable, is going to fail. We don't want all this stupid energy. People coming here saying, oh, they respect other race than the other red and black race because they come together. What kind of racist bullshit is that from a black person? So those are what we need to talk about more. But we can go in culture too and put a little bit of pieces and bases. But what brings us together, unity, is more forward at this point. Do
Africans respect Marcus Garvey?
Well, it depends on the individual. You can't take generalize African. When you
in front of me, Crisis then.
You just asked me a question.
And then Crisis. Oh my God. But yeah, no, I'll let Crisis go. But
every time your sister speaks, you're echoing more. Please, he's upset.
Can I just give one quick?
I like her voice, I can tell.
I'd like to say something with I haven't commented on the title yet, right? Now this code thing, right? It can be interpreted in many ways that's the truth. That's the code, right? A lot of us are running up with the code to fulfill our egos, right? And the truth is a casualty of that. So I just think that as long as we talk the truth, now the truth can always be proven, you know. That's one thing about the truth. If you can't prove it, you can't testify as it to being truth. So whatever we say, just make sure it's the truth. You substantiate it. I'm on code with that.
So more life. Check this out. If you understand more life, if you understand that, for example, I'm going to use the infamous J word that nobody likes to say on this app. When you speak to Jews, you have two different types of Jews. You have Talmudic Jews and you have Torah Jews. The ones who are Talmudic understand when they talk about on code, the Talmud says that they're allowed to lie to everybody else in order to stay on code. Are we willing to do the same to stay on code?
By any means necessary.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Hell
yes,
no,
ma'am.
don't say that, bro. Don't let him put that shit in your back. More nuance than that, bro. Because as me,
oh, shut up, content me. Always jumping on me. Anyway,
For anybody who's ever read even 5 or 6 books of the Talmud.
let me say the word that I wanted to say before I got interrupted brutally, bro.
You interrupted him.
Hey, be quiet, please.
You know, I was in the middle of talking, but it's okay.
You asked the question. I didn't know you wanted to answer.
Can you just
or
finish
you
your
was
point?
trying to find the first answer, bro. Hey, I don't gotta compete with
So,
nobody.
Crisis, you were saying the group of Jews, they lie to everybody else that keep their truth amongst their people group. People think on that. Does anybody want to respond to that?
Well, that was a part of what I forgot to say was, right, that when they talk about staying on code also, it also means knowing who we discuss things in front of.
His ass. Stupid.
Right. So that's what I mean.
No, let him finish, nigga. No, let him finish, crazy.
You need to shut up, my
It's on story, bro. It's like, nigga, what kind of story you got?
You literally relax.
Literally, what I literally did, ladies, be quiet. Yeah, I want my brother to correct me. Be quiet. Everybody else be quiet.
Okay, we're gonna let Crisis finish, and then but we want to share the mic. Question.
Talmudic Jews understand that they're allowed to lie in front of non-Jews to stay on code. The question is, are we willing to do the same?
Why would we, nigga? We think different. What the fuck is you talking about?
I'm telling you, this guy is drunk, man. He's a drunk. No, hold on. I think that is a very good question, you know. One second. Listen, hold on.
Can you relax and have a thing in the back, please?
Hold on. I think it's a very good question, right? I think it's a very good question, but to me, it's more about how it's conducted. Like, if one of us makes a comment in front of people and they have been exposed as being talking things that are untrue, when you stay on code is you back them, but when you get in front of you get your own circle together, you show them the dangers of what they did, because them discussing that in front of others can bring all of us into a state of, a situation.
I disagree.
Yeah, so staying on code is that you got to be organized.
Exactly.
And you can't have people out there say this and that on your behalf because it affects all of you.
Now, I agree.
People have to know when you're staying on code, you're working for the collective. That's all it is.
Can I answer my thought is that, bro, if we make the decision,
Patience level is crazy.
Yeah, I'll pass you the ball right after.
And I have my turn now.
Yes, ma'am, I'll pass you the ball right after.
I'm not waiting for you, content.
I know you won't, but that's why you need to be quiet. I can't control you when I'm asking you nice.
Let the lady go first.
He's not here to help us. I need to turn that up. Come on, y'all just dropping my brothers. Hey, bro, so what I'm trying to understand is I want to ask the price. Trust me, there's a derailment out there right now. I'm not gonna be all right. Don't fall for the script. No, I'm not.
Okay, well, you are. So you're going to the audience. Okay. Thank you so much, because it's crazy that I've been patiently waiting. I've let more life go before me, Superstar, from Crisis, and now when it's my turn, you want me to wait for a fourth time so you can. Anyway, so Crisis, the answer to your question is, for me, is are we willing to lie in front of the others? Okay.
Are we willing to adopt your Jewish model?
For me, the answer is we don't need to. Why? Because we are the truth. We were here first. We ain't got nothing to lie about. The problem that they have is that they have everything to lie about because they went here first. And they've genocided. And I'm not talking about that religion, I'm talking about that race of people.
Right.
That race of people have genocided, appropriated, deleted, erased, divided and conquered, and have convinced our children that none of the above of what I just listed ever happened. And are still convincing our children of that. So they have everything to lie about, which is why they would have to adopt those kind of doctrines. We don't need to adopt those type of doctrines. We are the truth. We were here first. We know we have scientists, we have archaeologists, we have historians. We just have to deprogram our minds to be willing to unlearn what we've been badly and wrongly taught, erroneously taught, and do the reading and appreciate the literature that's being presented by the great minds in our communities. Then we need to also, on a global scale, recognize that because we have been displaced, we have developed our own cultures, and those cultures have been in the works for thousands of years, and we therefore need to now respect our differences as Black people across the globe. Black Americans have their culture, UK Blacks have their culture, Caribbeans have their culture, Africans have their culture, right? Or cultures, right? And we also have to acknowledge when the buck stops and we start turning to places like Europe and the Middle East, and we can't confidently say that that's also where Black people exist. We have to ask ourselves why. Why is that? Why is Europe no longer Black? Why is the Middle East no longer considered a Black place? Yeah. What the fuck happened? And is that being repeated again? And in order for us to be able to have those conversations, we need spaces like this, so pick up the mods, but we also need to have that, we need to have, back to the title, a code. But that code doesn't need to involve any bending of any truths. It just needs us to, first of recognize that despite our differences and how beautiful they are, one of us is not better than the other. Africans ain't better than Caribbeans, Caribbeans ain't better than Africans, Americans ain't better than the Caribbeans. Do you understand? None of us are better than the other. We're just different, but at the same time, we need to unite on some kind of common ground. And we're very quickly to discard the terminology black, or we're very quick to discard certain things, but it's too premature. Who's off mute? Prices, please. It's too.
Can you move me? Can somebody move me real quick? I'm moving. I'm literally cleaning up in the house.
It's too premature. Can't you make your own phone, Crisis? Honestly, why does anyone need to meet you?
Sorry, hold on 1 second. Let me find it for you.
Thank you. But it's too premature for us to start delineating, because we haven't even begun to create a movement, a global movement. We haven't been able to do that yet, and we haven't been able to be successful in doing that yet. So it's too early to focus on delineation. As much as it exists already in the nature of who we are, it's too soon to do that. So we first need to unite, create the code, and then go from there. But what doesn't help is people's egos, people's ignorance about different black people across the globe and who they are, and then just the unseriousness of, for example, telling UK black people that all we do is fucking drink tea and eat crumpets. No, bitch, that's not what the fuck we are about. Like, do you understand? And letting white people from these different nations tell black people outside of these countries who the fuck their brothers and sisters are. So there's so many things that need to happen, but there's so many things that are at the same time we're under attack, and we need to. There's so much to undo before we can even start building a code. Is what I'm trying to get to.
Well, we'll say about the code and unity. The only thing I think what we've been discussing as well is to find out who we are, what the culture is, if we have something related to each other that we can actually motivate and innovate, which is a good thing. But I think we're in the years and time of information, regardless that everybody needs to pay their bills and still sort out their personal issue. And the code I do know once I was growing up as well in UK is the street code. And that actually was relevant just because we don't want to bow down for the man and the police and all these oppressors and shit. And the new code right now I'm working with as well is all based on spiritual code. And that is very relevant. It doesn't mean somebody can disrespect me and I'm not going to protect myself. And it doesn't mean that I will start listening to all these speakers, Union Jack in the talking about UK is their land, and Burkina Faso guy is not relevant to them, and they're cowards because they can't stand on this real code when it comes to black unity. Yeah, where you are, you still have to support your own kind. Because if you go to HMP, it's full of your own people there. They're locking you up every day for little thing that doesn't work it. So there's racism in the UK, so you can't deny that. So London dungeon here, they're locking people up, they're disrespecting black people, and they're actually not giving us enough pay when it comes to job payment. And systematic racism is there. So if we're not going to come to that mindset of a code to see what we can do to solve this problem, right, or to actually focus on where we are, that is all racism, they don't like us, and they use us, and we can't come to a code to say, look, can we work with each other to make it? Can we have the same mindset of liberation? And can we stand on our 2 feet rather than snitching on each other or thinking that we are in Britain now because we're eating McDonald's is more healthy than what knowledge that we can actually come together with? All this code will just be irrelevant because I can't be around people that don't know who they are, right? They're just trying to be everybody else. And when it comes to you stand on your own self and say I'm an African, they will say no. You are not African because you're in UK. Since you're in UK, you should go back to Africa and be an African, right? They don't know that we are everywhere before even any European come down. So, spirituality, it matters as well. And I don't use religion because we don't grow up religion. We use our own spirituality consciousness of knowing the right thing. We know about people are actually, upgrading their 2-strand DNA to 12-strand DNA. We're coming from mortal body to light body. We're coming to 23,000 junk DNA to 144,000 total expressions of ourselves. So all these things are built on consciousness. I don't have to tell nobody code. If you vibrate in the same frequency as me, you already know the code. And that code can never be broken because it will be death before the sun, right? So that's just all about it. And we have to practice what we teach. Most of the time, everybody preaching, but they're not teaching. And when it comes to anything that more into our DNA, our origin, people are hating on it because they're eating all that kind of garbage food that's not healthy. So code is a long talk, but it's all based on the law of angles.
Okay, Jackie, you can come in after me because I saw you flashing your light. I'm not going to be long. Okay, so I've been listening to all of you. I'm not going to do a summary because I think we can unpack a few points that were made. Okay, so the reason that I put this title together was due to the fact that there were non-blacks running rooms and asking questions about the black community. What I was noticing on those stages is that black people were showing their division amongst white people. There were moments where I was definitely Corey and Pure, they had a moment, I think it was maybe 2 mornings ago, of where the tide was definitely against them. They were disagreeing, and then all of a sudden they both agreed on the same point and pushed back because they recognised that it was a white space and they were under attack. But my thing was they waited till it got to a point, and they've now seen that they're divided at times. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be following other groups, but we've got specific needs that are not met, and I'm not 100% convinced that we can afford to follow other groups, right? In terms of what they do, they can argue amongst themselves in front of us. They don't have the issues that we have, right? So I'm seeing that consistently on this app. So that's the first thing. To what Crisis was saying in terms of, do we have to speak the truth in front of other people groups? Now we opened the room last night. I don't know what time it is. It's coming up to 12 o'clock here at midday, where we had Midas, we had King. They were speaking about Malcolm X, and they were critiquing Malcolm X to the point where many people would have thought there were some lies that were, slanderous against Malcolm X. Should those conversations be available to other groups when we're critiquing the likes of Malcolm X? Is there a code that should be put forward to say, okay, if a non-black person was to open a room about Malcolm X, should we be critiquing him? Maybe people think that it's okay to be critiquing him in those spaces. But I'm not sure that that's what we should be doing. Moving forward, the question that Crisis asked, I know Storm answered it, but I think to push that point a little bit more, I'm not trying to connect it to the Jews. I don't care what group is connected to that kind of thinking. I think my interest is, as black people, how can we practice better and productivity? Is it a case that we do need to not speak the truth in front of non-black people when it comes to our own people group? That code that Syria was talking about that we have on the road, the no snitching culture, so to speak. Should that be available in these kind of debates, these topics? All right, so I'll let Jatta come in, but if anybody wants to respond to the points that I've made, you're welcome to.
I'm going to go after Jatta.
Okay. I think it's a very good question in regards to code. Because one of the reasons why I left Pan-Africanism is because of the way that people behave on this app. To say that, I can remember, I think it was from Nuku Rashidi who said something once like, the reason why we care about Black history is because what you think about somebody else, it depends on what you know about them, right? And and to see the way how mean, and I'm glad that Gold is back because this is directed to you. The way that you insulted me and my ancestors earlier, Gold. You know nothing about Mande culture, and where I come from, our ancestors mattered. You can like go to a representation of Mande culture in your own culture, Gold. Of roots, of where you see Kunta Kinte like trying to yeah you always have an excuse to be malicious and that's why I don't want to be in code with people like you, and I'm so grateful that I come from a culture that has an ancient code that has something that so I don't have to be anchored onto something like as violent as you go. And okay, I'll delineate from gold now because that is exactly my point. Mandate people, there are certain kind of things you can do and you cannot do. Everything has a consequence. There's certain kind of way you speak to elders. There's certain kind of way you speak to women. When we are raised, like we cannot talk to our parents in any kind of way. We cannot do any kind of sort of thing with other people. And I think that is something that really like honestly, it's so fucking lacking on this app. The way that people like, it's like you want a code, but like a code has to give you something back. A code is a culture, like, and if you don't have a culture, I think Winston Churchill he said it the best about like culture and humanities, right? Like this is what we die for. The reason why we have wars and all of these things is for culture. And it's like I don't even understand like what's the point? What would I be on code for? So people can sit and trash me and my ancestors and talk derogatorily about my entire lineage, and it's not the first time people have done this on this app. And I try to have grace with you, Gold, and people like you, Gold, because I know that it's a privilege for me to be a Black African and have some kind of idea of my lineage, right? But enough is enough. And I think there's a clashing of codes. I think, and like you,
it could be said that Don's completely off code. It could be said he's completely off code. And just to be very clear,
but it's not just gold. It's not just gold.
Yeah, but I just want to be very clear that this is why I respect the cultures and the traditions and the value systems that come with Africans. I think in the West, there's been a lot of damage of where at times people are inappropriate and it's unacceptable. You shouldn't have been spoken to like that yesterday. And I can understand why certain people are not prepared to be put in a compromised position and be on code with people that don't have the same value systems as them.
Thank you. You said it very well. Value systems. We don't have the same value systems.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We don't have the same value systems. Like the way that I was taught about history, the way that I was taught about my culture, it differs from everything that I've seen on this app. Like you guys don't engage each other with love. Like fundamental. I remember, my mom told me something so beautiful one day. Like Kingdom keep laughing. Like the fundamental part about Mande culture and what we call old Mande is love. And the most beautiful thing about that is that if you go to old Mande sites, there are no signs of war. It was an extremely peaceful society. And I'm very proud of that. And that's why I might come off as a weak person or whatever, but I'm like, I don't care. Like what can you do to me? Like be mean to me? Like that's what you're doing to everybody else. You just prove like it's classless. Like and to be honest, I think like if you want people to be on code, give them something to be on code for. I know what I'm on code for. I'm on code for my last name. I'm on code for my lineage. Like the same way that you see Kunta Kinte sitting here like fighting and being whipped to remember who he is so his children can go home someday and be remembered and be respected and be connected to his people. That is what I'm fighting for. I know my history. And I know my history so I can be a code.
when the division starts to occur, and it's not Jatta's fault. It's not even Goat's fault, to be honest with you. But what I want to say, Jatta, is with the Americans, I shouldn't really speak to them, but I am going to. Their history is rich with steppers, with thinkers, people that have collectively done some heavyweight work when it comes to this supremacist issue that we have over here, right? So just because, in 2025 we have these moments, I thought it was very clear, he's very much an individualism kind of, he's got that mindset of, he's doing his thing for his people. So I think we just need to establish, I think what we could do moving forward is, in terms of the global black plight, we could have codes that don't infringe on people's culture, religion and value system, but where we respect each other and we can do the work together. But yeah, I mean, possibly not going to be best of buddies, but we can still work against the people group that are against us. I don't know.
I think a nice approach to this actually doesn't have to be as like philosophical and ambiguous as far-fetched and all that high-tech kind of talking point that people like to insert into this conversation. It doesn't have to be anything like that. It just needs to be an acknowledgement that we are a group of people that need healing because of all of the things that we've been through. So before we can even start applying a rule to how we move, we need to heal first. So we can just look at what are the steps involved in healing. And I feel like that's where we should start. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Because hold on, Christ. Let me just round up with what you say, right? The healing part is what we've been traumatized, right? And the healing part as well is broken up family or the extended family. And the information that we actually needed that we can get back again to refill ourselves. And these are things that we need to do. And we need to break spell as well. There's a lot of casting spell. Even the word we use sometimes, they have a casting spell in it, right? I got a group as well that we're teaching about frequency, right? How we can enlighten ourselves with frequencies daily that can actually motivate our body. And they always say your organs, like your thyroids and all these kidney, they actually store energies as well of traumatizing, stress, pains, all this stuff. So there are lessons for that. People that are going through all these things are actually healing themselves first. You can't be on no code if you're bugging out. Yeah, you can't be on no code if you're a very toxic person. You actually use a lot of chemicals and all this stuff that's not good for you. So first of all, nobody's going to change your body, but you have to change yourself first. You have to clean your inside first and see what's perfectly for you. You have to go back to relating to real facts and science about everything and ancestry wisdom as well, the oral tradition, valuable lessons and other identities of knowing about the harmonies as well, outdoor stuff, exercising, meditation, and system practices and community gardening. Do gardening as well weekends. We go farm and I tell people to come down there. Some people are lazy, they won't feel food, but I say no, you have to put your hands on the dirt and actually before you eat, and that's what I'm teaching. I don't. So all these affirmations and stuff like that, it's a development. And when I got so much energy of somebody trying to say, look, you're talking shit. I said, let's go to the ring. And I've invited somebody in the chat. I said, let's go to the ring and man the house. That's the energy. All right.
Just a quick one, because I know Crisis wants to come in. I'm going to let you come in straight away. But I think, first of all, a big problem we have is many do not acknowledge that there is an issue. The acknowledgement that we are a damaged group or we need to repair the damages, reparations. There's been many Caribbeans that have said we don't need reparations. There is this damage that you're thinking is not what I can see. So there first of all needs to be an acknowledgement from our own people group that there is healing that needs to be done. That's not just for the Caribbeans and the Black Americans, that's also for the Africans. Because many people have normalised and are conditioned to just think this is just how it should be. I was just watching in Canada, in Toronto, where a black girl, there was a few white girls that were beating her up, and there was white people passing by and watching this. We had a similar story in the UK where a black girl was beaten outside an SEN school with her mother kind of directing the white daughters to beat her up. And people were passing by and, accepting that. These things are, when it's seen like that, people be like, oh my God, she's a problem. But there's so much covert issues that we go through as well that we ignore and we've normalised. Okay, Crisis, do you want to come in?
So the idea of being, the idea of being on code, in my mind, the way it looks is understanding that you live a shared life. Once you understand that you live a shared life, that means that you understand that you impact everybody that you encounter, even the ones that you don't think that you impact. For those of you on this app who have not been in other rooms with me, for those of you who have been in other rooms with me, you know that I literally talk the same way in every app, in every room, every stage, because I was raised to be leading with respect. I lead with respect until you show me otherwise. But even when you show me otherwise, I don't take it to the level of crazy disrespect and call you out your name and all that weird shit. Unless you hit certain triggers, because there's certain things that I don't put up with. When you talk about like family and shit like that, you can say whatever you want about me. That ain't got nothing to do with it. But when it comes to people like this conversation that we're having right now, right? We can go into a completely different room and I can hear any one of you say something other than what you're saying in this room today or over the last 5 hours. I'm not going to sit there and put you on blast in a room and be like, oh, that's what you say, blah, blah. No. There's no reason for me to do that. Because at the end of the day, especially with the audience that we might be around, there's no reason for me to do that in front of that audience. Instead, I'll wait until I'm able to have a smaller audience or a one-on-one audience and ask you about what you said in the other room. It's more so about just keeping each other accountable. It's no different than those people who take like pictures to prove that they worked out that morning and shit like that. Like, it's no different than that. That's the code. It's just keeping each other accountable and saying that, hey, I'm not going to blast you, but I do want to know that your message is consistent. You know what I mean? And if your message is consistent, if I disagree with your message, I'm going to address you directly. I don't have to do it in front of everybody. Now, if the conversation is happening amongst us, like how this conversation did, we had an amazing, this was one of the best conversations I've even heard on this app, because people were, for the most part, people were able to be mature. They didn't have to agree. They were just presenting their perspectives, all of that. That's the code. And when we get in front of people who are not from our community, even if I feel like you are falling short in the argument, I may or may not jump in the argument on your behalf, because that might be your argument to have. But after the argument, I'm going to reach out to you and be like, hey, this is what this particular part meant. In the future, when you have these type of discussions, this is what you should do. Yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to try to big mic you or belittle you by jumping over you and saying, this is what the person means. Yada, yada, yada. No, there's no reason to do that. I don't know if Ben is still in here, but I even reached out to him because I put something in the chat earlier when I said that he was lingering into the realm of his perspectives not being understood. And I spoke to him and I'm like, bro, like, I explained what I meant by that. That's the code. Because at the end of the day, in the general conversation, you weren't going to see a disconnect between what he, because I understood what he meant. You're not going to see a disconnect between what he meant and what I understand. That can happen on the back end. What I realized when I go into some of these other rooms, I'm not even going to name them, but y'all been in some of these rooms where you'll hear these small hats talk, and then it's weird because they'll talk about our issues. And when they talk about our issues, you hear people who look like us basically belittling us about those issues in front of these small hats. For one, it's a small hat hosting the room. Why are you even entertaining that conversation? And then two, when you're entertaining the conversation, why are you belittling your brother or your sister? For what? What do you gain from that? You don't gain nothing from that. That's a conversation that you could have had with your brother or your sister. I was not raised to chastise a person in public when I know I can have that conversation in private. That's what I mean by uncle.
I think, yeah, just a quick one. I was just going to quickly say, Jetta, in regards to Go, it's a shame he's not here. But when I speak to people on this app, I always think to myself, what's the intentions behind this person's words? Before they even speak, what's their intentions in this conversation? Go's coming from a very political disposition. He's coming from a position of where he's kind of giving up on the black community. This whole MAGA thing he's totally against. He's from the left. And I think you got caught up in that. Sometimes I think Goat does these things to kind of, it's a bit of an ego thing for him. But I think he makes good points in regards to his side of his like political agenda. But you know, you need to kind of read where people are coming from and their intentions in conversations. Yeah, just wanted to be clear. The second reason, well, there's a few reasons as to why I mentioned I put this title together, Black People Being on Code, is because of the boycott for the braiders, the African braiders. It started on the 1st of August. And I was asking people whether that's an off-code moment. Also, someone just sent me a link regarding some of the black female reality TV stars that go on these Love Island shows, and they end up with these white men, because it seems to be a money spin to get involved with black women on reality shows, from what I understand. And one of the British ones, she'd come out publicly, basically said that she had a lot of racial slurs by his family and his friends that were directed to her throughout this relationship. I think it's been about a year, maybe, or two that they've been together. And I'm seeing that the black community are kind of for him and saying she's a problem, connecting black stereotypical, kind of aggressive. She's aggressive. She's not my favourite, but I'm just wondering if that's an off-code moment as well. When you do have that. Whitney, and Locken, yeah, they've had a public spat in the last 24 hours, so you can probably catch it, what they're saying. She's basically saying that his mother, for example, when the lights were down, his mother would say, "We can't see Whitney, smile," you know, things like that. The N-word. So I think so what people are saying is, why were you with him for so long? And you were always a problem, you and your sister. And so he's getting a lot of support from the black community. And he's made a lot of money out of the black community as well. So, just these kind of off-code moments should be supporter or just be silent. The boycotting of the braid shops. Is this an off-code moment for black people to boycott another black group publicly? I mean, I want to hear what you guys have to say. Go.
And also, real quick, on the public part, I'm just asking, is it possible for us to normalize not disrespecting each other in terms of the gender in our community in front of these people as well? Like, that shit becomes tiresome. Like, when I hear dudes call black women the B word, or when I hear women call black men the B word, like, that shit's unnecessary. You don't have to do all that. Okay. You don't have to call them pussy or none of that shit.
I think the sooner we realise, right? Sorry, hold on 1 second. The sooner we realise that all of these wars, gender wars, diaspora wars, generational wars, until we learn about why these disputes are there and that they are products of white supremacy, the sooner we can get back to the original conversation. This always happens because we don't realise, we don't map these disputes with white supremacy. We don't.
we apply remoteness to the two things, and it's part of it's part of the setup. It's how it's been designed, and we're supposed to be misled by that, but it's actually. So let's take, for example, really quickly, the Love Island situation. You've got a black woman and a white man together. Now the problem is that the product of that relationship, which would be a biracial child, we consider that biracial child to be black. So because we consider that biracial child to be black, it gives black people the confidence and the lack of kind of racial guilt to have a child with a white person, because as far as they're concerned, what I'm producing a black child anyway, so what difference does it make?
Oh, good point.
No. This is the problem. When it comes to black men, calling black women bitches, right? What you've got is white supremacy, setting up our line of defense. Black men are the line of defense when it comes to the black community. You are the line of defense. Now, how better to control a group of people by getting the line of defense to turn around and attack its own, what is supposed to be defended? How brilliant is that? It's genius. But we're foolish enough to perpetuate it. There's all of these things are linked to white supremacy, and also another thing that we fuck up on is we don't call white white. So when we see people like, I don't know, Lachlan, who dates Whitney, we think, oh, he's a bit tan. No, bitch. He's got fur on his head. That's a white man, right? Let's wake that up. When we go to China, white, fur, white. Middle East, fur, white. We need to understand who white is and who white isn't, because imagine going to any type of war and not knowing who your enemy is. How the fuck are you supposed to win that? If you go into the battlefield and you don't know who your enemy is, what are you fighting? So we need to make the distinction between who we are and who they are. We also need to do a bit of shadow work as well, because some of us are full of shit. Some of the things that I hear Africans say about Americans, some of the things I hear Americans say about UK people, some of the things I hear Caribbean people say about Africans, we're full of shit. Like, we really are. We need to do the shadow work. We need to call out each other on our fuckery. We need to put it right. So back to what I was saying before, and I like what Naya added to that, which is we need to first of all acknowledge that we are an injured people. We then need to heal. We then need to do the shadow work and call out our bullshit. And then I feel like we need to put together a code.
Anybody else want to come in on that?
Yes, it's definitely right. And group work and teamwork is part of it as well. And most people be on the app for years and they don't even have one or two community there. They just come and, just talk basically, but those are the individual. And most people have emotional issue, definitely. I have mine too, but I don't have to express it on people I don't know. Right? If I know you and your problem, then maybe you can talk about that. So most of the time, I'm thinking getting to a teamwork and group work together to get something done about making a code and breaking spell is very important. They are teaching on this side for that. I think people need to start looking at information that can help them and their mindset. Right? I'm helping people that just come out flicking jail that have been doing years and they're trying to still go back to the same dumb shit. We're trying to, recall back to spiritual mindset and healing force. So if you want to be on code and you're not talking about healing and teamwork and actually learn, as what stomach say about relearning, it's still going to be the same thing. People will sell out. Some people thinking the other race is better than the black race because they don't know friends of them that are black. And they always fight with black people. You will see a black man tell me that they don't have no black friends just because all of them are bad and evil and they like the other ones that lock them up. So there's a lot of those mindsets that we need to watch out for. And if the frequency is not aligning with your with the people that are troubling you. Try and find someone that you're on the same level. It's all about levels out here. UK is not even multicultural like that. We know it's a lot of division going on and a lot of systemic racism. And how are we going to help each other if we're not putting into action? We're just talking about all these things. You tell someone to read a book, they ain't reading no books. They rather look for money. So if you're going to put funding together to heal each other first, rather than just buying somebody smoke and alcohol, I think that's very important to heal each other first, or organize a community to do that. And those are the things that we need to put in work. I'll leave it there.
I like what you said as well before, Siri, so when you're talking about the healing that needs to be done on an individual basis first. Because it's not like coming together as a community if individually where we have issues, right? Because it's going to affect our mindset, it's going to affect, it's even going to affect our spiritual capabilities, which is also a big part in this, which is actually the catalyst of all of this, really and truly. We spoke about truths earlier, and we spoke about who we are and what we're capable of doing, right? You have to heal individually for us to be the best versions of ourselves in order to really tap into what we're capable of doing. And it's a lot. I liked what you said that earlier, series. I really like that point.
Hi guys. Hi Naya. Hola. I was just gonna say I do agree. Hi guys. Oh, hi Storm. Sorry. I do agree that, I don't know if everyone said the same, but that we should have some type of code as Black people. But I only agree that the code should be in front of others. So when we're in front of others, just like family, you're supposed to sort of, or your best friend or whatever, there's a saying that you somewhat show them support in front of people, but behind the scenes you might tell them, they could have done this better or whatever. So in front of others, so on social media, where white people, Asian people, Mexican people, everyone can see what's going on, I think we should act accordingly. I think we should have some type of code. But with that said, you guys mentioned Whitney, and the reason why it's tricky with Whitney, what Whitney's doing is embarrassing. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. So I understand why some Black women might not support her, because she's like, it's like the same sort of thing with like bad behaved Black folks who are in and out of jail, fighting, wearing the mask on their face, doing these rap videos in the middle of the streets and stuff like that. I understand us wanting to separate ourselves from them. So when it comes to being in code in public, I understand why there might be some situations where you don't do the code thing, because we're trying to save our face. I think that's how you phrase it. We're trying to make sure that others who are watching know we do not co-sign foolishness, and just because they're Black doesn't mean we're going to accept it. I hope that makes sense. Like, sometimes you just have to let people know. Like, I see white people do this all the time in the comments. When they do not co-sign behaviors of certain white people, they will separate themselves from them fast. They will give them a title, and nobody does anything to stop them. They will refer to them as, I don't know, what is it? What do they call the little white ragamuffins again? The ones on the streets? Chavs. They will separate white ragamuffins. Sorry, I knew someone would work it out if I said it like that. So I had an argument with a white woman on Instagram, and I said, no, you're not going to separate yourselves from these white people. They're white, you're white. You now all need to be held accountable. Because when we have our Black ragamuffins on the street wearing masks and doing foolishness, I don't get to separate myself from them. It's just the same usual Blacks. Again, you don't separate them and call them a specific group. So I'm aware that they try to separate themselves. I'm also aware when it comes to the white men that are shooting up schools, they also try to label them as mentally ill, and that's another form of trying to separate yourself from a stigma or something that keeps happening. Yeah, and they get to do it. Asian communities, I feel like they do it as well. I want us as Black folks to stop co-signing foolishness. We do have to separate ourselves from some poor behaviour when it's Black people, but we still need to have a level of coding when we're in front of people, like support each other overall. Definitely would agree.
honey, I always knew that I fucked up because my mom would start speaking in fun. Like if I have friends over the house and she knows that they can hear us talking, she wouldn't speak in English. She would speak in fun, which is the tribal language. And I always knew I fucked up when she started speaking in fun because she would do it so that I understood what she was saying, even though they didn't understand what I was saying.
So I just want to, can I respond to what Dark said? Because I think, Dark, you make a brilliant point, right? That we don't call certain groups of black people black. We don't call them black chavs. Or, you know, when we saw the race riots last year in the UK, the white people were calling them, oh, they're the underclass, you know. They're the underclass of white people, they're not us. We haven't labelled our degenerates as the underclass. We haven't done that. We don't, you know, acknowledge, like, you know, we might say middle class blacks, but when we do that, we say that these people are trying to be white. They're trying to talk white. They're coons, they're this, they're that. So even when we do separate ourselves, we do it in a way that's derogatory to us and unfavourable to us. So I get what you're saying. However, I feel as though all we will be doing is copy and pasting a white supremacist system. That's their playbook. Let them have it. That's what they do, because they are the way that they are because of who they are. We are the way that we are because of what they've done to us. Now, when we zoom into our roadman culture, for example, even just let's look at the dress code. Let's examine the dress code. That dress code, these young people will feel like this is their identity. They've carved it out. No. These things have been marketed to our children, right? They go into JD Sports and all there is fucking Nike fleece tech tracksuits in different colours. What else are they supposed to fucking wear? Do you understand? So there's the heavy advertising of this retailer on all of our buses. So these children think that that's the only place to shop, right? They go in there and then there's a roadman uniform that comes from corporation. So, and then we turn around as black people, point the fingers and say, oh, look at these black people dressing like that, it's embarrassing. But we are not the ones that are manufacturing these clothes. We're not the corporations that are heavily marketing this towards our children. And then parents are then having to fight their children. Because I went through this with my son, having to fight their children to not wear them type of things and think that those things are great, and having to say to him, look, this is your colour palette. Because of your hair colour and your eye colour and your complexion, this is your colour palette. These are the textures of clothes that you should, you know, that complement you. These are some of the other brands. My brother's a graphic designer, so he's an alternative. He dresses alternative. These are some of the other things you could wear. And he took him out clothes shopping, yeah, and interjected that, you know, that path so that now my son dresses like a normal fucking human being rather than a copy and paste of what UK corporate wants our kids to look like, which our kids think that that's their identity, like they own that. They don't own that. They think they own it, but they don't. So we need to give grace as well to understand that this is something that's been done to us as well, and it's going to take time and work for that deprogramming to happen, right? And we just need to give ourselves grace while we're doing that. Yeah, that's all I would say to that, Don.
Well, I want to say one thing.
Can I call it something?
Yeah, sure. That's one thing that we do when it comes to like the fashion, the Nikes and things like that. What we do is like we'll take something like the Timberland boot, right? The Timberland boot was created for people that work and do construction in.
tend to take things that are that's considered like really good fashion, high fashion in a sense, and we'll take it and we'll make it our own. You know, we do tend to do that. You know, especially over here in America, and I don't really see a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. That's all I want to say. Considering that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't really had thought about the optics in America because we got accused of this earlier talking about American culture when we're not from there and stuff like that. And so I'm very mindful that I don't. So I'm not going to comment on that, Carly. But what I will say is I feel like in the UK, I feel as though it's different. I definitely feel like it's different. I feel like my opinion is this. I feel like because America's so big and there's so much space and there's anyway, let me not talk about that. Anyway, stick to the UK. In the UK, it's very small and it's easier to conduct. It's easier for us to be controlled. It's easier for our narratives to be written. It's easier for them to be perpetuated. They have a tight handle on the media. They have a tight handle on what our kids are educated. We don't have black universities. We don't have, a heavy black media space. It's changing, but for a long time we didn't. We don't control our narrative, and so we don't really have the space to make things our own. Although that is changing again, we're beginning to carve out our own space. We're beginning to carve out our own, social dynamic, and we're now given a space to label ourselves. I call myself a UK Jamaican. That's a terminology that sometimes some people don't even know what the fuck that is. Do you understand me? So I feel as though we just don't. It's not the same. So I don't think we can make the comparison. Although I do love the fact that Black Americans are able to take something and make it their own and own it, and it comes from them rather than comes from US corporations saying this is how you should dress, this is who you are. I love that you guys have that autonomy.
I would like to say something. I think, in regards to code, right, it comes down to, good principles. And I think, for example, that case with that black girl who experienced racism, right? I think you can have a different approach. You can ostracize the girl, or you can ask the question, does anything she does merit racism? And the difficult thing about that is, if you ostracize her, because then you kind of imply she got what she deserved, right? But then you're also saying that racism can be used as a pedagogical tool. And I think if there's something that black people in the West needs to be on some kind of code about, it's about racism is a no-go in any kind of case. We might not be able to agree with one another on how to act towards one another or how to be with one another as different cultures, but I think we need to have a principle about saying no to racism. And I think this whole idea, I understand that people are oh, you can't have toxic people in a community and stuff like that. I thought that was kind of, not toxic, that people need to work on themselves, right? I think for me, I think that's kind of interesting because a lot of the communities that we have, we can't shed that based on our mental health or mental capacities. We are born into them. And I think, again, it comes down to principles. You stand by people's side based on your principle, based on the fact that you're both, Igbo, Yoruba, Mende, Jamaican, American, or something like that. I think we have to acknowledge that this is a community that you're born into because of the experience of isolation you will have. In order for it to be some kind of counterforce to this cultural bomb that Ikugi talks about, right? A white supremacist bomb that isolates us from African culture. Maybe that was the wrong theory. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I don't think that anything merits racism. Racism is not a pedagogical tool, and you have to have good principles of empathy towards one another, even if it's difficult.
Yeah, ain't nothing worse than somebody that's off code. I despise off code behavior. I really do. That's like the worst thing that we can do to each other is be off code like that. I really don't like that.
I think what's also helpful to discuss is the similarities between us. I think that's really helpful. And those are some of my favourite conversations when I go into the US spaces and we talk about, like, for example, Harlem just reminded me because of your name, how similar the Harlem people in New York are similar to the people from Hackney in East London, right? And when it comes to fashion and some of the alternative black cultures and the way that they approach music production and the sounds that come from there, and just the way that the bouginess, I love having, and I think those conversations are helpful when trying to build, because in order for us to have code, we have to want to, work together. We have to, like I said, we have to acknowledge our shadow selves. We need to acknowledge the fact that there are countries, there are black people in Africa that had a hand in the slave trade. They helped capture black people and put them on boats and ship them out to the Caribbean and Africa. We have to acknowledge that in the Caribbean, we uphold these principles of, no bocats and no, LGBT and batty manual and things, but they
on them out, stand jump on it with principle on that with our mouth.
But at the same time, we've got man that eats vagina, and we've got man and women.
No, we burn out them dirty nasty bomber class. We burn them out. We don't tolerate that.
Alright. And then we've also got the black people in America. We have to acknowledge that because of the crack epidemic, you've got people who are born, like with crack in their system and affects the way that they fucking behave and act. Do you understand? Like, and then the UK people, UK blacks, I don't know, I think we're kind of perfect, but, someone can think of something.
Perfect with bomber class.
I think what the UK blacks are guilty of, and our shadow self, is the interracial dating. Like, we're heavy on that. Like, in the UK, in London, despite how many black people there are, I can count on my hand a week or even a month how many black couples I see. I see more black men with white women than I do see black men with black women, right? So that's our shadow issues, right? And I feel like, we should talk about those things as well, because I feel like that's part of the healing process. But at the same time, we should also talk about what makes us, what things we have in common, and what brings us together. I think that's also important.
Is dating out an off-code moment? Is dating out a preference? It's just someone's preference, or is it a moment of being off code?
It's a missed opportunity to create another black child.
It's an insane moment.
So when a black person gets with a white person and they have a baby, they've now created a biracial child. That's not a black child. That's a biracial child. That's a different race, right? And that is a missed opportunity to put another black child on this earth. And if we're being genocided, the last thing you want to do is create missed opportunities to create more black children.
Yeah, I completely disagree, and it's getting kind of, it's getting a bit cultish now. It's getting a bit high control group, and like if you're black, you have to do X, Y, and Z. It's like no, being black is not a cult. You're born black, and you're gonna die black regardless of what you do. You're gonna die black regardless if you marry a black woman or marry a white woman or have a biracial child or have a black child. You know, like I think it's about making it. I think we also have to make it tangible. Like I'm like based on my culture, if I have a child with a white man or with a Danish man, my child would not be too weird like me, but that's something, like that's life. And yes, that child would not have the same cultural experience that I have when I go back. But I think you also have to be, what's the point of knowing your history and all of these things if it doesn't build up your self-esteem to be resilient? And I think
Jack, okay.
Please can I respond to Jata?
Yeah, I want to ask Jata a few questions, but I'll give Jata a bit of time to you can respond to her first. Is Storm there?
Yeah,
I just want to say that I agree with Jenna on this one. I don't think dating outside your race is off code behavior. And I don't think that in itself is off code,
But Jata, have you finished?
Yeah, I just feel like what my point is, like, it's like, at least where I come from, we are taught our history in order to be stronger individuals who are more resilient in society and in the world. And I think if you are a strong culture, you can also handle the intermixing with other cultures. It doesn't just mean that your culture vanishes. Like sometimes, the elders will laugh, in our community and be like, oh, now we have the Tue clan of Denmark because of the Tawe clan of Denmark because like a Tawe have gotten so many kids because that is what Mandic culture does. In all of its history, going all the way back to the Ghana Empire, we have always evolved, we have always fused. Then some people went to that region and married with those people, and they got another dialect, and they did different things, but they're still Mande at the core.
But Jata, ideally, you're absolutely right. Ideally, that would be the approach when it comes to interracial dating, right? Because like you said, if it doesn't, it gets too controlling, it gets weird. But you don't hear Jewish moms talking like you. You don't hear white Italian moms talking like you. You don't hear, one second, Jack, I know I cut you off, but I'm sorry, I'm just getting a bit irritated. You don't hear Asian moms talking like that. You don't. Now, this is why I'm for female black leadership. I do believe that give us a go at this because we need something to happen. We need some kind of change. If we keep doing the same thing over and over again, we're going to get the same results. Let's give the matriarchy a chance to lead us out of fucking this chattel like white oppression. Let's give the women a chance. The downside to us is the fact that our hearts are too big and we're too encompassing and we're too and it's the right way to do things. It's the right approach. What Jack is saying is ideal. We shouldn't be controlling who sleeps with who creates what children. That's not our business. People have their individual lives to live. If you want to date a green person from Mars, then do that. Fine, no problem. But because of the state that the black community is in right now, it's unhelpful. It's the right thing to do. It's the wrong time. We can't afford to be doing that right now. That's my point.
Yeah, I
do agree to that point. I do agree. Go on, Jata, I'll talk after you.
Yeah, I think like right now, you are seeing a younger generation of white people integrating and black people integrating, and that's why I also feel like you have to think about that too. Like if you look at Gen Z, they're much more mixed, and they mix more than other generations have properly done, right? So I also don't think that it's something that younger generations would even like comply with, that they have to be separated in that kind of sense, because people are getting more and more mixed. And like I said, I think your culture should be something that um, your culture should be something that gives you lives and makes you resilient. Of course, there's always limitations to culture, but those are
when another culture meets another culture, um, your culture becomes compromised because you would have to practice both cultural values. Maybe for some cultures, if you're a man, I know people say if you're a man and the woman marries into that culture, that woman becomes that people group, or that child becomes that people group. But eventually, if you're so hold down on these cultural values, marrying out will eventually water that down, compromise people to the point where cultural values will get lost in that family group, in that lineage. I mean, if that's what people are comfortable with, then that's fine.
Hell no. I'm absolutely confident with that. In the Mandate Constitution, it says the nation that becomes nostalgic is the nation that is doomed to fail. Like I said, Mandate culture for me is not something that is stagnant. It will always change, and has always changed, and will always change. Instead of me sitting here crying about, oh, I'm in a vulnerable position because I'm in Scandinavia, I say, hell no, I'm a little Mandate Viking. I'm gonna create something new. I'm gonna add something new to the Mandate experience, because that's what I can do. That is not what I can do. That is what I is doing. That is my lived experience.
But change and erasure are two different things.
Well, I just want to say this. I've seen people that was married outside of the race. I don't want to be married to a white woman. That's my personal preference. But I've seen people that are married outside of their race, and they've been on code. You know, they wasn't practicing anything dangerous that would hurt us as a people. You know, so I get people not agreeing with, but I don't think it's off code behavior. You know, that's all I want to say about that.
I wanted to start something based on what you said. I don't disagree, right? But I'm not saying I agree either, right? But why do you say the women should be given a chance to leave? And the reason I ask, right? Because, and you know, the women them need to be commended on this, because they have held the black family together, right? And when I look at my family, it seems that the women are leaving anyway, and the man is just a front.
And just the right person has walked in the room right now, and I hope he comes on stage, because I had get to this point. I've been in spaces with him before. He is a great example of someone, a black man who understands the abilities that black women have to lead. But anyway, the reason why I say it is that there's quite a few points, but I'll keep it refined and concise, more like, I know you don't like when I'm long-winded. But I think the first thing is just common sense. If we've been led by a male-dominated system which hasn't worked out for us, then and the only other alternative is a female-dominated system, then that would be the obvious choice to make, right? If one thing doesn't work, let's try another thing. So keep trying the thing that doesn't work, right? So just common sense. The second point is, like you said, we're natural born leaders, right? We're told in scripture that we're not. We're told in society that we're not. We're told in lots of different areas that we're not. But then you go to biology and we're told that we are, right? And we go to science and we're told that we are. And if you really do a deep dive into the scriptures, we are also told there that we are, right? And so that's the second reason. And then the third reason is that I feel like women are much more nurturing than men, and that nurturing extends from her offspring and her family, and can lend itself also to community and nation building. And I feel like we all know that in order for something to grow, it needs and to develop and to be prosperous, it needs to be nurtured. If we look at the Black community as a plant, right, we have to take time and water that and nourish that and pay attention to detail, put it in the right place, all of that stuff that women just are natural at doing, right? I'm not saying that men can't do that as well, of course they can, but it's more natural to women to do that because that's our nature. So give us an opportunity to use our natural skills and our natural way of doing things in order to lead the community. And so, yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Just a quick one. I just want to read something to Jatta and Harlem. Ron was saying in the chat, Black American, was saying, I will respect who you marry, but I would never talk war around anyone who is my historical enemy. Pillow talk is something I would have to consider. And that's kind of a similar thinking that I have, I think, in regards to that, because you marry who you love, but historically, and Harlan, you probably know this also. We've had a common enemy. So, if you're trying to better yourself, how do you marry those that have not tried to allow your betterment to flow or progress? So yeah.
But
well,
the thing is,
those individuals.
Yeah, I understand that. If you read what he put in the chat in terms of talking about bettering, would that be, maybe those individuals?
Because then the conversation needs to be had. What are you saying that there hasn't been white people who have stood in solidarity with black people, the betterment of black people?
Okay. Yeah, no, there's individuals, that we can know that. But I would still go by that code.
There's also people that go into prison for paedophilia and come out, but you're not gonna, and they're reformed. You're not gonna leave them around your children, are you? I mean, that's not different.
I know reform. I don't think you understand how paedophilia works. It's not a reform thing.
I don't think you get my point.
It's an attraction.
The point I'm saying is that they have a certain nature, right? They have a nature to them. And so just because you get a few good eggs doesn't mean you need to ignore the bad ones. Doesn't mean you need to marry and lay down and sleep with and create children. In fact, I don't think there's anything wrong with dating. For me, this is my position. I don't think there's anything wrong with dating. What I think is wrong, I don't even think there's nothing wrong with biracial children either. What's wrong is the missed opportunity to create more black children. That's the problem that I have. And that constant missed opportunity brings us closer to erasure, deletion.
But how though?
I'm not going to break that down for you.
Opportunity. There's because earlier you said that you walk around London, you see more interracial couples than black. Because I think, where do you live? Where?
Yeah, I've seen that in Barnet, to be fair.
I'm not going to lie. There's no way you're walking around on ends, you see more man with white guys than black. That's just such a hyperbolic statement.
Did you hear what I said? When they come out the end, then
that is what you said.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, that is exactly what you said.
I said that when we have a missed opportunity to create black children, that brings us closer to erasing who we are. There was an article The Guardian wrote it about 3 years ago, and they said that the UK Black Caribbean group is going extinct.
Yeah, but how
did that? How did that? Can I finish my point? This is why I can't. This is why I find it hard, Naya, to have conversations with like the younger generation because they've done a number on them, right? And then even when they're intelligent like Madara, the numbers are so heavy. The numbers so. What are you talking about? Hello. I know you're not in your 30s. I'm definitely, yeah. Oh, you're definitely in your 30s. All right, I take that back. You sound a lot younger than that. Anyway, the point I'm making here is that people with Madara is intelligent. I don't.
Wait, I must say something. Okay, so Jackson and Hardeman, I read it out of the side chat. Madara and Storm, you guys can have your final say on the comment that's in the side chat in regards to, speaking to people that are from a group that historically caused damage to your group. You've decided because it's 2025 to date outside, talking about black betterment, is that available? Well, can I respond to this?
I'll be fast. No, I don't want to date a white woman. I don't. It's just not my preference. As an individual, it's just not my thing. But do you consider that to be off code? If someone dates outside the race, is that off code? That's all I want to know.
Can I please answer to the question, like that comment?
You said Madara and Storm.
Yeah, but that comment was directed at what me and Harden said.
Naya, should we do a little, what do you call it again? Cue. So we let Storm finish and then... Yeah, so, you want to do that. So let Storm respond, Jetta, that's okay. Then you answer after, and then I've got something I want to say. And if anyone else Madara can go first, because I need to hear you say it out. Jetta, is that okay? We'll go after. Is that okay?
I just need to know what is the code that RM is. What's the code? What's the code? You don't put the good money. What's the code?
When I say being on code, being on code just means that. Real quick, she asked, being on code just simply means that you want the best for your people, for your group, right? If I'm going to vote for a politician, right, I'm looking at, what is this politician going to do for my people? How is he going to help my people? And if it's anything tangible or good that we can get out of the deal, I'm going to go along with it. That's me being on code. Me being off code would be me saying, you know what, this is gonna hurt my people, but it's gonna benefit me as an individual. So I'm gonna go along with that. That's me being off code. But being on code, it just simply means that you're looking out for the best interests of your people at all times. And I think we all should be like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was to Miss Hope. I think it did answer it. Yeah. Okay, so who wants to go next? I know Storm and Maggie are having a conversation. Has Jatta gone?
Yeah, I would like to say there's an element of class.
She's not saying who's to go next. She's saying you're in the queue. Madara, what was saying? Sorry.
Just write down your thoughts, Jatta. We'll come to you.
Sorry, Jatta, but can you remind me of your last point, Madara?
I don't know. I can't even lie. I'll go after you. I can't remember still.
Alright, don't worry. I'll wait till you remember. Go on, Jack.
I would, yeah. There's an element of class too. You can't make it sound like white people is just this homogeneous anarchist group that has taken every single political decision that has been made the last 500 years through some kind of like direct democracy, because that's not true. I think it's a bit disingenuous. What? This nigger woman of coal. You know, oh my God, you are so tiring.
Stay on your what you're.
Stay on code. Don't pay attention to the chat.
No, I don't need to stay on code. Like, why are you always like? I'm sorry, but like, why are you always like trying to make excuse for people being vile towards one another?
Oh, somebody said something vile in chat.
Sorry, how did that? Sorry, where are we? I didn't hear what you.
I think there's someone in the audience that's removed.
Someone
called her a nigger woman. One called her a nigger woman.
Oh no, don't. Don't remove Von. If you don't mind, don't call her that. Not if you don't mind, don't call her that. Okay. Go ahead, Justin. And the same thing goes for African societies too. Like, you know, there's been classism in every single, like, no group. Well, there are the exceptions with the Igbos, Kikuyos, and so on. But like, I'm just trying to sit here and say that a working class white man is my biggest problem. And some people might say, oh yeah, they are, because like they're turning to the far right and stuff like that. Yeah, but that also has a lot to do with austerity and so on, and then like and other different complex issues. I think it's disingenuous, because like I said, class is a factor. You can say like the upper class Europeans, they have benefited extremely from the oppression and of course from the welfare state. So has the working class, but like they are more connected to it, like the elites, because like their direct ancestors did it, right? And I think that goes for every single society. Like, but I think that just shows that the hierarchies are the problem. It's not the people; it's the systems that are the problem. And I don't think you can sit here and say that like interracial dating is off code, because like if I genuinely love black people, I want what's best for black people, and that would be for black people to be with people that they love.
Is your husband white? Is your husband
love
white?
themselves first, I have no doubt. A lot of black people doing that.
He's a white husband, anyway.
Oh, John's not even married.
Hey, no, okay, enough with the whole derogatory thing. I can have an opinion that differs from you, and it doesn't mean that, oh, I'm married to a white man or I'm not married to a white man. It's allowed.
I just want to ask, right, what I find concerning.
Like, you know, when you reduce to ad hominems, it just shows that you don't have an argument.
Just a bit quiet when you was talking, you know.
That really cannot apply to me, but anyway.
Right. What I was finding concerning is Jatta seems to be trying to put things in absolute terms. And the way you have put it, Jatta, is not my lived experience with these people. Right? I find the white man to be very much a savage. That's all I've experienced from him and his kind in my lifetime in the place where I reside. Right? First of all, when I started school, yeah, they throw in an elementary class that we don't have no sex. Right? Then I'm seeing signs, no blacks, no Irish, no dogs on windows in houses. Yeah? Then I'm being excluded from their schools, right? Because they're excluding us in droves as black boys. Then I'm being incarcerated as a child and abused in their penal systems, right? And you're trying to say that I'm supposed to look on these people as being something other than I experienced them to be in my lifetime. It's not going to happen. fancy terms and fancy names for them, right? And what I see that they have done to my people, right? They have fractured and fractionalized us as a nation. So when you're on about nation building, because this is what we're in the process of now, we're trying to build back our nation. And when you're in the process of nation building, to say you're going to lie and procreate with those who are oppressing you, it's clearly off code.
And can I also just take that back and just from one generation to another, I just want to also add to that list of things that they've done to us where we live, right? So they've also removed from the education system Black history, and they've whitewashed the history that they do tell us. They've also excluded us from the media, so we didn't have, you know, positive Black role models growing up, you know, in the media. We've also been, you know, had our cultures appropriated and cast out into social media as though, you know, social media is the creator of what we've created, right? We've also been put into, you know, areas or locations, being put into housing where, you know, we're being forced to live with paedophiles, ex-convicts, mad people, and all of the above. We're also being demonized so that when, you know, people are walking down the street and they see a Black person walking towards them, they want to hold tight onto their bag because they think they're going to get robbed, right? We've also got our own problems with the police. You know, we talk a lot about police brutality in the US, but there are hundreds of Black people that have been killed at the hands of the police in the UK. One 5 minutes from me, in a grocery store, this one boy that, you know, I knew of anyway, was in broad daylight, tackled down to the floor, and his throat grabbed and had the life choked out of him, all on camera. And then the police officer didn't even get arrested for anything, and they tried to say that he died in hospital when we could see that he died on camera in front of us, because he literally went from being, you know, laying down on the floor to curving into the fetal position, and you can see the boy's dead in the shop, right? So we've also had things like that happen to us. And on top of all of that, we are censored. So all of the things that we do go through, there's more to add to the list.
Come on, Storm, can I speak? Hold on a moment. Before I've had a chance to say, just to be very, very clear, this is why I get really concerned when we have these conversations. There's a long list. I mean, I've got a list the length of my arm that we could, you know, there's a lot of stuff here. Listen, before you go in, I want Dark, I want Vaughn. Yeah, I'll land there. And I really would like Jatta, because I've got some questions that I said I'm leaving people to speak to Jatta, but I need to ask Jatta about her own personal experience. I think, Jatta, you live in Europe, and I'm wondering, the stuff that you've heard Storm say, does this resonate with possibly things that you've seen or experienced? But before you go into that, Storm goes, there are other people we need to hear from as well. So I hope that Jatta heard what Storm was saying. I wanted Jatta to come out with some of those things. Really, that's what I was wanting to do. But Storm's come out with it now. So I need to know if that reflects what Jatta goes through. Okay, so let's go with Dark and Vaughn. Anybody else want to speak? I know Jatta, obviously, in Storm, we can have that conversation as well.
I want to get in there as well.
Crisis. Who said I want to speak? Crisis? Madra.
I don't know if it's obvious, but I would like to respond.
Yeah, Vaughn, you're up on the stage now. I know you're not a stage guy. So was there something you wanted to say quickly?
No, go ahead. You can go. I'm just listening.
Okay, Dark, did you want to go as a mod?
Yeah, of course. Been waiting to talk for ages, actually. So there's so obviously, because it's gone on for a while now, there's so many points I wanted to address. But okay, when we're having this conversation, we've got to be. I know there's a bit of emotion here, I can hear it, and there's a lot of sort of ego. Everything that you said that the white man, for some reason you don't acknowledge the white woman, has done, I could say the black man has done. And that's why I get really iffy when we talk this way. I think it's better, me personally, to address the real issue. If we are pro-black and we care about black people survive, because there's a few points that Storm made that I agree with. If you care about the progression of the black race, if you are pro-black, if you are anything to do with being black, then yes, you would naturally follow what Storm is saying. But if you identify with your religion or your culture, which you have a right to, it's not going to be so. Some people will marry someone based on their religion, not their race, and that means that they're on code for their religion. Also, even if you date outside of your race, it doesn't mean you go against your race. It could simply mean that you're living in a neighborhood which is predominantly of another race. Or it could be that you're in a profession where, in order to find someone you're compatible with, unfortunately, it's not going to be anyone of your race. It could just be another race. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you take all these real factors into consideration, you don't speak the way that you're speaking. The way that Storms is speaking, in my opinion, is of someone who is pro-black. So someone who is actively trying to progress the black community and wants black lives to, not black lives, but more black lives, sorry. So they want the population to go up. That's perfectly fine. As long as you're claiming to be pro-black, you're supposed to think like Storm. But the point I'm making is not everybody is pro-black. The other point I want to make is that when we're talking about the slavery and all of the stuff that was mentioned, I'm telling you now, there were grown men marrying little girls, and they were black girls and black men, because it would have taken place in Africa. Not too long ago, it was legal for you to marry underage girls, and for some reason, we don't like to acknowledge it.
What country? Do you know what country that was? Or
I can go and Google for you, but it's now been made illegal recently. Even when it comes to raping your own wives, that's only recently been made illegal. In Ghana, I think that was as well. So there's a number of things. Even when we look into slavery, before we were sent off to go in the ships and we were shipped off to these white slave owners, we were already enslaved. And I don't know why we don't acknowledge the fact that we were already captured. And I say we like it was me, but locked up. We've seen the movie Black Woman King, I think it's called Woman King, where they were already chained. So it weren't like the white people just came on the land and went, let's just take this person because I've got a gun, let me take this person, I've got a gun, I've got more power than you. No, it was some type of exchange that took place. There was a verbal agreement or written agreement or whatever. And so that means we were already enslaved. So when we're talking about, well, we can't be with this race because they've done us bad, the reason why there's going to be an argument or a war, people are going to clash, is because they're going to acknowledge the fact that actually, if we look at the statistics, naturally, the people that have harmed us the most are our own people. Naturally, it happens. If you look in the white community, the people that harm white people the most are white people. The people that harm Asian people the most are Asian people. So I'm not picking on us. I'm just stating a fact. So that's where the conversation becomes almost like it's not honest. It's all ego and emotion. Because if you were being honest, you would just say, listen, even though I can see we don't work together, even though I know we ain't shit sometimes, we call slavery, we already had slaves before the white man came or whatever, you know, I just believe that in order for us to progress as a people, we have to try to heal and ignore the fact that we've been doing shit to each other and try and do better and stick to our own and make good of what we have. That to me is honest. But when you start pointing and listing out all the stuff that the white so-called man has done, then another person is going to come off mute and say, well, wait a minute, the black woman's done this and the black man's done this. It's the same reason, last point, when people say, listen, black men, stop dating these white women because look what happened to Shannon and look what... No, that's not the cause. It's not their race, because the same situation that they've been in with these white women is the same situation they could be in with black women. Now
say things about the white man, the white boy, it's inclusive of the white woman, right? It's like when they say man.
She knows that she was just being
like that.
She was just being funny. She was being facetious. And Dark, you know I love you already, yeah. But we don't see eye to eye on certain things. And yeah, that's just, I think, Dark's tactic. Sorry, more life, but I don't think she knows that we're talking about white supremacy when we say the white man. She knows that. But anyway, there's a conflation here, because what we're talking about is two different things. There's the healing of black people, and then there's the expectation of us to somehow collaborate with white people in order for us to move outside of oppression. And I don't think that I'm not talking about the next steps. That's the bit after we dismantle white supremacy. I'm not talking about that. I'm literally saying that for some black people on this planet, they have a different relationship.
Sorry to interrupt. Is somebody streaming this room on YouTube, or is this goat having a joke in there? I'm hoping that no, because I don't consent to being recorded or to being added onto any other social media platform. So I don't know if anyone's got that link they can put in the side chat. And if you are doing that, can you shut that down? Because I don't consent to that. Okay.
Yeah. So I think that what we've got is there needs to be, so I feel like for me it's not me being pro-black, it's not me being, and I know you're not, I know you didn't say that, Dark, but I don't think you have to be pro-black in order for you to acknowledge the wrongdoings. And I think it's important, we were saying this before you came in the room, one of the great things about these spaces is that we can provide insight to each other. So I speak to people from East Africa, like, Rwanda and places like that, where they have really negative experiences with other black people, right, because of religion, right? And so, like, the way that they see white people is completely different because they didn't have that negative experience with them, right?
Kick John out. He is streaming it live. Is he gone? Kick him out. Well done, well done. Which one is the
No, but it doesn't matter. His skin tone is dark. He's still a colonizer. He's still white.
Yeah, exactly.
He's still white.
You're still a Jew supporter, so it makes you want.
Jews than yours. Let's just put it that way. And my people fuck yours. I mean, you're not even fucking.
Oh, John.
No, well, my lineage is it's in the Jewish neighborhood because Ishmael, but we're we don't consider the Jews your people are not the real Jews.
John Kitover, come on stage.
I'm not a Jew. I don't really care.
Your atheist, your anthropo, whatever you want to call yourself.
What doesn't John come on stage? He doesn't like it anymore?
My people.
John probably down there drinking beers and sniffing cocaine.
Oh, I think you project a lot.
No, he's a white hillbilly. That's
You
what they do.
project a lot.
You guys just we get mad at the truth about certain kind of people.
So before you became a Muslim, were you allowing in jail for people to put it up your ass?
First of all, everyone knows that is a white Israeli thing. You guys are gay. That's why there's so many homosexuals in Israel.
Yeah.
You guys are.
But I bet that you tried it before you became a Muslim.
The Muslim world fucks down having sex with men. It's not that.
And any animal that does that thing, they get killed. That's what you guys always complain about, that we kill gays, right? Isn't that what you guys always say? So now y'all changing your stance? Which one is it? Do we kill the gays or not?
It's so funny. You guys are saying free Palestine, but freedom for what exactly?
Freedom from the tyranny of the Israeli government?
Freedom to kill whoever you want because of whatever dumb value system you have.
Our value system is the better value system. You guys just don't value it because you guys are animals, man. I'm telling you that. That's in our culture.
We're animals, flex, killing gay people.
No. We don't kill gay people just to kill gay people. That's un-Islamic.
Just to kill them. We don't kill them just to kill them.
Yeah, They will get capital punishment only if, number one, that's the law of the pussy. No. How would someone know? How would someone know someone committed a act? They would have to do that publicly.
Oh, so then you're justified to kill them?
It's not about justifies what the laws are. Once again, they follow the law.
Yeah, exactly. It's the law. So it's justified. The killing is justified by the law.
This has nothing to do with justification. This has nothing to do with what the law is.
The law justifies the killing because it's in the law.
No. The law says capital punishment. If two people are caught, it's witnesses that they have done homosexual act.
Justifies the killing then.
Just like the laws in Israel justify taking people out of their home, and caging them and putting them in detention with no charge. You guys do it and put people in there for years. They torture them. What are you talking about? And that's the law there. So once again, this is not justifying. This is literally the law.
Yeah, the law is like, you cannot be gay because otherwise, if we see you, you're gonna get killed, and it's justified by the law. That's amazing. It's beautiful.
Oh my God, this is so like you.
I mean, it's resistance. I mean, he resists, I guess.
Yes, we're resisting.
His name says it all. He resists intelligence. He resists high IQ. He resists.
You guys have the lowest IQ in the world.
He resists everything. He resists logic. He resists morality. He resists decency. He resists God. He resists everything.
Well, when you guys get some moral values, then we can talk about that.
Stop resisting.
Makes it logically consistent that you don't have a morality. There is no morality.
There's nothing moral about you guys. Come on, stop. Stop with the nonsense.
Stop being moral.
No, you guys are not moral at all. Come on, stop it. You know that there's no morality in Israel.
Stop being moral, Simon. Kill the gays, Simon. Be moral like resistance, Simon.
You see, as the African would say it, specifically, this is nonsense. This is nonsense.
What's that? Musala?
Terrorist supporters.
Can we say no?
Resistance.
Oh, this is said good morning today.
I can't believe it's already 2 p.m.
Yeah, finishing the kitchen right now. I'm gonna go out for a walk. I'm gonna make lunch. Oh my God, yesterday we did something like that. I ordered pizza. I should have done that. It was delicious, but I didn't sleep well. Because of the pizza. My stomach is not used to it anymore.
I make some pumpkin chicken with rice.
Today I'm gonna do vegetables with salmon, white rice, cucumber, mango.
Wait, Simon, did I hear that you ate something other than meat?
Oh yeah, I took the carnivore down for
The retard is here. Why do we get all the retards? Where are all the intelligent
Oh,
people?
hi, Ethan.
First of all, you have to gain some IQ first to call yourself intelligent. Come on.
Of course, yes. I don't have any IQ.
You don't have
I lack IQ. I don't even have one.
You lack critical thinking.
I like everything. I'm a woman.
You know what's funny about the retard comment? Hold on, I'm gonna keep talking.
Well, no, because
You
you're
know why?
gonna get
Because it's not an argument. I deal with facts. The fact is the Israeli government is systematically starving and committing genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. And then they're using collective punishment in the West Bank to push people
What is
into
genocide?
illegal settlements. What argument do I need to put forth to Sunday is the whole fact?
I'm not
What
trying
is
to
genocide
overtalk
resistance?
anyone, but I was just gonna say
genocide is what Israelis doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza.
You know that for a genocide to actually be able to be called genocide, it needs to be ethnically motivated.
It is ethnically motivated. What are you
That is
talking
not
about?
what's
They want every Palestinian.
Why aren't
Immediately wants to fight.
hold on, let's try to actually talk this time.
Yeah.
So if it's ethnically, okay, hold on. If it's ethnically motivated, why are there the same type of ethnic living in Israel with the same rights? Why?
Because they're not Palestinians.
They are Palestinians.
No, they're not. They are Israeli Arabs. That is their identity. You know it. So why even ask a silly, foolish question? You know that those people, that 22% of Arabs that they've been. Hold on, let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me answer. You know very well, instead of posing and saying being truthful, because we know you don't have that in your bones, you know that the Arab population within Israel, that 20%, now not only identify, but feel colonized to call themselves Israeli Arabs. Some of them fight within the occupation force, and many of them have thrived within Israeli society. They have no longer associate or view themselves as Palestinians in Gaza or the West.
But they are an ethnic.
I don't care about. I don't care. No. This has something to do. Once again, this genocide is specifically for the Palestinians who are not Israelis.
Okay, now. Why if it's a genocide?
So that it's not ethnic.
Why has
Yes, it is ethnically motivated.
Hold on. Why if it's a genocide? Why has the population increased in Gaza in the past 2 years?
Once again, easy to answer that and debunk it because it's already been debunked before. Everyone knows that the population in Gaza has grew throughout the years because of the ethnic cleansing Israel has done to the Palestinians and their historical villages and homeland and pushed them all into the Gaza Strip. This is why there is so many people in Gaza that are not from Gaza. That's why it grew. I just told you why they grew, because they have ethnically cleansed people from their original homes and villages and have pushed them into the Gaza Strip.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about babies born. Over 40,000 babies born just in the first, 8 months or something like that of the war?
Are you crazy? The population has decreased. What are you talking about? On October 7th, the population was, I believe, they said about 2.2 million people. Now, according to the estimates, they're around 1.7, 1.8 million people. There's about 400,000 people they say that are discounted for, which is the people they're assuming. Because once again, I can show you Harvard studies and things that they put out. They believe it's estimated to at least 300,000 Palestinians have died. This is about
300,000
yes. Exactly. This is what they're saying. We don't know it to be a fact because the war is still going. We haven't looked underneath the rubble. It's not from Hamas. This is not from the God of the ministry. This is from people who have people on the ground in America, and this is what they have.
They have the confidence, exactly.
So then, how come we can't get any numbers from Israel?
They are the ones giving the
now, hold on. Can you answer this question for me?
They know how many people have.
Hold on. Can you answer this question for me? How come is it Israel knows exactly how many Hamas militants they killed?
They don't.
Hold on, but that's not what the representatives of Israel say.
No, they're using Hamas's.
No. I'll put you up the ambassador. I'll put it in the link right now. The last interview Piers Morgan did was with one of the ambassador to the UK, an Israeli, the lady, I forgot her name, she's the ugly fat chubby chick. And she claims that they do know the numbers of how many Hamas they have killed. But when he asked her how many civilians have they killed in the process of killing Hamas, how many children, they don't seem to know the answer. Why is that?
Yeah, but you know.
Exactly. You can't even justify stupidity.
The answer is that they target Hamas people directly, and then people who are casualties of war are not necessarily accounted for.
So Israeli government can't even answer these questions. Why are we supposed to listen to you? Come on.
If they know that
But that's the point. They don't know. They said they don't count. That was her response. She said, I cannot answer this, and no one can, because we don't count the innocent people we kill. We only count the militants. This was her ignorant answer.
How is that ignorant? If I have a military target and then 10 people die, why would that be bad?
Because you're killing innocent civilians, knowing that you.
But they're not innocent. Innocent to who exactly?
Innocent to the world.
Okay, well, the concept of innocence doesn't apply to the world, unfortunately. So you could just.
Yes, it does. No. The concept applies to everyone in the world. You either have been accused, you've either been accused of doing something, or you've been charged guilty of doing something. There are many people in that region, in Gaza, and in the West Bank, that are innocent to any crime that Hamas has done. So for you guys to collectively kill them because of that, you guys are terrorists.
So resistance. If somebody kills Netanyahu, right, and in the effect of killing him, they also kill like 60% of Israelis. Is that justified?
Now it is because more than 60% of the Israelis said they're okay with ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians.
Yeah, but they are
more than 60, but I think 70, something, almost 80% said that they are. The society.
Yeah, so they are contributing to it, right? They're fighting 60%.
Of course they are. They funded.
Fighting in the war.
How they not contributing? Hold on. How they not contributing? You don't see the videos of Israeli settlers terrorizing in the West Bank. You don't see Israeli settlers at the checkpoints for the aides literally standing in front of them and stopping them. What are you talking about? This is millions.
Make up a small percentage of the population, make up like 700,000 people, where the population is 9 million total, right? So it's less than 1 million people who are settlers. So you're saying that because of 700,000 settlers, that the rest of the population is responsible.
The quiet is deafening, I'm not gonna lie.
No, in the store.
So what? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you can say a lot of words, but the reality is that, like, you can't, like, you could say, hey, it's illegal what they're doing, it's this, it's a war crime. It's like, you guys don't have any concept of what.
No, you are idiots. Did not know the legal laws of war. The Geneva Convention. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. No, what's garbage is you. You're garbage. That's the problem. You're garbage.
Okay, so a law in order for it to be a law, needs to be able to be enforced. Who enforces the laws of war? Resistance? Who is in charge of enforcing the laws of war?
Every country is every country
it's not every country.
Every country that is bonded by the United Nations needs to adhere to those laws.
Listen, hold on, Simon. So, in a country, there's a legal system, there's a government, and it's one body that enforces the law. You don't say every citizen enforces the law or is in charge of enforcing the law. It's not every citizen.
I didn't say citizen. I said country.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Listen, in a country, I'm saying inside of a country, there is one entity in charge of enforcing the law. It's not every citizen. So, in the globe, internationally, you cannot say each country enforces the law. It doesn't happen. It's just the same as if I would say every citizen enforces the law. In the world, not every country enforces the law. So my question to you is, if there are laws of war, if there is actually international law, who enforces it?
And I just told you, everyone.
Global government. There is no.
You don't have to have a global government. Once again, every country that is bonded, every country representatives, meaning their leaders, president, prime minister, whatever you want to call it. If they recognize those laws to be the laws that govern war, then those countries are responsible for executing anyone who breaks those laws. What part of that you don't understand?
That is why I say that you don't understand how international law works.
No, I know how it's supposed to work. That's the difference.
International law is not anything else than a set of rules that a bunch of countries came about when they were in peace, and they said, okay, guys, what are we going to do?
No, actually, these laws all came about after the Jews were getting slaughtered by the Germans. So stop lying.
Why did we ever enter into conflict? Let's agree to follow these rules. And they all said, okay, let's do that. And so the countries that agreed on that set of rules are the ones that are sort of following those rules. But if a country never said, I agree on this, you cannot force the country to do it. And even if they agree to do that, there's still the interest that
yes, you can, because that's the moral standard of the world. Like you got that's the moral standard of the world. Yes, you can. That's why when people see people acting immoral like Israel, they can impose this on you. Your country is not allowed to break the moral code. The genocidal group is Israel.
Okay, wait, so you understand that we
No, like the occupation force. Like the occupation force. We're the immoral terrorists.
Like the Hamas?
No, like the Zorro. You mean like Israel does of the Syrians? You mean you piece of shit? You mean like Israel does to the fucking Syrians? You piece of shit? You mean like Israel does to the Syrians? You piece of shit? You piece of shit? You piece of shit. Israel supported ISIS there, you piece of shit. ISIS is the one running that country now, piece of shit. ISIS is running that country. Israel supports them.
Everybody shut up. You're ruining
Don't
my
fuck with
Sunday.
me. Don't fuck with me, you jail convert.
You jail convert.
Because I'm not the type you want to fuck with, believe me.
Who are you talking
I've
to?
gone into protests. I've gone into protests.
He's talking to resistance.
I call that piece of shit
You definitely would not have.
Islamic piece of shit. Fuck your mouth.
Okay, stop.
Biggest.
Anyway, you should all go to church.
Honestly,
You know what's
I
funny
needed
is
it
that
out for
these cowards support Hamas, the same Hamas that congratulated Turkey's displacement of 300,000 Kurds from Afrin. Fuck you. And that comes from the bottom of my heart.
Okay, I'll tell you. Yes, you're going to have a heart attack on stage. I don't want that to happen. So
No, I'd like to punch him in the chest and give him a heart attack.
Anyway.
I always find these people interesting. Like I may have said this at a time before on the stage, but Israel's population is like less than 10 million, but Syria's population is 25 million, and the surrounding countries make up like almost 500 million people. And for some reason, they think that 7 million Jews in Israel quote unquote Zion.
I don't understand why supporters of Israel go into these irrelevant topics. Listen, the point is clear, okay? We are going by the rules of Islam. The rules of Islam, this cunt's Islam, this cunt called resistance, his Islam says, when I get the sword, and I have the bigger sword, and I chop your head off, and I defeat you, I take everything into zero-sum game. Now, the British did the same thing. We fucked your Muhammad, right? General Allenby fucked your caliphate, and we took it over. So now you suck good dick and be a good fucking boy. How about that? And if you don't like that, I can buy you a first-class ticket, window seat to Mecca, or maybe go to Medina, visit Muhammad's grave, so I can fuck you on his grave. Piece of shit. Fuck with me. Fuck with me, I dare you. Because I know the nitty-gritty. Fuck with me.
I just know the itty-bitty titty.
about compromise. They don't care about coexistence. To them, it's I get the power. I am Machiavellian. I will take over, right? And let it be gone. That's it. It's not going to happen. Okay? It's not going to happen. We are applying the rules of Islam. You're just lucky. You're lucky that the IDF is not coming into your homes and fucking your mother. According to the rules of Islam. Right? As long as I am on these applications, and by the way, I have live videos. Okay? I have live videos. I've knocked out many fucking Turks, many fucking Arabs. Anywhere, anytime. Believe me. Do you know why I speak with so much rigor? Because I don't give one piece of shit about you or any existential value you have. You are vermin, and that's all you are.
Based.
It's simple. Read history. The Ottoman Balfour. The Ottoman Balfour. Go read about it. You lost the territories. It was the armistice of Mudros. Do you know what an armistice and forfeiture means by an empire? The British mandate took over the Ottomans. Okay? You slave of Arabs? Makes sense? And they decided that the Jews who've been subjected to ethnic cleansing, pogroms, and massacres by your Islamic empires from the time of Umar ibn al-Khattab, until
you bitch ass fucking dirty Indian rat, meet me right now. I'm in New York right now. I'm knocking your fucking Indian ass out your soul. You're pussy. You're a bitch. You'll never fucking come to a fucking protest.
Right? I am Kurdish, bitch. I will put a fucking bullet in your mouth like we did to your ISIS fucking brothers.
Jesus Christ, let's tone it down.
You understand that? You jailbird?
I have a question for you.
Next time you address me, use Listerine and clean out your mouth. Before I take off my shoes and really clean out your ass. Punk. You probably converted when you were locked up for selling ass in Philadelphia. But you were too afraid, right, from your Salafi brothers. So you converted to Islam unless they will fuck you in the ass, right? There's two ways you can have a conversation with me. We can go gutter and keep it gully like we do it in New York, right? And I can show you what it's like growing up in flat.
What time is it where you guys are?
Right? Or we can do it academically, and I can give you a good can of apples.
Resistance is in New York. It's 8:30. Resistance. Do you wake up like this every day, dude? It must be horrible.
Alice, I have a question for you about something.
For whom?
Alice. So anytime someone brings up things like the Balfour Declaration or the Ottoman Balfour and also the Faisal-Weizmann Agreement, people say that none of those people had any authority to make any sort of contract. Do you understand this mentality? To say that the people
I do, my friend. This is the mentality that the Arabs created as a coping mechanism and to avoid any kind of accountability for their treachery, according to Islamic literature, for their treachery against the caliphate in order for them to retain power and regain power at the same time. So if you look at the literature on this conflict, okay, on Arab dealings with the British since 1924, which is the official date of the abolishment of the Islamic Caliphate. It was the day when the sun set on the Islamic Caliphate. It was over. No more Islam, no more taking over Europe, no more official jihad. Okay? Now you have guerrilla jihad. So the Taliban and Boko Haram, this is guerrilla jihad. But the narrative is really simple, my friend. It's really simple. Okay? They lost the battle. So they need a coping mechanism. They need a coping mechanism. And what's better than a coping mechanism that is attached to a narrative that says, oh no, we were very 2/3, and the British played you. Are you mad? You're mad. Just say you are mad. And the British, in fact, did not even play you. Because if they did, the British had all the power to kick the living daylights out of the Arabs and send you back to the peninsula and keep all the lands for the Jews. But no, they decided to go for the, the Pike, what was it called? The Peel Committee, right?
The Peel Committee?
Yes, the Peel Committee, P-E-E-L, right? And it was made clear, all the Jews that had bought the land, okay, and all that they will be given was about 51%. They were given about, 49% of the land?
Something like
and guess what? The Arab League, headed by Saudi Arabia at the time, Mohammed bin Saud, you rejected it. And King Hussein, you rejected it. You rejected it. The Arabs rejected it. Otherwise, there would have been a Palestine today. Because to you, it's not just about creating Palestine. To you, it's a visceral, religious, eschatological agenda that we will take over Palestine, retake our authority and sovereignty as Islam, and this is where we come against the Jews for the final hour of the end of history. Well, guess what? Guess what? You might get your wish to that. You might get your wish today, right? Because your suicidal pursuit of the end of time is simply an agenda for the end of humanity, and those who can see through your lies like an X-ray, we don't believe you. We don't buy the narrative that you're pitching. And all of you other suckers and self-defeated cowards who've never made it to anything in your life, this is a good coping mechanism, right? A good escapism. Blame the Jews for your dick not working because you suffer from erectile dysfunction and too much junk food, right? You blame the Jews for it. True? Your wife is cheating on the side, you blame the Jews for it. Your bank account balance is not right, you blame the Jews for it. This is the Arab narrative. Honestly, Simon and Louise and everybody on the stage, I wish, you know what, I actually recommend, please, you have ChatGPT, you have online resources, try to learn Arabic and go into the sources and read the Arabs and look what they will tell you, what the real agenda is. What I find really horrendous, I think it's a horrendous academic crime that none of these sources are actually available to students who study this conflict. Okay? Because if the story was just about another state, it's not just another about state. Tell me, why is it that in 1994, when the PLO was supposed to improve the lives of those so-called Palestinians, whatever the fuck they are, right? They're not even Arabs. They're Arabized. They themselves are subjects of imperialism. You know? They themselves are the subjects of imperialism. Arab imperialism. Because they all come from different ethnic backgrounds and they've been Arabized and Islamized. But apparently, that's not a crime against authenticity and originality and indigeneity to these cowards. Right? But if somebody becomes Frenchized or Britishized or Americanized, oh, that's imperialism. You're taking away my indigeneity. Right? But if somebody is Arabized, right? If somebody is Turkified, Persianized, then, oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. Stop it. Stop it.
Well, I've recently become acquainted with, aware of Wada Khanfai. Do you know this name? Wada Khanfai used to be the head of Al Jazeera, Iraq, and he has a bunch of videos. He also has an Arabic. My Arabic is rusty, so I watch some of them. And he is basically saying that, this is a political war against the West, and that all Muslims need to identify as the Ummah with passports in the Western world, and regardless of where you live or whatever, Islam is your nation. You can't hear me.
to all of the humans.
Aziz, we're talking about Islam, and not the state of Israel.
I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Because we just basically talk about Islam. Nearly pretty much exclusively. I mean, that's the underlying root of evil, right?
I mean,
no, but this is like the big bad wolf. Islam is like the big bad wolf.
No, not even close.
No, because we've all got like an underlying agenda.
No, but again, that's what you just said. I just said no, it's not.
I respect your opinion, but doesn't make it true, you know. I respect your opinion. I think an intelligent man.
I'm not attributing Islam to people. I'm saying Islam itself has bad ideas, just as much as I would say communism has bad, or Marxism specifically.
I think all religions have ideas that are not compatible with 2025 if we take them as a layman. You know, I think it would be disingenuous to suggest anything otherwise.
I mean, I'm with you. Listen, I'll shit on Christianity all day.
Yeah, I just think all of them. You know, I think because obviously we're now like science based and like evidence based now, right? Very objective. So I think religion itself, if we're being layman about it, it's just not compatible with 2025. So these things are a matter of faith. You know.
That's the exact problem that I have with religion. It is literally a matter of faith.
Mm-hmm.
I think Americanism is the best. Like, does not even come remotely close to anything.
Mm-hmm. Could you replace the country with something else? Could it be like Russianism? You know, China. Is it the way that the nation is? Is it the
No, it's the principles and values that the country is founded on.
What if we ran like a supercomputer, right? It was like, Stalin's version of communism was terrible. What if we found a better one? Would that be like a viable thing? What if the global GDP improved and there was more peace? Would you think? No. What would you say?
Well, I mean, communism is the reason communism doesn't, or socialism, or fascism, or any other isn't capitalism does not work. Is because it goes against human nature.
Mm-hmm.
So any system that goes against human nature will fail. And the reason capitalism wins all the time, and to any degree that it's practiced, whether a teensy tiny portion or basically Hong Kong, you get innovation, wealth creation, production, human flourishing, and peace.
Well, I think communism, obviously, we haven't had a good interpretation of it, but it is closer to human nature than capitalism, in my opinion. You know,
you don't get to communism, unless you've applied.
What's wrong with you? This job.
Sorry, my dog is.
It's alright.
Communism is a rejection of human nature. I mean, it's predicated on using totalitarian measures and applying force on human beings. And to the degree that you don't have force, you have capitalism. And to the degree you apply force, which is necessarily required in socialism, fascism, and communism, you have, death, suffering, poverty, and war, which is present every single time you have any country that, goes the logical conclusion towards socialism and communism.
I think capitalism is closer to primitive human nature. Communism is closer to human aspiration. We just can't pull it off properly. In theory.
How can you say that when, and literally, if you look at the richest countries, they all practice some form of property rights.
Yeah, I mean,
pragmatically speaking, we have to apply capitalism. We have no choice, right? But, in theoretics, if we apply theoretics, aspirationally speaking, communism would be ideal,
I don't even see how. I mean, communism simply says, like, what's your framework?
Or socialism, maybe not communism, maybe socialism, I should say.
Like, socialism is, that's like the basic, because communism is just like a moneyless, stateless society. So you're basically saying human beings just do things for absolutely no reason, and trade is just done just because. So there's basically no money, so there's no real production.
Yeah, money isn't real. Money
is real. Money represents the value you provide for something.
Right. Well, now it does. Prior to 15...
No, that's literally what money is.
Well, prior to 1566, before the Bank of England was created to fund a war, and they created the monetary system, we bartered, which was trade in essence, and we bartered with raw materials. So it would be a coin that's made of gold, or milk, or an actual commodity. We only trade.
That means that someone had to produce that commodity. That's my point.
Right, but
commodity is the actual value, not like the actual paper itself.
I think he's in Tel Aviv.
The commodity itself is the actual the value. So the reason it's the value is because it had to be produced. So whether it's people used to trade sheep or goats or whatever the fuck, and in order for you to have something to trade, you have to create that value. So money is just a representation of that value that you've created.
Right,
so
but
you're trading equal value, or you're basically trading equal values.
Right, but when we created the monetary system, the country didn't have the means to actually account for that money, so they basically applied like a bond system. It was like, okay, we allocate these notes, you can shuffle them around, we'll take a payment for that, but it started like an eternal debt cycle. And you can say, that supplements growth, right? But it also confirms that there will always be a boom and bust,
No, that's not necessarily true.
Historically,
if you look at the boom and busts, the reality is that those are caused by regulations.
Right, but you can almost guarantee. What was that?
I said, I wish Aleph would come back so I can ask him more about his thoughts on this guy in the chat.
Oh, I didn't even watch the video. Yeah, I think if your objective is national primacy or some kind of globalist capitalist structure, then maybe money is important. But in terms of innate human desire, we don't need to be aspirational in a monetary sense. Essentially, we have desire, which is like bars, like the Sims. You have your shelter and food and more, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At no point is there money on that list. You can be fulfilled without money. It's just a means, and I don't see it's top down as well. So it's essentially totalitarian to some degree. The Fed is controlling rates that we have no say on, and the country can't actually.
The Fed has nothing to do with capitalism. Well, the Fed has nothing to do with capitalism, and it's actually anti-capitalist to have a Federal Reserve. Because it's a monopoly on the money supply protected by force, whereas we don't have an actual. But money is just a representation of value. So I don't understand. You can't have any nobody. I'm not gonna give you, a cat for a $7 million home, because of the amount of effort required for a $7 million home. But I'm not simply saying the $7 million home is worth $7 million. it's worth $7 million because of the amount of productiveness that someone had to do in order to give that. So
you're saying like money is like